I waste no time telling you, for all that's possible has been done now in setting our agents on the track of the flying thief. The North Tower at Gwyll holds the priceless Clanranald Library and the muniment chamber, where they bottle up the original MSS, detailing the war plan of the old Earl. The short circuit that set up the blaze was the kind that any amateur can arrange for with rubber gloves, a pair of pliers, and a bit of soda water wire. Is it known who the amateur was? There is reason to suspect one Herr Rosing, an underlibrarian of German nationality, who behaved like a hero, according to the local fire brigade. He it was who suggested, Clanranald being absent on a yachting cruise in the fjords of Norway, that the contents of the muniment chamber should be transferred to the strong room in the basement of the East Wing. He superintended the removal, armed with knowledge, enthusiasm, and a large-sized Webley Scott revolver, with which he volunteered to keep solitary guard till morning, outside the strong room door. And when daylight came, hinted Sherbrand, it discovered the zealous Herr Rosing to be missing, and a corresponding hiatus in the treasures of the muniment chamber. Item: a sharkskin case inlaid with ivory figures, Japanese, antique, and valuable, containing the original diagrams, chemical formulae, and so on, embodying the famous plan. Sherbrand asked, "Was it as tremendous as they tell one?" The crisp voice answered, "Tremendous it not only was, but is. The most terrible and effective method of annihilating an enemy that has ever been conceived by the brain of man." Sherbrand said, drawing a deep breath, "And that is what von Hernung carried in the brown leather valise thing that he took away with my machine. Not that I trouble about the bird, she was old, and I've got the stuff to build a new one. But my patent, the hawk hoverer, that's another pair of shoes. The hawk's fee." The chief whistled a rueful note, and his keen eyes softened in sympathy. "I had forgotten your invention. So von Hernung has scooped for Germany the gyroscopic hovering apparatus that the French War Ministry were proposing to buy. Now I understand the something about you that has puzzled me. You wear the look of a father, Sherbrand, bereaved of an uncommonly promising son." Saxham's stern face rose up in Sherbrand's thought, stamped with that look, and his throat contracted chokingly. The chief asked, "What sort of man is the mechanic von Hernung has commandeered? A fellow easy to bribe or intimidate? It would be worthwhile to know." "It's a boy, not a man," broke from Sherbrand, hurriedly and hoarsely. "General, no more unlucky thing could have happened. Dr. Saxham's 12-year-old nipper took a tremendous shine to von Hernung, and he's gone with him. That's the news the doctors got to hear by and by." There was a silence. The chief's face was turned away. Then he said quietly, "There was no question of a shine. My scout was obeying an order. His chief scout had said, 'Keep this man under observation, and if he leaves the flying ground, follow him if you can.'" Sherbrand could not speak for pity of the small white face that had grinned at him out of the clumsy woolen helmet. He understood now that when he had bent to strap the safety belt about the little body swathed in the flannel-lined pneumatic jacket, he had felt a terrified child heart bumpity-bumping under his hand. And he struggled with his grief and rage in silence, broken by an utterance from the other man. So he followed him into the air, seeing no other course before him. "My old friend Saxham has good reason to chortle over such a son. I said today, I am proud of my scouts. Well, tonight I am 10 times prouder. I shall tell the doctor this when I get a private word with him and wind up with, thanks to Bon." "Then the doctor," Sherbrand began, a weight lifting with the hope that the news might not have to be broken. "The doctor knew. I had said to him, doggily, 'I'll give your pup a fighting chance to prove his Saxham breed. It's a stark breed, hard as granite, supple as incandescent lava, with a strain of berserk madness and a dash of oriental fatalism. They can hate magnificently and forgive grandly, and love to the very verge of death.'" Could she, Sherbrand wondered, letting his eyes travel to the tall white woman standing by the doctor, as the chief went over to them and grasped his old friend's hand. Then both men moved away across the dusky ground together. Those words of thanks and praise were being spoken. Coming from such a source, they must be heartening to listen to, but presently when their glow had paled and faded, and the boy did not come back. Presently, when the empty chair and the vacant bed, and the little garments hanging in the wardrobe should be filled and occupied, and worn only by a shadow child wrought of lovely memories. By and by, when the silence in the house should clamor in the tortured ears of the woman and the man. Then Sherbrand knew no praise of their lost darling would console Bond's parents. Dry-eyed they might smile until their lips cracked, but their hidden hearts would weep. Their tongues might be silent, but their hearts would cry always. Did we wish our child to be heroic? Had he been a craven, we would have had him now beside us. Give us our living boy again. Oh, keep your empty words. A cry from Patrine prodded Sherbrand to active sympathy. So at last they had told her. She knew all. And true to her type, she was raging at the doctor and the chief like a very termagant, upbraiding them with a spate of words rushing over her writhing lips and lioness frenzy in her blazing eyes. I begged you not to let him go. This was to the doctor. Faint! Do you take me for a bally idiot to faint when there's something to be done? Follow that man and get him back. If he takes him away to Germany, don't you know we shall never see Bon again? Oh, why can't I make you understand? The raging voice grew hoarse with sobs, though her furious eyes were dry as enamel. She added with an inflection that made Sherbrand blink and gulp. Don't you know it will kill Aunt Lynette? And I shall be guilty, I who love them so. Oh God, I must do something or die raving mad. The doctor's great arm held her firmly round the body. Saxham was strong as an oak tree, but who can control a woman in the frenzy of hysteria, standing 6 feet tall in high-heeled No. 7 shoes? She wrestled and fought, and her tawdry hat of silver spangles tumbled off, and her superb hair shed its pins of tortoiseshell, and rolled, yellow-tawny as a South African torrent in flood time, down over her heaving shoulders over the supple back and writhing loins, reaching nearly to her knees. Then her strength went from her, and her tears came. She dropped into a chair Sherbrand had got her, and crumpled up there, crying bitterly. Chapter 37 *. Patrine confesses. With her hat off and her hairpins out, and her tawny-colored mane tumbling over her heaving shoulders, the superb illusion of maturity vanished. The 3 men viewed Patrine with clear, unprejudiced eyes. Stripped of the magic cloak of Circe, here was no transformer of man into the hoofed and rooting mammal, but a great galumphing schoolgirl, pouring out a heartful of trouble, without the least concern for her complexion, mopping her streaming eyes with a little sopping handkerchief, temporarily ending its brief career of usefulness with a dismal blast upon the nose. Take mine, said Saxham, thrusting the large-sized square of cambric upon her. Thank you, Uncle Owen. She said it in the voice of a child. The torrent of tears, so different from those shed earlier, had washed her heart clean. Something hard and cynical and evil had passed out of her. She was Bond's dear Pat again. A lean brown hand that wore a chipped and ancient signet was next held out to her. She grasped it and was straightway hauled upon her feet. Are you better? Said a friendly voice in a crisp way. I think so, thank you, Sir Rowland. She added in a tone as tear-soaked as her handkerchief, while Saxham offered her hat and Sherbrand tendered tortoise-shell hairpins. I'm awfully afraid I have behaved like a fool. Like a woman, said the friendly voice even more crisply. Do you think women are fools? She was beginning when she caught his eye and broke off. For she had met Sir Rowland's mother and she knew his young wife quite well, and her Aunt Lynette, the one living being whom she worshipped, was one of his closest friends. No, to this man women were sacred. Why had she uttered such a banality? For the life of her she did not know. She drew a sobbing breath and looked about her vaguely, and suddenly a mist rolled away from her brain. The net of tragedy whirled high and fell upon her, and the steel trident was driven deep between her ribs again. I had forgotten, she stared upon them. What must you all think of me? Saxham's arm came round her, and Saxham's voice answered. Nothing, my dear, but that you are human and have had a tremendous shock. She leaned against the doctor's great shoulder, sighing. Thank you, I'm all right now, not going to cry any more. But Bon, if we wait long enough there will be news of him, we shall get him back. She felt Saxham's iron muscles jerk, and his ribs heave as though the trident had found a home between them. Perhaps he could not find his voice, for it was the chief who said, We are doing everything possible. Mr. Sherbrand is helping. He has been good enough to place the telegraph installation at our disposal and the wireless also. A call, Burgeon. The undersized clerk had waved a hand from the threshold of the cabin. The chief vanished. Patrine sighed. Oh, if there should be news. You are too sensible to be bowled over if there happens to be no news, said the doctor's voice. But his arm was tense about her waist, and she felt the beating of his heart. Uncle Owen. Sherbrand had withdrawn out of earshot. She squeezed the kind, responsive hand, turned her mouth towards the doctor's ear, and whispered tremulously, Uncle Owen, you don't know him as I do. That's why I am so horribly afraid for Bon. He would be cruel to anyone you liked if he hated you. And he is furious with me. I have thwarted him in something he wishes. He is bad, dangerous. Do you understand? He cannot be a bad pilot with such a record. And in such calm weather there is little danger of an accident. We must be patient. There is nothing else to do at the moment but wait. Saxham had feigned to misunderstand her, for very pity you can conceive. Blurting out her miserable secret in this moment of unselfish sorrow, his heart was wrung in him to an anguish of compassion for Patrine. But no less was he wrung by the truth her words conveyed. His son and Lynette was in the power of an evil man. What was David's daughter saying? Uncle Owen, the tall figure of Sherbrand, had moved away into the reddish twilight, and a wild desire of confession spurred on the girl to desperate frankness of speech. She hurried on, nerving herself to the change that would presently show in Saxham. Uncle Owen, I think you had better know, since I met him in Paris. Stop, said Saxham, but she would not stop. She had his blood in her and went on, though to have set her naked foot on glowing iron would have been easier than to tell. I have flirted with him, gone alone with him to restaurants and music halls. Let him take me to the Upas. There was a tightness like knotted whipcord about her throat. That's not the worst. I guessed it. Stop, Saxham repeated. Who told? She faltered brokenly and shivered at the deep stern whisper. No one told, but the reputation of the man is known to me. His type does not hesitate where a woman's virtue is concerned. A great sigh burst from her. And you can speak to me and touch me kindly, you don't hate the sight of me. No, my poor girl, God forbid. How good, she began, broke off and said, shuddering, but Aunt Lynette, how could I bear it if she were ever to know? Saxham said harshly, she shall not know. Who do you dream will tell her? Not I, so set your mind at rest, my girl. You are a girl, though you talk like a woman of 30. She said, with a miserable catch in her throat. 19 is rather young, isn't it? Perhaps things would have been different if only Dada had lived. The utterance was as inapposite as it was sentimental. If David had still been in existence, his daughter would have had no less cause for regret. But Saxham, inwardly quivering and wrung with pity, could only acquiesce. Perhaps things would. What you have got to do now is forget. Do you hear me? I order you, and I will be obeyed, and I will have you leave this titled lady who employs you and who is all kindness and no discretion. Resign your post tomorrow. You need not return to your mother. My house is your home. He went on in his rare tone of tenderness. You need no telling that I care for you as a daughter. Come to me, and to Lynette who loves you dearly. She will want comfort now that... His voice broke and his mouth twisted. He fought with his anguish in silence, turning his grim white face away. Who will tell Aunt Lynette? Oh, who will tell her? He heard Patrine whisper. He commanded himself to answer. For the present, I have telephoned her that we may be detained here until late. Suppose you twist up your hair now and put your hat on, Sherbrand. A sweet, manly voice answered out of the dimness of the flying ground. Here, doctor, you called me. In the madder and umber light of the dying sunset, Sherbrand's tall brown shape came towards them. Saxham said, as Patrine swept her tawny tresses into one rough rope. I am going to ask you to find out whether the people at the refreshment place could give my niece something by way of substitute for dinner. A cup of coffee, or cocoa with milk, a roll and butter, and a slice of cold beef or ham. Sherbrand said eagerly, I am sure Miss Saxham can get anything like that. Mrs. Durrant keeps open house till 9 o'clock or later if there is reason. She caters for the school staff respectably by contract. I lodge a very decent berth over the dining room where I have my grub, noisy by day but quiet enough at night time. Will you come this way, Miss Saxham? You too, doctor. Saxham declined. They left him standing there, in the wide expanse that was filling up with brooding shadows, with his back to the dying rose of the sunset, looking fixedly to the north. Chapter 38 *. The rebound. Patrine, that magnificent animal, had passed unknowingly through the painful ordeal which accompanies in the human the evolution of a soul. No doubt, she had had one before without suspecting it. Now she was conscious of the presence of the guest. Through the big barbaric halls of her nature, glittering with tinsel over plaster backed with canvas, thronged with vanities, appetites, desires, and ambitions, jostling at the glittering fountains, buying at the tawdry counters, flocking to the dubious restaurants, swooping down the water chutes, wandering through the painted landscapes, drinking in the dubious atmosphere, had passed a ray of light, pure, vivifying, and cleansing, had blown a breeze of crystal mountain air. And through the blare of brass, a note had sounded that would never cease to vibrate in Patrine's ears. Having partially confessed, she experienced a disproportionate rebound of spirits. Her fears for Bon weighed on her less heavily. Saxhams' reference to cold ham had awakened in her the pangs of healthy appetite. The proximity of Sherbrand was a vividly keen pleasure. She had always wished for a brother, and here was the very beau ideal of one. She meant to ask him if he had sisters. She was sure they would be awfully nice girls. 1 or 2 electric lights were switched on in the big room full of little white-covered tables, with the counter at the far end piled high with thick white plates. The big nickel urns were cold and empty, but Mrs. Durrant, the stout and smiling proprietress of the restaurant, produced hot coffee and milk in a twinkling, bread and butter, the cold ham, and a cold pigeon pie. With her own very fat, very pink hands Mrs. Durrant ministered, voluble the while in sympathy. The lady had been upset because the dear little boy hadn't come back. People were sometimes kept for hours through a loose nut, or a slack wire, or a carburetor, or some little thing or another going wrong. You remember when Under-Instructor Davis took Mr. Durrant for an airbino all the way to Upavin, Mr. Sherbrand. Flares burning, Ulfway through the night, and poor me. New to the flying then, wasn't I, Mr. Sherbrand? Going from one fit of Asterix into another, and running out to meet Durrant, when he dropped down calmly at 4 in the mornin', with my hair all untidy and hangin' about me? Patrine swiftly put up a hand to assure herself that her own tawny coils were securely fastened, for all the world like an Indian squawk. Wives had their feelings, it was only to be expected, said Mrs. Durrant. Mothers had also theirs, and that was natural too. Patrine found the idea of her own maternal relationship to Bon so firmly fixed in the mind of Mrs. Durrant, it was barely worth the trouble to endeavor to explain it away. Mrs. Durrant had none of her own, worse luck. But here, just coming with the salad and some fried potatoes, was Mr. Durrant's married niece, Ellen Agnes, and nobody knew better what it was to lose a darling child. Ellen Agnes, one-eyed, anemic, slipshod, and overworked, supported the statement. Only in April it 'ad append, and Ellen Agnes 'ad never eat up properly since, and little Elbert the ealthiest of children, rising 3 and never in illness till the pneumonia carried I.M. orf. 'Ad only 'ad I.M. photographed 3 days before it append, with his lovely little limbs and body naked, sitting on a fur rug, the blessed dear. Ellen Agnes not appearing to recognize any connecting link between the nude pose and the pneumonia, Patrine suppressed the obvious suggestion. Both women meant well, but their talkative sympathy oppressed her. She imagined how, when Sherbrand ate alone, the stout aunt and the thin niece would hover round his table, assailing his ears with their cockney voices, making their common, vulgar comments on the happenings of the day. Perhaps her disrelish showed, for the kind women presently slackened their attentions. There was nothing then to divert Sherbrand's attention from his guest, beyond the undeniable attractions of the hastily spread board. So they ate the pie, all of it. Patrine cried, in frank astonishment at the evaporation of her second plateful. But I am a wolf or something. No, not even salad. What must you think of me? Crying my eyes out 1 minute and stodging pigeon pie the next. Do the rest of the friends you feed here behave as badly as that? Sherbrand returned, ignoring the mention of other guests. Now, what should I think? Nothing but that you wanted something to buck you, and I was pretty ravenous myself. It was pretty parky up there at 10,000. He answered to her question how high that was. Why, comparatively, you might imagine it about 9 times as high as the top of St. Paul's Cross from the level of the ground. Little the speaker dreamed then of aerial battles to be fought at 20,000. She asked whether he had felt giddy, and he shook his head, saying, "If I had felt inclined to giddiness, I should have put off climbing until I felt fitter." I sympathize with opera stars who disappoint full houses because some high C or lower G is a hairsbreadth off the bowl. The singer can't afford a false note. It's death to reputation. And the flying man can't risk brain swim because it means possibly nosedive and smash. So I stay out of my sky unless I'm sure of myself. There's nothing on earth like being sure. He had a way of saying my sky that was queer and rather beautiful, just as though he had been a lark, occurred to Patrine. And indeed, in the beaky, jutting nose and the full, bright eyes set forward and flush with the wide orbital arches, there was some resemblance between the man and the bird. Patrine sunned herself in the lighter moment. She who had lain through the night sleepless, had risen still a bondslave, realized that her fetters were broken now that her evil genius had flown. Taking with him her beloved, she fully believed in malice. Piercing though that knowledge was, it could not mar the blissful sense of freedom, mental and physical. Bon would be brought back. Meanwhile, one's blood sang through one's being, mere living was riotous ecstasy, mere breathing sheerest delight. The joy of life radiated from her. And to Sherbrand, sitting opposite at the little coarse-clothed table, she grew momentarily more and more like the girl of the Mills Plaisirs. True, instead of cloudy black, her hair vied in tone with the banner of coppery flame that streams from the crater of an active volcano, or burns above some giant crucible of molten metal ready to be poured forth. Her long eyes under her wide level brows looked the color of peat water, in the electric light that contracted their pupils to pinheads, and brought out against the yellow distempered walls the creamy whiteness of her wonderful skin. When she leaned her round elbows on the tablecloth and smiled at him, it was the frank, generous smile that had warmed his heart when he stood solitary and unfriended on the rose-pink carpet near the gilt turnstile on the upper promenade. He would put it to the test. He beckoned the pallid Ellen Agnes, asked for the bill, slipped his hand into a breast pocket, and drew from it a tiny white silk purse. "Oh, you found." With an indescribable emotion, half pain, half pleasure, she saw her missing property in the broad, extended palm. He said, "It flashed on me, even as I blackguarded Davis, that you must have paid that commissionaire fellow at the turnstile, or he'd have been breathing vengeance at my back. So I ran back to find you and ask for an address where I might send the money. You were gone. He had got this purse in his hand. So I bluffed the brute for all I was worth and got him to give it me. A stroke of luck, for I'd no money left to bribe him with. Be kind and tell me how much you gave the fellow." The deep dimple Sherbrand remembered showed in the full oval of one of her white cheeks. Slowly, the pale rose flush sweetened and warmed the whiteness. Her eyes were dusky stars under the barbaric wealth of beech-leaf tresses. A slow smile curved her mouth, the scarlet lips parted widely, showing 2 perfect rows of gleaming teeth. "2 half jimmies," said the rich, mellow woman's baritone. Why did it talk such awful slang? "Half my screw for 1 whole week of letter writing, running errands, doing shopping, and generally sheepdogging for my friend Lady Beauvais. Then please take this," this was a fat, bright sovereign, "and be kind and say that I may stick to the purse." "If you care to," Patrine began dubiously. "I care most awfully," he went on quickly. "Lady Beauvais, your friend, I've seen her, if she's very pretty and tremendously American." She nodded. "You've spotted her, that's Lady Beau, the dear thing, but she only talks Yankee Doodle to bounders or fogies or people who seem to expect it from her. Her English is as good as mine." "You don't mean it?" His keen face crinkled with laughter. She was superbly unconscious of its cause. He went on, rather ashamed of having made fun of her. "That accounts for the old Kent Road come-white-a-capelle I've heard from the august lips of British duchesses. At cricket matches when Eton and Harrow were playing varsity." "Does it? I think not. The duchesses weren't amusing themselves or trying to snub swankers. They were just mothers, real mothers trying to talk cricket to their boys, and the boys, the sweets, grinning up their blessed young sleeves and saying yes'm, and num, how I do love boys, don't you?" Her smile contracted with a spasm of anguish. "And I'm sitting here, gobbling and gabbling when my darling." She rose taller than ever from the little table, caught up her feather stole from a chair back near, and slung it vigorously round her. Straightened the tinsel hat with a side glance at the strip of a looking-glass nailed in a frame of cheap gilt beading on the matchboarded wall at her right hand. Picked up the vanity bag and the long-sticked sunshade, and declared herself ready to go. Chapter 39 *. A night in July. She reached the door before him. He had turned to say considerately to the good woman of the restaurant, "We shall be late, frightfully, I expect. Promise me you won't sit up." "Oh, but I can't promise. One never knows. Best to have people up and ready when there might be need of 'em," Patrine heard, as she wrenched at the handle of the green-curtained glass door. "No, no, let me." His hand touched hers and she drew it away, not before a keen, sharp thrill had traversed her. "Vile, hateful creature," she said to the Patrine von Hernung, the other woman within her whom she loathed. "Is not it enough that you have done what you have done?" Then, as she passed out into the night, feeling beneath her feet the roughness of the gravel walk that led between grass plats studded with green-painted chairs and little iron tables, a strange roaring filled her ears and hellish tongues of fire licked a sky of vivid blackness. She recoiled, saying in awed and shaken tones, "Why, what has happened? What does it mean? How horrible." The door had shut behind them. Now the round dome of the sky showed not black but velvety purple. Away in the southeast, a fierce red moon drifted like some derelict vessel burning away to embers on a waveless midnight sea. And sheaves of dazzling blue-white flames, leaping and roaring, fenced in, or seemed to fence, a dreadful lake of Stygian darkness, upon the surface of which figures, were they men or devils, moved. "Don't be scared, Miss Saxham, it's nothing, though I ought to have wanted you." Not with intent, her heaving shoulder pressed against the breast of the man who had followed her. Perhaps the contact thrilled him, for his voice was unsteady as he went on. "I was rather a brute to forget. It's a night flare to guide possible homecomers. Wads of tow dipped in petrol, burning in iron buckets round our landing place." "I ought to have guessed," she said ruefully. "Forgive me for being such an idiot." His answer was unexpected. "On condition that you'll leave off saying 'Great Scott' and things like that." "All right, but what's the matter with the expression anyhow?" she demanded. "Do you always get riled when women use slang?" They had been standing within the gate that led upon the flying ground, still girdled by its Valkyr ring of leaping flame. He said, holding open the gate to let her pass through, "I use slang myself habitually like every other man I know, but I don't know a man who really likes to hear his wife or sweetheart copy him in that respect. For myself who have neither wife, sweetheart, nor even sister, I can only say what I feel. It is that a beautiful woman should use beautiful language. One of the old Greek poets put the whole thing into 2 lines. I've forgotten the original, but the translation runs like this: From the goddess the speech of Olympus, from the herdmaid the language of the cows. I'm no goddess, God knows, said Patrine sorrowfully and sincerely. Then a light scorching flame seemed to envelop her whole body. She felt Sherbrand's breath upon her cheek. He said, speaking swiftly and close to her ear, "No, you are not a goddess, but something far better. You are a woman one could worship. You could hate magnificently and forgive greatly and love to the very verge of death. That was said to me of the doctor, and you are like him." "Don't," she said, wincing. "You don't know me." He answered firmly, "But I do know you. I knew you the moment I saw you in Paris. You're the girl I have been waiting for ever since I read Morris's Irredwellers. You're the friend. Now I've found you, I shall never let you go again." What midsummer madness was this, prompting him to sweet audacity? His "I shall never let you go" had a convincing, manly ring. She quickened her steps, wading through a shallow sea of shadows, through which the warm, short turf came up to meet her feet. He kept by her side, and together they moved towards the Valkyr ring of fire, changing as they advanced into isolated pillars of towering flame, outlining the huge white oval of Fanshaw's landing place. Here and there the goblin-like shapes moved, stirring the flares with rods, feeding the blaze with something from vessels they carried. And 2 other figures stood in talk by the telegraph hut, recognizable, outlined against the oblong of electric radiance framed by the doorway, as Saxham and the chief. This is a bit previous, you think? Headlong, ill-considered on my part, to have spoken like this to a girl I've only met once before. You must understand, a man who follows a risky profession gets into the way of not waiting for tomorrow, because today may be the wind-up. Say you are not angry, Sherbrand pleaded. "No, you poor dear boy, but you're so awfully mistaken." There was a rich and exquisite tenderness, it seemed to Sherbrand, in the deep, full, breathy tones. "I'm not a bit what you think me. "There is nothing worthy of worship in a woman like me," said Patrine. He asked, as they walked side by side from patches of brilliant blue-white light into deep oases of shadow. "May I say more? May I tell you that I've thought of you ever since that Paris night? What things I've called myself, if you only knew, for not getting your address. But I swore I'd find you somehow, and I would have. I know your voice among 1,000. If I were blind and forgot other people's faces, I should always see yours painted against the dark. At night, now, when I shut my eyes, there it is, you are not angry." "No, I'm only sorry for you," she said in her deepest, sweetest tone. Sorry? There was keen anxiety in the face that was illuminated by the petrol flare they were passing. "You're not married or going to be?" he asked. "Neither." "Thank God," said Sherbrand simply and sincerely. "Now I'll go on. My rank bad luck gives me a kind of right. This morning I got up solid in the conviction that you and I were meant for one another, that we should somehow be brought together, that the French government would make it possible for me to marry you by buying my hawk hoverer, for with only the 200 a year my uncle left me, and the 200 my instructorship here brings me, how could I possibly have the nerve to ask you to be my wife?" And he caught his breath, and everything I dreamed came real. The test succeeded. I dived down out of my sky to find you, miracle of miracles, and not 20 minutes later, I found myself nearly, if not quite, a ruined man. For if my invention has been swiped off to Germany, France will never buy, for money, what her neighbor gets for naught. I understand. My poor flying man, you've been plucked of some of your wing feathers. I don't care, if you'll wait for me until they grow again. How grim a day had been followed by this night of wonder. Woven of the shining stuff of dreams it seemed, then and for long years after, to Patrine. Their intimacy grew and ripened like a magic beanstalk in the light of the red moon and the fierce blue petrol flares. She said with a catch in her breath, like Sherbrand S. "You must be serious." "I never was more so." She amended, "We must be sensible. Oh, but this has been a close back day." "Hasn't it?" Sherbrand agreed as they moved on side by side, from islands of raw, glaring light into broad pools of lusterless darkness, their tall heads level, for Patrine carried her hat of silver spangles swinging from the top of the sunshade with the lengthy stick. Sometimes, for weeks, the days slip by smoothly as the beads of a rosary over a baby's finger. Then, bang bang bang, they explode like a rocket fired by a signal pistol, until things fizzle out into dullness again. It's true, her bosom rose in a sigh. But it's possible to get awfully fed up with banging and fizzling. One can learn to long, just for a little dullness, as long as it means quiet and rest and peace of mind. That Patrine should voice such an aspiration was incredible even to the speaker. "How changed I must be," she said to herself, as Sherbrand answered her. "With heathery moors and towering scores, and galloping trout rivers brabbling over lichened boulders, and somebody one loves to talk to, one calls that kind of dullness a happy honeymoon." She thrilled as his hand, swinging freely by his hip, touched hers, lightly, enclosed, and then released it. He was no tardy lover, this flying man. He knew 1,000 times better than von Hernung how a girl should be courted and wooed. For, with her heart in joyful tumult, and her usually pale cheeks warmed and rosy with shy blushes, it was a girl who walked beside Alan Sherbrand that night. I am sorry she could forget so easily the slip that had led her over the frontier line, the Rubicon that can never be recrossed. But in fact, she did forget, just as a young man would have forgotten. Though she was to remember as only a woman can remember, and to suffer as only a woman can. In the midst of the new, wonderful happiness, so strangely threaded not only for Patrine, with bitter loss and tragic possibilities, she suffered a quite intolerable twinge of memory in the sudden recollection of the boldly scrutinizing look cast upon her by the bearded man in the white naval uniform. She did not realize that an imperious gesture of the brown hand, whose wrist had sported a massive gold watch bracelet, had whisked von Hernung off the scene. But she guessed that the huge, red-haired Prussian, bowing at the side of the big blue Fiat, had clicked his heels before a master who could break him at his will. He had boasted. They knew. Not only the bearded man whose look had stung so, but the close-shaven old colossus with the tortoise-shell-mounted pince-nez on his thick, heavy nose and the huge wart on his yellow cheek. And the sallow diplomat in the Homburg hat shadowing the sly glance and the mustache tucked up by a sinister smile under his drooping oriental nose. They all knew. Even the servant had worn the leer that is born of knowledge, as he said in his Teutonic gutturals. The lady is a friend of the gentleman who brought her here. Horrible, but she would not remember. She banished the hateful, knowing faces with a gallant effort and turned to Sherbrand, asking whether he had been an Eton or Rugby or Harrow boy. For had her flying man borne the cachet of the public school patrine Saxham, would have infinitely preferred it. That it is possible to be a snob even in the most tragic or romantic moment of one's existence, she had not realized before she discovered herself to herself in this way. Downside was my school, he said quite proudly. Patrine had no acquaintance with Downside. My father would have liked me to go to Harrow, but my uncle, my mother's brother, who paid for my education, being a Catholic, naturally preferred the place where the faith was taught, and my mother, as naturally, shared his preference. I was happy at Downside. The fathers were thundering good to me. I worked hard and I played hard, and when it wasn't SWAT or cricket or football or fives or boxing, it was the making of flying sticks, just shaved laths with paper wings, at first, and then a dodge much more ambitious, a model right in varnished card with a propeller worked by a rubber release. My father was pleased at my being a chip of the old block in my turn for mechanics. But when I wouldn't go up for Woolwich, when I entered at Strongitharm's College of Engineering on Tyneside and spent 2 years at Folsom's Works at Sunderland, he rather gave me up, I fancy, as a low-minded kind of cad. He shook himself as though to shake off the adverse paternal judgment. I had my reasons for not going in for the army, though I love it. They weren't easy to explain, and so I didn't try. But my father never liked the idea of my being a civil engineer. Even my mother and my uncle, dear old fellow, he understands me better now. Why? Because he's dead, said Sherbrand simply, and the holy souls know everything. The holy souls, by the glare of the flare light, her puzzled eyes questioned him. The holy souls in purgatory, they're privileged to help us. We help them by praying for them. It's a spiritual intercommunication, a kind of endless chain. A circuit of influence received and transmitted not by etheric flashes, but by a medium more subtle. Prayer in a word. His bright-winged intellect had outstripped her heavier, duller intelligence. She suddenly felt like a caterpillar on a cabbage leaf, slow-moving, groping, but dimly conscious of a distant affinity with the jewel-winged butterfly hovering high in golden air. Prayer, she repeated dully. Do you believe in prayer? Naturally, said Sherbrand. Since I believe in God, do not you? I hardly. In the ensuing pause, Patrine had a brief retrospective vision of the curate who had prepared her for confirmation, and who had talked of the Almighty as though he were a crotchety but benevolent old man. And last time she had been to church, a fashionably attended high church in the West End, another curate in a black cassock and tufted beretta had preached about the par of card, the baptismal dar of grace, the bar of flowers, in which our first parents dwelt in Eden, the fatal hour in which they sinned, and the shar of tars with which Eve lamented her fall. No, she said bluntly, I don't think I believe in God at all now, though it sometimes seems as though there must be somebody behind things. Somebody who punishes, somebody who laughs. As for a religion, I don't suppose I've ever had one. Oh, yes, my religion is Aunt Lynette. A mental picture of Lynette, years ago in the Harley Street nursery, teaching a curly-headed baby Bon to say his evening prayer, while a great galumphing girl stood in the doorway and looked and listened, rose up and brought with it the horrible choking sensation. She fought with it, as Sherbrand said. I think you are speaking of Mrs. Saxham? Well, one must have a star to hitch one's wagon to, and she is a star if ever I saw one. A woman with a face like a Donatello Madonna, or a tall lily growing in the garden cloisters of some Italian mountain convent, and who has the faith, ought to be able to teach you to believe in God. Why not ask her? I once knelt in a church near her and saw her praying. She seemed very close to what Norman or someone else called the eternal verities. She will be nearer still, said Patrine with sudden savage roughness, if anything happens, if Bon is killed. She will die of a broken heart. Then why not pray, argued Sherbrand, that she may get him back again? Why not try it? There's nothing else that helps so well. Pray, the tall girl stopped short and swung round on him, facing him, a moment since they had walked like lovers. Now the spell was broken, at all events for the time. Pray, pray, she mocked. Am I a sneak? To pray when I don't believe in prayer, and if I did believe, God, if he exists, would not hear me. Even the parson's own he has his favorites. I am not one of them. I am one of his forgets. Chapter 40 *. Macrombie is sacked. Tall, lithe, vigorous, masterful, they confronted each other across the gulf that suddenly opened between them, the bottomless chasm that yawns between faith and unbelief. In the fitful, uncanny light, the darker side of Patrine started into sinister prominence. Her defiant face was masked by shadow, but the fierce, vibrating voice and towering shape had something of the fallen angel. Had wide sable pinions sprung and bannered from her shoulders, Sherbrand would hardly have been surprised. Let us draw the line at that. If we are to be friends, and I would like us to be, agree to it. But since you have what I have not, you would call it faith, no doubt. He guessed the wide mouth curving in a jeering smile. There is nothing to prevent you from praying for Aunt Lynette and for Bon too. Unless you are the kind of physician who draws the line at taking his own drugs. If she had thought to disconcert Sherbrand, she erred. He said instantly, I give you my word of honor that I will pray for them, but there is one other person much dearer to me than either. You don't ask me for her, but all the same. You kind dear boy, pray for me all you want to. She was his big, smiling girl of the Mills Plaisirs, and the pat young Bon worshipped, as she stretched out her beautiful, massive arm and offered him a cordial hand. Shake, mister, making love to me 1 minute and bally-ragging me the next. Great Scott. Ah, I've said it again, and I gave you my word I'd not. He took the hand in a close grasp, sought for the other, and took it also. Thank you, why, how you're shivering. You have nothing but that feather thing over your thin gown. Wait half a minute, I'll get you a wrap. He was gone in an instant, leaving her standing on the borderline of one of the oases of black velvet shadow, swayed by the violence of her emotion as some tall young birch might have been shaken by the fury of a southwest gale. His touch, she had not dreamed. Her head drooped, and a long sigh went fluttering after him into the darkness, like some night moth whose wings are wrought of hues more gorgeous than the peacock butterfly, whose scent is on the alert, and whose diamond eyes pierce the blackest midnight in search of the partner of its kind. A footstep she knew approached. A familiar voice called her. Uncle Owen, the spell broke. Her mind leaped up alert and quivering. Have you any news of Bon? I have news. Not the worst news, said Saxhams' harsh voice, but not hopeful. They are not coming back. She strove to set her heel on the treacherous hope that he would say no, for how could she bring herself to desire the enemy's return? And yet the thought of Bon was a stab of anguish in her bosom. What was the doctor saying? The last definite intelligence received of them confirms the certainty that Captain von Hernung is now over the North Sea. He alighted nowhere, that we have positively learned from many different news centers. A tractor monoplane answering to the description and carrying 2 passengers passed the Bull Light on Spurn Head at a few minutes before 8. The lighthouse keeper signaled that bad weather might be expected. The pilot paid no attention. And later on, as Saxhams spoke, with that strange hoarseness, Patrine took his arm tremblingly. Her heart plunged as though it would burst its prison as the doctor went on. An hour or more later, a wireless came in. It had been sent on to Sir Roland from the Admiralty. I will not puzzle you with technical details, but at 8.3, the officer on duty on the upper bridge of the second in line of a battle squadron steaming through northern waters on the way to a southern rendezvous reported having heard an aeroplane pass overhead, crossing the course of the squadron diagonally, apparently flying due east. Saxham added, the aviator made no signal for assistance, but the engine beat told of trouble developing. There is nothing to do but wait and hope. What had really happened on board HMS? Rigassimos, maintaining her appointed speed of 15 knots, and her statutory 2 cable lengths from the stern of the flagship ahead, and the bows of the sister ship following her, had been that as the ship's band struck into the roast beef of Old England, and the owner took his place at the head of the wardroom mess table. His second in command on the forebridge got a speaking tube message from the navigating lieutenant on the upper bridge to say that the drone of an aeroplane, flying at about 400 overhead, had been picked up by Warrant Officer so-and-so of the gun and searchlight control, per medium of the microphone. The second in command called back through the voice tube. An aeroplane? You're sure? Could hear her racket myself without assistance, but put it down to a fleet seaplane taking a flip round the squadron for exercise, or one of the goody-two-shoes from the R.N.A.S. station at Rossforth blown out to sea doing coast patrol. An answer rumbled down the pipe. It was an Arrow, all right, sir. The rattle of her floats, have given away a goody. Traveling east against the side drive of a 40-mile-an-hour northwest gale, and with engine trouble well developed. Missing and backfiring like the gayest kind of hell. The second in command took his ear from the mouth of the speaking tube, and with a glance that included the figures of his sub-lieutenant, the midshipmen, signalmen, and lookouts at their posts swung into the chart house and logged the occurrence in the plain language of the sea. The clock told 8:35 p.m. as he finished, capped his fountain pen, and slipped it in an inside pocket, soliloquizing. Traveling east against a 40-mile-an-hour gale from the northwest, and with engine trouble to top up with, little Willie will be seeing the angels pretty soon at this rate, or piling himself up somewhere on the coast of Holland. Wonder who the bally idiot is. Saxham continued, and now he croaked as hoarsely as a raven. Sir Roland has little doubt that the aeroplane heard on the Regassimos was Sherbrand's bird of war. If so, there would be very little hope left, unless it had been previously arranged that a vessel belonging to a foreign power was to watch for and give help if she should require it. Now you know as much as I do. I have telephoned to both Lady Beauvais and your mother that you return with me to Harley Street. We shall go presently. First, I want you to speak on the telephone to Lynette. To Lynette, Patrine breathed, the doctor told her. I have kept the worst from Lynette hitherto. I shall do so until the ultimate hope is abandoned. My wife knows my voice so well. You understand? She would suspect something. His voice stumbled and broke. And clinging to the arm of the big man standing quietly beside her, potent in inertia as a lump of raw iron, Patrine realized that her anguish was a drop in the ocean of his. She took his hand and said in a tone he had never before heard from her. Come, dear, we will go and speak to her now. So they went across to the telegraph cabin, raw with unshaded electric light and littered with papers. The chief was there, looking livid and careworn, leaning one elbow on the edge of the stand that supported the wireless, and wearing the telephone headband with the earpieces, as he dictated to the pallid clerk who occupied a Windsor chair at a stained deal desk, and wrote with a spluttering pen on a depleted paper pad. At first sight, there seemed to be nothing else in the place but a low voice speaking, a railway key instrument, a file for telegrams, and an overpowering odor of rum. The odor of rum consolidated to Patrine's view into a stocky, thick-set man with a square, heavy yellow face set into a tragic mask of despair. It was Macrombie, ex-Petty Officer Telegraphist, whom the Royal Navy had spat forth for being DOD. 15 full years before. Sacked now from his civil employment for the old, glaring, unblinkable offense. The liquor had barely faded out in him. His breath came across the little cabin like a flaming sword, and his eyes under their beetling coal-black eyebrows looked burnt out. He rose from the debilitated office stool he had been sitting on, saluted Patrine stiffly, and said, Mem, this is no place for a leddy. Why, a drucken wastrel like Meisel in it. I hae lat o'er a drap too money, I am a wa, the new why my wykdo white. But no wheut a warsel have I yielded to the enemy. His anguish broke the floodgates in a rumbling roar. Like Job he cried out in the nisht watches to my Creator, sparing him why he made weak men and strong rum. He didna gie me ony answer, and I am ganging down the broad roads fast as my bluedy thirst can carry me, a disgraced and ruined man. Mr. Sherbrand will give you another chance. I know he will. I'll ask him, came impetuously in the big, warm, womanly baritone. You're a grand woman to loik at, and the ladd'll gie in, and the Haledales dance to begin Antsmare. Na, my bonny leddy, said Macrombie, ye can never lip into the promises o' a drunkard. Best let me gang my gate to muckle hell. I'll no be lonesome there for want o' company. Talk, what a regiment o' Macrombies dade and damned will answer present to Auld Satan's roll call. Guid nisht, my leddy, and thanks to ye a the same. He took his cap from a peg, and from the corner a bundle of miscellaneous possessions, rolled up in apparently a worn alpaca office coat, and girt about with knotted string. He saluted the chief and Saxham, and nodded to the telegraph clerk, and went out of the cabin in a plodding kind of hurry, as though no grass should grow under his feet before he set them for good upon the dreadful downward road. His vice had played into an enemy's hands, and he would trust himself no longer. He meted out judgment to rum-soaked Macrombie, assuming for himself the prerogative of the one judge. But he got his chance in spite of himself, when Britain's hour came. Chapter 41. Saxham Lies. At Saxhams nod Patrine rang up Lynette, and the familiar voice that came back, spun out to a spider thread of sweetness across the distance, stabbed the listener to the heart like a delicate blade of gold-wrought steel. It said, with a quiver in it, "Of course, I am not nervous at all, and I know how much Bon would enjoy the night flying, but if Owen were not there, perhaps I might be afraid that something was wrong. Owen. Say that I am here," the doctor signed, and Patrine obeyed. "Tell my darling to speak to me," said the voice, and Patrine, dropping the microphone from suddenly useless fingers, saw Saxham take it and force his stiff white lips to speech. "It is not possible, just at this moment, you forget. Of course, the fireworks." "Just so, the fireworks. Expect us in another hour. And Patrine is here and coming back to Harley Street. To stay, please tell Mrs. Kisse and Janie to get a room ready." The cordial answer came. "I will at once, dear Pat, how glad I shall be to have her." This is Patrine speaking now. Saxham's steady hand touched Patrine's in transferring the receiver of the telephone, and the chill of it stung like the touch of death. She could not control her trembling as she answered. "You are always so kind to me, dear Aunt Lynette." "No, dear, in an hour then. Take care of my precious," the sweet voice pleaded, "until I see you both." "Yes, yes." Saxham's hand hung up the receiver, rang off, and steadied Patrine, whose knees were melting under her weight. "Don't ask me any more. I can't," she begged of him brokenly. He said, and with those deep lines that showed in his hard gray face, and his light eyes staring haggardly from caves that grief had dug about them, Saxham looked older by 20 years. "I know it was hard, but the thing had got to be done. How could I bludgeon her with the truth, whispered over a wire? Once face to face, the first glimpse of me will show her that I have lied to her." "God help me," said the doctor. "I told her I had stayed on here with Bon to give him the treat of seeing a night-flying display." "How horribly clever of you." "So clever," Saxham answered harshly, "that I shall probably regret it to the end of my days. In the whole of my practice, I have never known a well-meant deceit do any good, rather the opposite. Consequently, I preach to my patients truth before everything and break down and lie when my own turn comes, like the damned coward I am." "We shall leave here now in a few minutes," went on the doctor, glowering at his chronometer. "I sent Kisse away with the car upon a message. He will be here to take us home to Harley Street at 9:30. You have ample time to telephone to Berkeley Square for your clothes and so on. Lady Beauvace's maid can pack them for you, I presume." "Oh, yes. She's decent in the way of doing things for me." "Very well." The doctor left the telegraph hut, and Patrine phoned to Berkeley Square. Then, with a sudden recollection of an appointment which must be cancelled, she gave the number that meant Margot's newly furnished mansion, and presently heard the little bird-like voice chirping. "Yes, this is 0 Cadogan Place. I'm Lady Norwater. Is that you, Pat? Yes. What cheer? I'm having a long, deadly domestic evening. Franky's reading an improving book aloud to me, at least he was when you rang up, Matrimony for Beginners. A Handbook to Happiness, it's called, but I don't believe the man who wrote it ever had a live wife." "Probably not. Margot, pet, I can't possibly lunch with you tomorrow." "Don't say you back out because of the book. Fitz has got it now under the sofa." Fitz was Franky's lady bull terrier. "And by the time she's done with it, there won't be much left. Say you'll come," Margot urged. "Franky's got to test a new car, so Rona Helvellyn's coming with 2 or 3 militant pals of hers. I'll give you lobster American and cold lamb in mint aspic and strawberry mousse. There." "I'm frightfully sorry, my dinky, but it simply can't be." "What tosh? And we're going to talk over ideas for speeches at the monster meeting of women in October at the Royal Hall. And Rona has a grand slam in the way of surprises. Did she say anything to you about the Mansion House banquet demonstration she's thought of for Monday night?" "Yes, and I'm down on it like houses," declared Patrine. Is Roner really spoiling for a taste of skilly and yard exercise? Don't you get mixed up. Think of Franky reading the paragraphs. Popular young peeress on the suffrage warpath. Society beauty heckles the Lord Mayor. Viscountess Norwater bursts upon banqueting bishops in the character of a woman who wants a vote. Patrine called goodbye and rang off, turning with a smile upon her lips to see Sherbrand standing behind her with a long white coat upon his arm. I have brought you a wrap. A lady forgot it here the other day. Let me help you to put it on. Patrine shivered as he drew the large, loose garment round her. It was a white Malta blanket coat, very soft and fleecy and warm. Shall we have another turn on the grounds before the doctor's car? Sherbrand was beginning when the chief removed the wireless headband and came forward. Miss Saxham, I must detain you for a minute. I am afraid. Sherbrand went out of the hut. At a sign the pale clerk evaporated, Sir Rowland moved nearer to Patrine. How old he looked, she thought. You are done up, Esquinte, aren't you? I am tired, but neither done up nor the other thing. Miss Saxham, you just now put me in possession of the details of a suffragist plot. The friend of a friend of yours, backed by some other viragos of the militant order, intends, I quote your own words, to a bid for a diet of skilly and prison yard exercise by interrupting the after-dinner speakers at the Mansion House banquet on Monday night. Kindly let her know from me that the stewards will be prepared to prevent her doing so, and tell her that women will never make successful conspirators until they learn to hold their tongues. Now, good night. Your incautiousness has rendered Miss Helvellyn a service. She will bless it one day if she doesn't now. He took Patrine's hand in his frank, strong clasp. The haggard lines on the keen, bronzed face did not mar the beauty of its kindliness. You have given her a chance. Let's hope she makes the most of it. To herd with the wild she-asses isn't the way to serve her sex. Rowdiness and shrieking will never get the vote for women. Burning down empty country houses won't land a female member in the House of Parliament. It isn't propaganda to behave like an improper goose. Mind you tell her that you, Saxham? As a tall figure came towards them out of the glimmering darkness, fitfully splashed by the petrol flares now burnt down and dying out. Best take your niece home to Harley Street. She is thoroughly tired. Sherbrand and myself and Mr. Burgeon here are good for hours yet. Chapter 42 *. Saxham breaks the news. Oh, and Lynette was dressed in a delicate, filmy black chiffon dinner gown, and as Saxham's latchkey clicked in the front door lock, and she rose up out of the tail-carved armchair that stood beside the large hall fireplace, her paleness seemed to diffuse light, like the whiteness of the moon. Owen, he is not, what? Her wide, bright glance went past the tall, wrapped-up figure of Patrine to the taller shape that bulked behind her. No small, active boy form danced in its wake. She put out her arms, groping blindly, swayed and would have fallen, but that Saxham strode past Patrine, caught the slender figure in his powerful embrace, turned and carried his wife away down the short corridor that led to the consulting room. Miss Pat, my dear, there's cold supper all laid and ready waitin' in the dining room. By the doctor's special orders, and I was to see you eat. Thus Mrs. Kisse, now for years housekeeper at Harley Street, a little light-haired woman, common of speech and innocent of grammar, but a pearl of price in the doctor's estimation and her mistress's right hand. Don't say they fed you at Endon on M and salad and pigeon pie. Trash is the word, said Mrs. Kisse. For restaurant pastry, and them there pigeons, if language could be given 'em, would bear me out in what I say. But Patrine refused baked meats, submitting to be escorted to her room and tenderly fussed over by the kind, cockney-tongued little woman and yellow-haired, pink-cheeked 13-year-old Janie, out of whose small, triangular face looked the honest gray eyes of W. Kisse. Both Mrs. Kisse and Janie had been crying, for Kisse, who acted as the doctor's chauffeur, had broken bad news in the kitchen regions. Master Bon, according to Kisse, had been taken for a trip in one of them harrows by a German flying bloke, and it was feared, not having returned or been heard of, that something or other had gone wrong. Mrs. Kisse, a born optimist, rejected the idea of accident or casualty with ringing sniffs of incredulity. Master Bon, the blessed dear, had probably been kidnapped by some foreign nobleman wanting an heir. Trust a German, Mrs. Kisse would never. Having when a young woman in service at Alexandra Crescent, Kentish Town, N.W., been treated something frightful by a young man who traveled in shaving sets of German silver and other fancy articles of Teuton origin. Kisse must often have heard her mention that they're green. Kisse responded, lighting his pipe, for his wife and daughter had accompanied him to their own private parlor in the basement, looking out across the yard to the garage over which Billy and Janie had been born. Twice a day since you and me stood up before the Dodger to get married, but you never tipped me as 'ow the bloke was a bloomin' fritzer before. How do you make it out? Switch me on to the notion. Cos o something in the German nickel, drummed in gettin, into I am and affectin, is blood. Mrs. Kisse, impervious to sarcasm as incapable of grammar, maintained that the subject under discussion had spoke with, an accent particularly noticeable when upset. Broken English, in moments of passion, with red eyes and white air simpler to one o than verbenas, had in conjunction with a decided bent towards bigamy and an appetite for other people's savings, distinguished that they're green. W. Kisse and Janie went off to bed, and the other servants, instructed through the doctor's consulting room speaking pipe, shut up the house and retired, all save the night maid who answered the telephone and attended to the midnight rings at the hall door. But Mrs. Kisse did not follow the household. The doctor and Mrs. Saxhams were still shut up together in the consulting room. Mrs. Kisse owned to herself that she had talked all that rubbish about that they're green, etc., to hide that her heart was as water in her bosom, and that she trembled and shook all over after the fashion of them fancy shapes of chicken in haspic, or coffin cream, or blue mange colored with Scotch anneal. It grew late and later. The flares on the flying ground, many times renewed, had died down to greasy black ash in the scorched and dented buckets before there was a movement or a sound in the dark consulting room. Then the woman who sat in the chair sighed, and the long, quivering breath she drew stirred the thick hair of the man who knelt upon the floor before her, holding her in his arms. "Oh, and my wife." The sigh that had escaped her seemed to flutter through the unlighted room like some dusky-winged creature of the darkness. She leaned her face upon his brow, pressing her lips upon the smooth place above the broad, meeting eyebrows. The first kiss she had ever given Saxhams had been placed just there. Now the sweet lips were cold. He could feel how the delicate white teeth were set behind them. Had she relaxed her grip upon herself, he knew she must have cried aloud. Nor could he help her save by his sustaining hold and the silence of a grief only equaled by her own. Thus they had remained, speechless through the hours, drawn closer than ever by the anguish of mutual loss. Now she stirred in Saxham's arms and spoke collectedly. "Tell me Bon is not dead. Give me courage to go on waiting. And yet, do not help me to deceive myself or you with a false hope." "If the worst had happened," said Saxhams almost appealingly, "should we not have known it?" She breathed between stiff lips, trying to control her shuddering. "Twice tonight I have heard him call me, 'Mother,' and then again, 'Mother.' Now I feel," she closed her eyes and opened them widely, staring through the darkness, "that he is wanting me, wanting you, as he never has before. We were always near till now, he could not realize what parting meant." She fought with sobs, and the tears she could not keep back fell in the darkness on her husband's face. His own were mingled with them. Perhaps she knew it, as she wiped them away with a touch that was a caress, saying, "We must not give in, we must not fail him. To abandon hope too soon would be to fail." Courage had come to her with the paling of the stars and the graying in the east that meant the dayspring. She was full of solicitude for Saxham's weariness, as he rose up stiffly as a knight who has watched his armor through the long hours, kneeling on the threshold of the sanctuary, and knows with the waning of the flame in the lamp before the tabernacle that his vigil is over and done. "You are tired, so tired. Dear Owen, go to bed now, if only for an hour or two. There will be news of him very soon now, there must be news." Saxhams took a delicate fleecy wrap from a chair and put it about her, for she shivered in the raw chill of the unsunned morning air. Then he touched the blind, and it rolled up upon a vista of backyard and garage. The shriek of an engine and the vibrating passage of an early train through Portland Road Tube Railway came into their ears, standing together at the open window, as dawn in her streaming crocus veil peeped shyly through the vast smoke bank that broods upon the morning face of London, engendered by the innumerable little fires of those among her 5 millions who must rise and eat, and go forth to labor ere, yet it is fairly day. Owen, tell me, what is coming? What is it I feel here and here? She turned upon her husband suddenly with the question, touching her brow and heart lightly and fixing on him her widely opened eyes. The haunted look of Beatrice had come back to them. His wife's strange likeness to the Guido portrait in the Barberini Palace gallery. The tragic face with the wistful eyes, that despite the asseverations of the learned and critical, will be associated as long as its canvas hangs together with the daughter of the sense, leaped up in her at this hour to startle him afresh. "What is in the air?" she asked. "What changes are taking place about us? What great and horrible thing is moving towards us as we stand together here?" Saxham's powerful arm went round her protectingly. He answered, "You shall know, my love, my comrade. In confidence, I am permitted to tell you this much. We stand upon the very brink of international war." She looked at him, and in the golden eyes he read courage, endurance, and tenderness. Love that would be changeless. Fidelity through life beyond death to the life that is forevermore. "You mean that Austro-Hungary will attack Servia, and that Russia will intervene?" "As Austria intends, no doubt," said Saxham, shrugging, prompted by her mentor and ally at Berlin. "In him we have a personality blatantly vain, immensely egoistic, feverishly energetic, imbued to the verge of monomania with the idea of his own appointment by the Almighty, as they understand him in Germany, to be imperial leader of nations and arbiter of the destinies of kings." He went on, "Suppose the great powers of the world a row of straw bisceps, susceptible of being upset by a Hohenzollern kick. Will the mailed toe of imperial Germany refrain from giving it, invading France through the lost Alsace-Lorraine provinces, the moment Austria-Hungary gets to grips with the Russian bear? Britain is France's ally, bound in honor to support her. Now you understand what vital questions the chancelleries of the world were burning electric light and brain power and eyesight over, the long night through, while you and I—" She stopped him. "You make me think. You have told me. That man who has taken my darling is a German flying officer. He may have had some urgent, secret reason for quitting England at once. It is more than probable that he carried dispatches of importance, but I can answer no questions on that point. I should be verging, if I did, on a betrayal of confidence." Lynette Saxham looked at her husband earnestly, and the change wrought in her by the long night's vigil of sorrow sent a pang through the man's heart. That line of anxiety between the slender eyebrows and the bluish shadows round the golden eyes came to him, like the sorrowful sweetness of the exquisite lips, out of the past. "Why do the Germans hate us?" she asked, and he answered wearily and somberly. "As the nation with which Germany runs neck and neck in military armament, national wealth and influence, Germans pay us British the compliment of dislike. German ambition, spreading rank and high, is checked in the attainment of its ends even by our geographical position. We carry in our veins too large a share of Teutonic blood to be ingratiating or subservient to our arrogant and domineering neighbors. What hatred is bitterer than racial hatred? Where is enmity deadlier than that one finds existing between women and men of kindred blood?" The face of David, fair and debonair, rose up before Saxham as he said it. Strange, that even while he thanked his stars for David's ancient treachery, the fact of the betrayal should rankle in the doctor still. "Nowhere is their hatred more terrible. Listen, Owen, there is something I want to tell you." Lynette shivered and drew the fleecy shawl more closely about her white bare throat, and the slender shoulders and arms that were revealed through the laces of her filmy dinner gown. In the first days of the siege of Gelderstorp, a woman from the native stad, the wife of a Barala herd, who came to the convent for medicine and soup for a sick pickaninny, told the mother that long before the Orange Free State threw in its lot with the Transvaal, long before Paul and Vader Steyn ordered that all Ruhenic soldiers sent by Groot Brittange to South Africa should quit the country, the Barala could not sleep in their kraals at night for the going of the creatures. Not all the creatures of prey, the eaters of flesh, the crows and the osvogels, the wild dogs and jackals, the aardwolves and hyenas, but the hartebeest and springbok and prongbok and rietbuck, with the little gazelles and tiny antelopes, the dassies and hares, and all the shy, wild, harmless things that are stalked and shot for what is called sport by most men and some women. They passed away in multitudes each night until just before the dawn. Even the meerkat and the leopard went, the baboons and snakes and the big lizards. Barala trackers followed the trails north to the marches of the Okavango, and farther still into the Mabunda country, the woman told us, and their wise men had warned them that it was a token of war to come. Her wistful eyes strained towards the east, where between the crowded roofs of the vast city and the shadowy purple daybrow showed a clear wide band of crocus yellow, melting into exquisite hyacinth blue. Perhaps I am like the antelope and the hares and the wild bucks and the other creatures. It may be that this nameless thing that I have felt coming nearer and nearer is war, said Lynette. Then she winced as though the net had whirled and fallen and the trident pierced and cried out irrepressibly. If so, Bon will be out there unprotected in the midst of it. Owen, do you hear me? How can you stand there so calmly when such a thing may be? How could you consent to his going? Saxham's square face was set like a mask in the stern effort for self-control. He was in spirit with the navigating lieutenant on the upper bridge of HMS, Regassimos, hearkening to the drone of an aeroplane struggling against the thrust of a northwest gale. He heard the double knock of a backfire and heard men talking about engine trouble, even as he brought himself back to say quietly, I did as you would have done in the same circumstances. If the same voice that spoke to me had virtually said to you, here stands your only son, a child in years, and yet a man for England. Will you let him go? Would you not have consented? If you deny, I shall tell you that I know my wife better than she knows herself. A child in years, a man for England. The fold between her slender eyebrows deepened and the delicate, sensitive upper lip lifted, showing the white, slightly irregular teeth. I do not understand, she said piteously. Was there any question of an order to be carried out, a duty to be done? There was a question to be settled, said Saxham, involving Bon's whole future, here and hereafter, and the question was this: whether the son you have given me is worthy of his mother, or whether he has inherited any twist of brain, any degenerate and wretched weakness from the father whom your pure hand saved and led back, my guardian saint, my heart's beloved, from the very threshold of the gates of hell. Owen, don't speak so of yourself. I will not hear it. You had been so wronged, driven beside yourself by misfortune and betrayal. You were not responsible. She covered the little ears with the slender hands. He took the hands down and kissed them and held them in his own as he went on. That is what I should like to believe, but the truth is very different. There is still, I suppose, a spot of weakness in me, a bubble of air in the casting, a flaw in the wrought steel. He looked like wrought steel as he spoke. I had to be sure our boy is sound, mentally and morally as he is physically. Fit in the fullest and highest sense of the word. Rather than have the doubt, said Saxham, or the knowledge that confirms the doubt, I would. No, she tried to free her slender hands, but the doctor's hold was as inexorable as gentle. You must not say that, I cannot bear. Ah, my poor love, you too, have feared lest the sins of the father might some day be visited on the son? Said Saxham with a strange mingling of pity and sorrow and exultation. Well, now for your comfort, believe they will not be. Bon is all yours, Lynette. Young as he has learned to master self and conquer fear. Obedience, duty, and honor are welded into the metal of his character. If I had not been my boy's father, I should have envied that man, knowing what I have learned today. And therefore I do not grudge, I give freely. You give, you do not grudge. She suddenly wrenched away her hands and said in a tone that chilled Saxham, Owen, do you speak like this because you believe Bon is dead? The doctor made answer, I believe that if God so decree our boy will yet be given back to us, as far as knowledge goes, except for one fact I am little wiser than you. I must know what that one thing is. You will tell me now and all. The sun was rushing up over East London in a gloriole of golden fire. To her husband's thought she was like some slender Roman patrician at the stake, as she stood up against the background of flaming splendor and waited to hear the worst. Chapter 43 *. The plundered nest. If that story of the aeroplane over the North Sea in the thickening dark, fighting east against the side thrust of the nor'west gale, with the dropping revolutions and the hiccuping engine, had seemed desperate before, it was ghastly now. Saxham's last hope died as he told. When he had done, Lynette said with strange, unnatural composure, Perhaps I have loved our child too much, and that is why he is taken from me. And yet, how can a mother love by measure and by rule? Did Our Lady withhold any part of her love from her divine child? Did not the dearest of all earthly mothers say to me, in that waking vision, the God-given reality of which I have never doubted. Be to a son of Owen's what I have been to you." Her strained composure gave way. Her face quivered and the tears broke forth. She nipped her trembling lips close and shut her quivering eyelids with her fingers, but the fountains were unsealed, and she wept. Perhaps it was better so. She dried her eyes presently, and yielding to Saxhams' persuasions in that she consented to go and lie down, she came into his embrace and laid her arms about his neck and kissed him with wifely tenderness, saying, "I will answer now what you said a little while ago. You shall see under the only leaf of my heart, Owen, that has ever been folded down over a secret kept from you. When my boy was to be born, and I was weak and suffering, the doubt, the dread that has haunted and tortured you, assailed me and made me wretched for a little while. Then I gathered together, jealously, every noble, true, and brave thing you had ever done for me or for others, every good deed of kindness, every unselfish, tender thought. I asked you to take me with you to visit your poorer patients. I saw their hollow eyes brighten and heard them bless you when you turned from their bedsides to carry comfort and help elsewhere. And I wrote down these things in a book. They shine from its pages like jewels. When I die it was to be given to Bon. It will be if he lives to come back to us. There is a prayer at the end that, in his goodness, God might give me and my boy a man like you." He went with her to the door and looked after her earnestly as she passed down the corridor out of his sight. Then he locked himself in and went back to his chair at the consulting room table. The bright boy had stood there beside him a few short hours before. He was there now, pleading with a silent voice, coaxing with unseen looks, tugging with invisible hands. He always would be. Though time softened the mother's anguish of loss, there would be no forgetfulness for Saxham, the grim, stern man whose nature was fidelity. Other children might yet call the doctor father, but their little fingers would never blur the imprint of the firstborn's babyish hand upon his heart. Perhaps you can see the man, wan and haggard and unshaven, trying to attend to the pressing correspondence that had accumulated since the previous noon. Even as, to the shrill crying of the fleet bugles, a windy gray day broke over the choppy Solent, showing the huge pageant of sea power ready for the king. Down 40-mile avenues of floating steel fortresses one might follow majesty, with a great muster of naval seaplanes and aeroplanes maneuvering somewhat wildly overhead. As Saxham sat there with fate's trident rankling in him, those lights he had spoken of were burning behind closely curtained windows at the Admiralty and at the Foreign Office, and at the Belgian and German embassies. In Berlin and Vienna, in Brussels and Paris and St. Petersburg, later to cast off its Teutonic name in loathing and be Petrograd, similar phenomena might have been observed. Austria was going to take some step, as Prince Lichnowsky had nervously stated to Britain's foreign secretary, adding that he regarded the situation as very uncomfortable. And the German foreign secretary ingenuously confided to the British chargé d'affaires in Berlin that it was the intention of Austria-Hungary to offer Serbia a pill which she could not swallow. In the note demanding the removal of all officers and functionaries guilty of propaganda against the dual monarchy, presented by Baron Giesel at Belgrade on the 24th of July. The ultimatum was to be accepted or rejected within 48 hours, a sweeping proviso in which one recognizes the Hohenzollern touch. The world trembled on the brink of Armageddon. Men even then were doubtful as to the issue. It might yet, some said, be peace. But if man, who arrives at conclusions by intellectual processes, was unsure, not so things that are guided merely by instinct. Like the wise creatures of Natal and the Transvaal and Bechuanaland in 1900, these knew quite well that war was in the air. It is on record that in these days preceding the great calamity, huge droves of wild pig, great herds of deer and small bands of the rarer elk, with bears, hares, martens, and foxes, evacuated the forests of Bavaria and South Germany for the mountain fastnesses of Switzerland. Immense flights of birds not usually migratory, partridges, pheasants, grouse, plover, wild doves, and waterfowl went south with the animals. Under cover of night, the colossal game preserves of East Prussia emptied into Poland, their furred and feathered peoples passing into the labyrinthine swamps of the Russian Dnieper and Dniester, spreading the news, sending the alarm before them. Man is coming, and with him war. Man was coming. That strange trembling of the earth had warned its creatures, even before the tramp, tramp, tramp of millions of marching feet, the rumbling that betokened the slow but sure approach of titanic death engines, told fine ears to seek safety in flight, before the cataclysm of human flesh and iron and steel, and chemicals 1,000 times more deadly, rolled down to overwhelm and destroy. Hence through those July nights the sound of rushing wings above, and stealthy pads and trotting hoofs and heavy bodies crashing through sedge and brake and underbrush, hardly for a moment ceased. Puffs of sweet wild breath and musky odors from hidden lairs, tufts of hair upon the thorns, and crowded spoor upon the dust of the forest paths or the mud of the river banks, told of their going, to those who were skilled to read such signs. But the same mysterious instinct that urged them to flight bade the eagle and vulture that prey upon carrion, the raven and owl and crow, the wolf and lynx be on the alert, for the table of earth would shortly be spread for them as never before in the whole history of war. And their hoarse croaking and hooting and baying and barking answered, "War, war, war." Chapter 44 *. Patrine remembers. Patrine knelt beside the bed in her charming, chintz-draped, white enameled room at Harley Street and clumsily thanked God for having taken away von Hernung. She petitioned that darling Bon might be quickly found and brought back, and that if he were not, Lynette might not die. And she wound up with Our Father, rather imperfectly remembered, and got into bed wondering whether Sherbrand would be pleased if he could know her not quite as irreligious as she had boasted, and lay reveling drowsily in the comfort of cool, lavender-scented linen until she fell asleep. She had not tasted sleep for nights, age-long nights of broad, staring wakefulness. Now Somnos, the gentle brother of Thanatos, took her and lapped her divinely round. She felt herself drifting away on a wide-flowing tide of deep, sweet restfulness. Then it was as though an electric light were suddenly switched on in the dark galleries of her brain. Insomnia, the malevolent hag-witch, jests thus merrily with her victims, suffering them to taste sleep, and then whisking the cup away. Like many other practical jests, this ends in breakdown and brain fever, or drives its victims to the chemist for sleepy drugs and to the madhouse subsequently. In the middle of the dazzling, cocoon-shaped patch of brightness thus created, Patrine recognized the outlines of an ornamental fountain that occupied the center of the vestibule leading to the supper room of the Upas Club. Executed in the new art style of sculpture, of white and black and tawny marble, it was shaded by tall palms with gilded leaves. On low pedestals rising from the rim of the shallow oval basin of the fountain were 3 nude life-size shapes delicately tinted, with gilt hair, carmine lips, darkened eyebrows, vague round eyes of pale blue. They had the flattened breasts and narrow hips of masculine adolescents with women's faces and shoulders, arms and thighs. One held a finger hushingly on its lip. Another was putting on a black vizard through which its pale eyes peeped slyly. The third was smiling over the rim of a golden drinking cup. The 3 were sharing a pleasant secret between them, or so it had seemed that night to Patrine. After complying with certain formalities and paying a heavy fee for admission, Patrine with her friend had passed through to a wonderfully decorated supper room with a big grill at the end, where white-capped cooks were busy with savory things. Wind and strings filled the room with great waves of music. Liveried attendants were serving champagne in crystal jugs to men and women seated supping at the daintily appointed tables. The hot eyes and lividly pale or purple-flushed faces of many of the revelers already told their tale of excess. The champagne at a guinea a jug, a speciality of the Upas, had seemed excellent to Patrine. She was out for enjoyment, and fizz made you feel top-hole. They had supped, was it lobster American or grilled oysters that had preceded the other things, when there came a change in the music. The unseen orchestra sighing and thrilling forth the amorous phrases of Samson et Dalila leaped all at once into another familiar theme. To wit, the dance of the jaguars in the jungle, with its wail, clang, clash, and growl as of strange, discordant, exotic instruments. Drums covered with serpent skin, gombos of elephant tusk, human skull rattles, and all the paraphernalia of voodoo, to quote Lady Beauvais. Couples rose and began passing out through a wide curtained exit at the farther end of the supper room. The music grew madder. Patrine, laughing, took von Hernung's offered arm. "Now," he told her, "you are going to see something that is very chic. We shall dance in the Hall of the 100 Pillars." "How frightfully ripping," said Patrine. Thus they joined the mob of people, a singularly quiet mob, and passed through the heavy, curtained entrance. The much-talked-of hall was merely a big circular ballroom, lighted by groups of electric lilies, set about with pillars of tinted glass, slanting from a dado of black marble, ending at a broad frieze of black beneath the ceiling dome. Theatrical and tawdry, gaudy and glittering, the scheme of decoration reminded Patrine of the inside of a solitaire marble. The walls of fierce, bright orange were striped in curving oblique and transverse lines of black and silver. The silver dome was decorated with similarly curving lines of orange and black. To the strange, barbaric music of the dance from Sao Paulo, men and women were gyrating and posturing, gliding and pausing, as other men and women had done at the Mills Plaisirs. Presently, Patrine and her friend were revolving like the others, in the valse with the hesitations and the tango steps in it. You had only to know tango and the thing came easily, or you imagined it did, after so much champagne. Reflected in the wall and ceiling mirrors, the girl had seen herself, twisting and twirling amidst the mob of dancers, with her head thrown back, and her long eyes blazing, and her wide red mouth laughing wantonly, before the black and orange and silver walls. The silver and black and orange domes spun giddily round her with the mob of dancers. Dazed, she had shut her eyes. She had felt herself being hurried somewhere, out of the pillared dancing hall. She shivered, lying there in the sunshine remembering. She recalled von Hernung's face as they had passed out of velvet-curtained, soundless darkness into a tapestry-hung, softly carpeted corridor. The inner angles of the eyebrows were lifted. The laughing mouth under the red-rolled mustache displayed the big white teeth in a tigerish way. The pupils of his eyes were dilated, the irises pale as water. He had looked at her curiously and said with a strange accent, "So, Isis, you are mine now." "I suppose so." "I did not suppose so. The experience has been very real for me. Shall we go back, or would you prefer?" She said with her face turned from him sullenly. "I should prefer to go to where I live." He had been loth to let her go. Then, under a promise of renewal of those strange, shameful, secret relations, he had wrapped her theater mantle about her, and helped her arrange her lace scarf about her head, and taken her through a passage back to the vestibule, where the 3 ambiguous statues stood about the central fountain, upon whose restless jet of water played shifting lights of different hues. By some arrangement of those who had planned the Upas, there faced you as you issued with your companion from the furtive side passage the figure that had its finger on its smiling, carmined lips. And then the stale air of London at dawn in midsummer. In the shabby side street where long ranks of private cars stood waiting, von Hernung had signaled the chauffeur of one of them. Could the man have been the German who had leered at her that day at Hendon? And then he had put her in and followed her and taken her back to Berkeley Square. It irked her to remember that she had told to the sleepy manservant who had admitted her at 3 a.m. an absolutely supererogatory falsehood to account for her return at that belated hour. For Lady Beau wouldn't have bothered if you'd arrived with the milkman, so long as you turned up smiling at her bedside with your fountain pen and her coroneted paper pad, when she'd had her early grapefruit and roll and coffee, and was ready to tackle her morning mail. Patrine must be discreet, cautious, must tell no lies of the unnecessary kind. For even though von Hernung had been removed, just when his attitude had become formidable and menacing, there might yet be pitfalls of her own digging to brave and shun. Pitfalls, perils, as she lay wakeful, conscious through shut eyelids of the white moldings of the ceiling her face was turned to. Suddenly, a keen, sharp terror ran her through. She had heard her own voice say to von Hernung, "My God, can't you understand that I ask nothing better than never to see nor hear of you again?" He had mocked her with his hateful smile, and she had not understood. "Under no possible conditions. Just think a bit, my dear, because to burn one's boats behind one, that is not prudent at all. And later, you give me to understand that whatever happens, you will have nothing more to do with me." Idiot, besotted idiot, she leaped up in the bed, visualizing the peril clearly as though a shutter had snapped back within her brain. Horror froze her, realizing the shame she might live to bring upon those who loved Patrine. Uncle Owen, Lynette, Bon. Mildred and Irma were minor considerations, shadowy silhouettes, negative quantities. Neither Irma nor Mildred had ever loved Patrine, Dad had though. Poor dear Dad, she was glad he wasn't alive now. And Margot would Kiddums cut one if that happened? And Sherbrand, a blush burned over her, and she flung herself face downwards, burying her scorching face among the pillows, stifling the scream that the sheer torture wrung from her, by nipping a fold of the smooth linen in her teeth. So she lay and writhed on the red-hot griddle of her anguished recollection, until a neat housemaid knocked at the door and brought her morning tea. And as she set down the emptied cup, someone else knocked and opened the door softly, and Patrine turned to meet the look of Lynette. And then, though her struggling conscience warned her that she was unworthy to be held in arms so pure, she cried out wildly and felt herself enfolded, and the fierce emotional tumult within her broke forth in wild sobs and drenching tears. She heard herself saying, "I would have given my life over and over to have saved you from grief like this." And yet these were not the words she would have spoken. We are actors often and often when we least suspect ourselves, even when calamity with one swift stroke of the scalpel has divided the palpitating flesh and quivering nerves down to the living bone. "I would have given my life," she wept, and Lynette, seated by the bedside and bending over her, answered tenderly, "I know it, my kind heart, you have always loved him. You wished him not to go, you begged Owen not to allow." There was unutterable loyalty in the breaking of the sentence. "He thought it best. I trust my husband," said the sweet voice. "But yet I thank you, dear one, for your loyalty to me." "Don't touch me, I'm not fit," Patrine stammered, resisting the mothering, encircling embrace. But the cup of pure sweetness was held to her feverish lips. She craved it too much to thrust it from her. You can see her coming out of the bed in a galumphing outburst of passionate, remorseful tenderness. "Here is my place. Here," she gulped out brokenly, hiding her wet face on the elder woman's knees. Together they made a group not unlike Bouguereau's great canvas of the consolatrix, save that there was no dead, lovely boy lying amidst the scattered petals of the fallen roses on the stone. Perhaps if there had been, and the worst known, Bon Saxham's mother could hardly have suffered more. Not to understand, not to be sure, to be bereaved and never to know just how the beloved was taken from you. Can there be anything more fantastically horrible than this, the fate of thousands of sorrowing women since the beginning of the Great War? It was Sunday morning, brilliant and hot even for July weather. The clangor of church bells mingled with the clashing of milk cans, and the scent of pot roses mingled with the hot smell of London in midsummer. Lynette shivered in spite of the sultriness and looked down at the girl, spilt out at her knees under the meretricious splendor of her dead beech-leaf hair. She did not, how could she? Fathom the secret of such wretchedness, but love and pity flooded her heart, thawed out of its frozen misery by the vital warmth of the contact. She drew the unresisting arms upwards and about her, and lifted the prone head and took it to her bosom, saying, "My poor girl, my dear Patrine." They were silent a while. Then Lynette asked, her soft breath stirring the heavy tresses, "Why did you do this, dearest? Wasn't it sufficiently beautiful?" Patrine choked out, blazing crimson to the tips of her little ears. "No, at least. It is hideous now, and he hated it. I had to tell him." A sob and a laugh tangled together. It was the effect of Paris air. Lynette smiled, though the golden eyes were running over. "Bon thinks so much of you always. I don't deserve that anyone should. Nobody shall speak ill before me of anyone I care for. Why did you start?" For a vision had flashed into the brain of Patrine, of all the world mocking and jeering and vilifying, and Saxham and Lynette upholding and defending David's daughter, who had brought disgrace upon them. She lifted her head and released herself almost roughly from Lynette's embrace. She stooped down and took the hem of Mrs. Saxham's gown and kissed it, and rose up looking wonderfully big and stately and extraordinarily tall. "I love you," she said in her large, warm voice. "You are the best woman I ever met or shall meet, and I am a rotten bad hat, not worth a pennorth of monkey nuts, take my word for it, but if somebody like you had been my mother, perhaps there'd have been something to show for it today." Lynette might have replied, but just then through the quiet house, unnaturally still without the boyish voice and the boyish laughter, and the clumping of little thick-soled brogues upon the stairs and in the passages, there sounded the sharp, whirring ting-a-ting of the hall telephone bell. She turned and was gone with no more noise than a thrush makes in departure. Left alone, Patrine threw on her bathrobe over the thin nightgown of revealing transparency, lined with the opulent beauty that captures the desires of men, and looked at her fair reflection in the long cheval glass, smiling with something of the subtlety of the androgynous genius of the Upas Club fountain. The figure that faced the guests as they entered, tying a vizard over its mocking eyes. "You're worse even than I thought you," Patrine said calmly to Patrine, "but now you know what he meant by what he said. You're not going to trust to chance and luck. You're going for Uncle Owen's sake, and Aunt Lynette S. and Bond's and Mother S. and Irma S. and your own. Don't pretend you're a victim. To marry Sherbrand, the flying man." Not a notion of any possible or eventual wrong or injury to Sherbrand troubled her conscience. She had yet to develop on the side of moral sensitiveness. Responsibility towards God and duty towards her neighbor, the sense of these two obligations that are the foundation and cornerstone of Christianity, had not as yet awakened in Patrine. She liked Sherbrand. It troubled her more that he had not the cachet of one of the great public schools than to know him poor, with his 400 per annum, as the proverbial church mouse. But she herself was not altogether penniless. There would be £150 a year for Patrine when she married, derived from moneys bequeathed to his daughter's children by Grandpapa Lee Haley, strictly tied up and protected by various legal provisos from depredations on the part of the unknown possessive male. 550 between them. Anyhow, she told herself, that was better than a jab in the eye with a burnt stick. How soon might the marriage be brought off? One must bend one's energies to the solving of that question. How many sleepless nights, they were horribly unbecoming, lay between Patrine and security? The fear that lurked in her dried her palate at the question. She felt like the runner of a marathon fainting in sight of the goal. Chapter 45 *. Flotsam from the North Sea. On Monday morning, July 20th, under a flying double column of naval goody two-shoes and aeroplanes, the king led forth his fleets for tactical exercises in the Channel. There were pictures on the screens at the music halls that night, and for many nights after, that evoked from huge audiences tremendous outbursts of patriotic clapping. Hence first blood in the great war scores to Lille, belonging to the most ancient of all professions, who had accepted the invitation proffered by a Teutonic stranger to join the familiar crowd on the Empire Promenade. The German paid for drinks. A friend joined him. There were more drinks, and the two men began to talk, discussing the ultimatum expected from Austria-Hungary and the inevitable refusal of Belgrade to eat Vienna humble pie. War with Russia must ensue. They were cheering in Berlin that night for Krieg mit Russland. "It must come sometime," said Lille's patron in an undertone to his crony. "Why then should it not happen now?" "War with Russia means war with France," the other returned in the same key. "And war with France a reckoning with these pig dogs," snarled Lille's temporary owner. "If the Serbians and Russes are to be smacked, good. If the French, good also. If the English, 1,000 times the better." "Let us hope," said the more placable Teuton, emptying his second liqueur glass of Kummel, "that it will not be this time as at the affair of Agadir." "We are ready," said Lille's patron with an oath. "We have 7 millions of men ready, and 2,000 millions of cartridges, and for shell, one would not have dreamed the world held so much steel packed with super-explosive. No, no, diesmal word is nicht sein why in der Agadir." He inquired as they left the bar and moved to where Lille, steeped in the pictures, was standing at the front of the promenade. "What are these Gottverflucht jackasses braying about?" The jackasses were lustily cheering the portrait of Admiral Sir John Rushworth Jellicoe, Commander-in-Chief of the Grand Fleet, now flung upon the screen. And the jackasses got upon their feet with a sound, as though the packed house were tumbling to pieces, and the orchestra changed on the final bar of Rule Britannia. And the more belligerent of the two Teutons leaned over the barricade and hissed malignantly, as wind and strings crashed tumultuously into God Save the King. The row broke out in the promenade as the royal portrait flashed out and faded. A German voice swore shrilly, another expostulated, and a woman screamed and screamed. What's up now along you young woman?" demanded a burly gold-braided commissionaire, thrusting through the staring crowd that had gathered. He dragged Lille, still screeching and clawing, from the windpipe of her disheveled patron, adding, "Do you call this pretty behavior? I'm ashamed you, I am." He hissed the king, Lille gasped, scarlet and vituperative and still clawing. "Let me get it I am, let me." "No, hold her tight. It is a lie, she is drunk," snarled the German who had hissed. His necktie, a choice thing in Berlin haberdashery, much sported on the Unter den Linden, was plucked up by the roots, and a broad bleeding scratch adorned his flushed and angry features. But at the suggestion that he should give the offender in charge of the police, he melted with his companion into the thinnest of thin air, and Lil did not spend the night in the cells at Wine Street Police Station. There ought to have been a paragraph in the Daily Teller or the Morning Wire, but it was crowded out by the report, in leaded type, of von Hernung's death and that of the boy, his volunteer passenger, the only son of Dr. Owen Saxham, M.D., FRCS, MVO, whose distinguished share in the defense of Gelderstorp would always be remembered, etc., even now that the frank, manly, and courageous policy of General Botha had established permanent and solid ties of friendship between the Briton and the Boer. A sudden freak, perhaps a private bet, had induced the deceased officer, Captain Count von Hernung of the Prussian Field Flying Service, son of a distinguished official of the German Imperial Foreign Office, and hero of the 2 days' flight from Hanover to Paris in the previous April, to essay the crossing to Germany at a late hour and in the face of a threatening gale. Another paragraph recorded how the wreck of the monoplane, Bird of War, wrongly described as the property of Fanshaw's flying school, had been found by a passenger steamer of the Hamburg Line, bound for Newcastle, floating derelict in the North Sea. A telephone call followed the ring that had heralded the stroke of fate's scimitar on that thick bullneck of Saxham. He answered it through the roaring in his ears of the North Sea waters that had drowned the boy. "Are you there?" came in the voice of the friend so toughly tried, so faithfully trusted. "You have heard the report, your voice tells me you have. Hope, man, hope, against everything go on hoping." The thick, slow answer came stumbling over the wire. "Have I grounds for hope?" Came the prompt reply. "I say yes, dare to despair when you hear that from me." "God bless you, General." "Have you have not told her?" Saxham answered, steadying his twitching lips. "No, I thought I should like to keep my wife for another hour or two." There was a crisp, sharp order. "Go to her now and steal her with this from me that the aeroplane when found had been thoroughly gutted. The first officer, who is English and one of our men, swears positively to this. The gnome engine had been taken out of the stirrups and the gyroscopic hovering gear removed wholesale. Do you comprehend that this means a prearranged thing? Listen, I'll pound it into you, confound you. Once, they have been picked up. Twice, they have been picked up. 3 times, they have been picked up. Go to your wife and tell her so from me." The speaker rang off. But he knew discouragement. The rapid march of events across the page of history since the Saturday of von Hernung's flight from Hendon had elicited a check from official headquarters. Without signing the book that all visitors must sign, and cooling your heels in the anteroom, you are to be admitted to the private sanctum at the War Office, Whitehall, and the presence of Britain's Secretary of State for War. See him, seated square and upright in a high-backed leather-covered armchair behind a big green cloth-covered mahogany desk. A thinnish, wide-shouldered man with a nose of the beaky type, brown crisp hair sprinkled with gray receding from tall sunburned temples, and deep-set smallish blue eyes, a little weakened by much recent poring over state documents by electric light. The British government found it incompatible with its present line of foreign policy to take steps towards the recovery of the Fooley's papers. For 45 years, their duplicates had lain in safekeeping at the War Office. They were there now. That was the minister's chief point. The Fooley's war engine had never been patented, never acquired by the British War Office. Such distinction or favor as the 10th Earl had received from government had been conferred in recognition of the dead man's gallant services to his country, not as the reward of his inventive gift. Ergo, the British government could not concern itself with the theft of the original plans from Gwyll Castle. To pursue and arrest the thief was the affair of the head of the Clanranald family. If his lordship chose to drop the matter, the colonel's celebrated parliamentary shrug and smile conveyed the rest. There was another point still. If the plans of the war engine of Clanranald had once been seen by alien eyes, the possession of the formulas did not matter 2 pence. The cat that had grown gray in the bag was out of it for good. In the colonel's opinion, a priceless asset in the highly delicate condition of international politics, a more formidable document than the Fooley's plan was the note which was even then being placed by Austria's representative at Belgrade before the Serbian Council of Ministers. This, in conjunction with Germany's deferred answer to our proposal of a conference of representatives of the great powers, and the sudden, secret return of the Emperor of Germany to Berlin justifies Admiralty orders that have been issued, said the minister, directing our first, battle fleet, concentrated, as it happens, at Portland, not to disperse for maneuver leave. The speaker, who had pushed back his chair and crossed his legs, looked very steadily at Sir Rowland as this last sentence very quietly left his thin lips. Not a muscle twitched in the other's lean, keen face. The minister went on. Thus I may hope I have made clear to you my view of the situation. As for the flying officer, Count von Hernung, we may presume him to have been, for no doubt he is drowned, a military spy. The German general staff have a preference for employing men belonging to the higher social circles for work of this kind. Wonderfully organized, their system of strategical and political investigation. Sir Rowland agreed. Wonderfully organized, when one goes closely into its ramifications, tracing and following them to their headquarters in a certain underground office at the Wilhelmstrasse. But they fail in one thing. The kind of operations they contemplate can usually be deduced from the line of their reconnaissance. And yet, in the instance under consideration, hinted the minister, Count von Hernung's intention of commandeering a machine from the Hendon flying ground seems to have been fairly well disguised. Pardon me, opposed Sir Rowland with quiet assurance. He had no such intention when he arrived at Hendon. His orders were conveyed to him on the ground, and the haste with which he was got out of England with the brown satchel proves that his superiors did not dare to delay even for the precautionary measures, and that no copies nor photographs have been made of the Fooley's MSS. And plans. Take it from me that the cat, if she has not already got to Germany, remains in the brown bag. And the bag is somewhere in the North Sea. But it may be recovered, said the minister, with the body of von Hernung. The general returned, with a deepening of the lines upon his forehead, and at the angles of his mobile nostrils. It may be recovered, as you say, but if so, it will be found upon the body of the boy. He added, meeting the question in the tired eyes of the other man, some objection was made by Mr. Sherbrand, the owner of the now wrecked aeroplane, to von Hernung's taking the satchel with him in the pilot's pit. So, Mr. Sherbrand informs me, von Hernung strapped it to the safety belt that secured Saxhams in his seat. A gleam of interest warmed the frostiness of the ministerial countenance. The boy, yes, as I think I mentioned before, I sympathize deeply with the boy's parents. He is a son of a personal friend of your own, I understand. Dr. Saxhams, sir, late attached to the medical staff at Gelderstorp. Saxhams, that is the name, and the child is the only one. Most sad and regrettable. And I think the paragraph in the wire mentioned one of your Boy Scouts. One of my scouts? The chief's bright eyes snapped as he added, very much to the honor of his troop. Very greatly to the credit of the organization, as I mean to prove to him should he happily survive to return. Indeed, you interest me. Pray tell the story. It was told, succinctly and crisply. He said quite warmly, I could hardly have credited, what pluck and energy, and to dare the thing on the strength of a second flight, a boy like that should have lived. Goodbye, my dear General. He added, accompanying the visitor to his door. These are pleasant summer evenings to be wasted in London. A shower or so, and one could do a great deal of execution with the white coachman on our Hampshire trout rivers, sir. He spoke like an angler mildly peeved by deprivation of the sport he loved best, and even paused to tap the glass of a barometer hanging by the wainscot, on his way back to the writing table littered with state papers, in defiance of the thin, shrill summons of the telephone bell. So the general went away, owning to himself that the thing looked desperate. It was better for England that the plans of the Fooley's war engine should lie at the bottom of the North Sea, but what of his friend, what of his friend's wife? The keen eyes were unwontedly dim as he reached the wide, turkey-carpeted landing, and the messenger caught a snatch of the flowers. Oh, the forest whistled in slow time as his hurrying footsteps overtook the general. Would Sir Rowland please to go back, was the gist of the message. The minister had something further to communicate. The war minister was not alone. Two persons were with him, a tall man in civilian clothes who stood looking out of the window as one who had temporarily removed himself out of earshot, the other a slim and dapper naval secretary. The something further proved to be the pith of an Admiralty communication just imparted. Early that morning, a British submarine on North Sea patrol duty, we will call her E-131, upon returning to the surface to ascertain the cause of defective submergence, had discovered a brown leather lockstrap to be entangled with her aft diving plane on the starboard side. A leather satchel firmly attached to the other end of the strap was jammed under the plane, and subsequently extricated by one of the men from the collapsible. Perhaps you can imagine the lieutenant commander stooping over the retrieved bit of flotsam, lying under the shaded electric light hanging over the narrow sliding table that pulled out from under his bunk in the officer's cabin. A place of privacy again, the steel bulkhead doors being shut. For when you submerge, they are all thrown wide so that the commander's eye may traverse the whole length of an elongated engine room and see what every man is doing at his particular post in a single flash. The commander's eye was screwed up in the vain endeavor to see under the flap of the locked satchel. He took up the thing and turned it in his hands, while the strap, soaked and twisted by seawater and engine power, flapped upon his knees like a long frond of wet seaweed. Wonder who cut the strap? Clumsily, as though by a blunt knife wielded by a numb hand, it had been hacked through, and the satchel scratched badly in the process. He went on. Looks like some rich American globetrotter's traveling satchel. No picking these locks, one might negotiate 'em with the oxygen flame puff, if it wasn't for the risk of damaging the wads of dollar bills that might possibly be inside. Nothing to be done but rip or cut the leather, and that seems to be made strengthy with metal somehow. He slipped the lean blade of a penknife between the strongly stitched edges. The satchel proved to be lined with thin plates of aluminum. As easy to get inside as the Bank of England, he grumbled, and so it proved if the Bank of England has ever been negotiated with a bullhead tin opener. Inside the leather case lined with aluminum, a little seawater had penetrated, patching with damp a small antique portfolio of pearly, bossy sharkskin exquisitely painted with birds and foliage by some old-world Japanese master of art. The quaintly feeble lock and corner guards were of bronze, gold inlaid with scowling fox masks, and the inevitable chrysanthemum. The Japanese lock gave it a twist of the penknife blade, and then the portfolio disgorged its loose sheaf of yellowed papers strung together by a clue of faded silken twist. Drawings to scale and plans. Sheets of manuscript and pages covered with the symbols used in chemical formulas, scribed in a clear, small, rounded hand. Great Scott, what's this? The ash from the commander's neglected cigarette fell upon the topside of the precious manuscript. He blew it reverently off and dug himself into the pile. Hum. By me, Robert Foolys, Seaman, 10th Earl of Clanronald, GCB, Admiral of the Red, Rear Admiral of the British Fleet, and Marquis of Araman, etc., invented and conceived not in hatred of mankind, but in defense of my country and the rights beloved by every true Briton. Marvelous old cock. And in 1854, when he was 80th a day, he offers it for the 5th time to the British government. Busy owner, see you've got inside the prize packet. My Christmas, what is it? Miss Araminta's diary, found after 40 years. Or How I Broke My Engagement with the Curate. This from a young, exceedingly wet and dirty engineer lieutenant, fresh from an interview with the damaged diving plane and smelling potently of castor oil. The commander looked up, and strange things were in his eyes. You're pretty wide, he added, speaking partly to the other man inside the commander. Jolly good thing we're on the home trip. That main motor gives a lot o' trouble, and suppose some purblind sailing ship crashed into us and sent us to the bottom with this aboard. Great sea boots. It makes me crawl all down my back to think of it. The second clattered down the steel ladder and filled the doorway with his burly personality. What makes you crawl? Don't say the Lego, mutton we bought Saturday from the skipper of that Grimsby trawler has gone back on us. Is that what the liar means by fresh meat? If I told you, you'd crawl too, or you'd think it a case of sunstroke or DT of the deferred kind. The commander stowed the papers back in the sharkskin case with gingerly carefulness that provoked the query whether he thought he had got hold of a new kind of floating mine, and elicited the retort. I don't think I know it. No one got anything more out of the speaker, who, presently, declining stewed mutton, whose wholesome savor amply certified to the moral character of the trawler's skipper, went to the wireless and dispatched a pithy message to the commander of E-131's particular coast defense station, and the news was flashed to Whitehall, to go forth ere long from thence over the world. Sir Rowland said, with that unwonted cloud dulling his bright eyes and a certain huskiness of utterance, "There's no other solution of the puzzle," remembering that I had said to him, "In an emergency, you might do good service to your country by destroying this." My scout took the only course open to him and dumped the satchel into the sea. The minister admitted with characteristic reticence, "Whether I concur with your theory or not, I must admit to you that the report received specifies that the strap had been cut. Hacked through is the actual expression, and the back of the leather outer case scratched as though by a knife. It is vital that I should examine the strap and see those scratches." The minister answered, "Tomorrow morning by 12 o'clock, I can obtain you an opportunity. The recovered valise or wallet or satchel will be brought up to the Admiralty by the officer commanding E-131. She has not yet arrived in harbor, but the commander will doubtless receive instructions as soon as he reports himself." He continued, gracefully ignoring his previous statement that the government had decided not to interfere. "In the absence of the Earl of Clanranald, now yachting in northern waters, it is obligatory that the War Office should take the matter in hand." The very tall stranger had wheeled and advanced to Sir Rowland with a smile and an outstretched hand of greeting. We know how great a heartbeat in its pulses. Its short, hard grip spoke sympathy and understanding, though the voice was harsh and the light gray eyes stared out of the brick-burned, heavily mustached face with the old sagacious, indomitable regard. He said after a word or two had passed, the Admiralty secretary temporarily occupying the attention of the War Minister, "By the way, you will be interested to hear something I have at first hand from Clanranald. He has been, as perhaps you know, cruising with two ancient cronies, Lord Gaynor and Colonel Kay, in his steam yacht Helga, along the Danish west coast of Jutland. He returns the richer by what I may term a unique experience." Sir Rowland said, meeting the Sirdar's eyes with great certainty, "If I may guess at the nature of the experience, I should hazard that it was an attempt in the kidnapping line." The other gave his short, gruff laugh. "You have hit it. They carry a wireless installation on the Helga and sparked the story via color coats to Bredingley, who was stopping a weekend at Doom. The yacht was at anchorage in the outer harbor of Esbjerg, some 28 kilometers from the frontier of Danish Germany. It was midnight. Everybody on board, including the watch, seems to have been asleep except Clanranald, who was roused by something scraping the side of the yacht. Presently he heard stealthy footsteps on deck and whispering. He was squatting on his bunk with a brace of loaded revolvers and a Winchester repeating rifle, when the intruders opened his cabin door. Did any of them survive the intrusion? If so, Clanranald has very much changed. The Sirdar returned, with the quirk of a smile lurking under the heavy moustache, whose brown was getting flecked with gray. "Well, the Helga has recently been re-enameled, and Clanranald is fatty on the point of his new paint. Besides," the quirk deepened into a laugh, "he thought it would be more useful to take them as live specimens of the kind of material that goes to make up the crew of a German submarine." They looked at each other, laughing. Sir Rowland inquired, "I venture to hope that while Clanranald was about it, he collected the submarine." "Unfortunately, no, and very regrettably, the collapsible boat in which the raiders had made their midnight visit was swamped when the two others, there had been 4 of them, jumped into her to make off. Presumably they could swim and were picked up by the submarine, undersea boat number 14, according to the testimony of one of the prisoners. The other of whom, an officer and leader of the foray, took poison and was found dead in the cabin that served for his prison cell. The other, a mere seaman, is too dazed with terror to be intelligible, according to Clanranald. But the whole thing is interesting. Hugely and instructively. As shedding," said the general, "a certain light upon a mystery that baffled the wiseacres in 1913. I refer to the mysterious disappearance of the engineer-inventor Riesel from his cabin aboard a Hamburg Line, Leith-bound steamer. With a contract in his pocket for the supply of crude oil-consuming marine motor engines to the navy of a power, other than the German government. Possibly, one never knows what forces are working beneath the surface." The set, brick-dust face and grave, sagacious eyes of the great soldier seemed to testify to his complete innocence of anything like a double entendre. He ended as the War Minister dismissed the secretary from the Admiralty and turned again to Sir Rowland, saying in his most pompous tones, 12 o'clock tomorrow, then, General. Meanwhile, pray convey to his parents my admiration, in which I feel the First Lord will concur, of the remarkable qualities manifested by young Saxham, astonishing devotion to duty and courageous self-reliance. He should have lived. He would have made a noble man. Came the curt reply. He is alive now, I am convinced of it. The minister gave the speaker a glance of incredulity. It was so very clear to the war secretary's logical mind that the child and the man were drowned. But the harsh voice of the great field marshal, England's most faithful friend, who was to succeed him in his place of power, answered for him. One would expect you to stick to your guns, General. Should you prove right before I sail for Egypt, bring him to see me. I promise that, faithfully, my lord. They shook hands and parted. It seemed a long week until the morrow when the secret of Robert Fooley's came home to roost at Whitehall. But it ended, and 12 o'clock brought that keenly desired opportunity of examining the cut lock strap and the empty, knife-scored satchel in the official sanctum of the First Lord Commissioner for the Admiralty, and in the presence of that functionary. There seems, the First Lord mounted a pair of gold-rimmed pince-nez, to be something in the nature of an address scratched upon the leather. Sir Rowland corroborated, after a brief inspection. There is, most undoubtedly. And the address is that of the London headquarters of our organization, number 1000, Victoria Street. Dear me, most remarkable. Now here, said the right Hun, gentleman, breathing asthmatically and twinkling through the gold-framed pebbles, is something not so easily deciphered. A rude symbol, something like a fleur-de-lis with letters at either side and a few other meaningless scrawls. It is not a fleur-de-lis, Sir Rowland answered, but a fox mask with the number and signature of my scout. He belonged to the Fox Patrol, 331st London. Here is his troop number, 22, and here are his initials, B.M.S., Bon Milder Saxham. It is perfectly in order. In this way he would be expected to sign a communication to his fellow scout. And the marks below, I can assure you, are not meaningless. They convey that there is trouble of a very definite kind. In addition, the arrow here, taking the top of the satchel for the north as in a map, signifies road to be followed east. He added with a stiffening of the facial muscles that made the keen face as hard as a mask carved in boxwood. And followed it shall be. It had been decided amongst those who controlled such matters that the British public were to be fed with the tale. The tapes began to run out at the newspaper offices as the general took leave of the First Lord and the War Minister and got into his waiting car, and sped away to Harley Street to tell the doctor how the Saxham pup had proved worthy of his breed. The evening papers made great marvel out of the story, and at all the street corners of London and the suburbs broadsheets lined the gutters, proclaiming in huge inky capitals, "Mysteries of the Sea. Extraordinary attempted capture of British yachtsmen by pirates in Danish waters. Miraculous recovery of Clanronald war plan. Submarine in North Sea fowl's bag containing priceless heirlooms stolen from Gwyll Castle. Last message of hero Boy Scout." Chapter 46. At Nordyke Wireless. In the face of the outrunning tide, undersea boat number 18 had nosed her way from Norderney Gat to Nordyke, by the deep-dredged low-water channel of which Lutha had told. The boy had been roused by the kick of a foot shod with a heelless rubber boot, out of a dog sleep on the vibrating deck plates of the men's cabin, under the white glare of the electric globes. The man who kicked him hauled away the blue blanket, and pitched him his clothes, yet moist and heavy with seawater, ordering him in broken English to get into them quickly to go ashore. The boy obeyed stiffly, for he yet ached in every limb from the resuscitative rubbing administered by Petty Officer Stoll and his assistant, and his temples throbbed, and there was a singing in his ears. Perhaps that was from the smell of the petrol. One breathed petrol, devoured tinned meat stew petrol-flavored, and drank soup and coffee made with petrol, judging by the tang upon the palate, on board the German submarine. The hatch at the top of the dripping steel ladder was open, letting in the smell of the sea tanged, with the odors of fish and rotten seaweed and sewage. One emerged through the manhole into a strange, windless, woolly world. Through a weeping woolly-gray mist, gray, greasy-looking water lapped and licked against a weedy jetty of gray stone alongside which U-18 lay, with the fog smoking off her whitey-gray painted steel skin. A bluff-bowed galliot, a yacht or two, and some lighters laden with bricks and cement sat on the blue-gray mud of a small harbor. Gray and white seagulls were feeding on the mud, gaily painted rowboats were lying on the shelving beach of weedy sand. To the right hand, a lighthouse or beacon made a yellow blur in the prevailing woolliness. Behind one, the foggy land seemed mixed up with the foggy sea, even as the yellow-white curd mixes with the whey in a dish of rennet. North, the intermittent beam thrown from a lighthouse came and went in sudden winks. Facing to the mainland again, one made out east of the quay an aggregation of tiled roofs and chimneys, and a wooden church spire with a quaint gilded weathercock. Running south were black and white signal posts, buffers, and a big, barn-like railway station. Beyond, the fog came down so like a curtain that the shining metals of the permanent way ran into it and ended as sharply as though they had been cut off. There was a trampling of feet on the steel ladder. Heads showed through the manhole, and a rough hand caught the boy by the collar of his pneumatic jacket and jerked him out of his better's way. Luthe appeared in his panoply of yellow oilskins, passed aft and went up on the platform, where his second officer and another stood together at the rail. Von Hernung followed, dough-pale, and wearing an old navy cap in place of his goggled helmet, and a junior officer came after. They brought the tang of schnapps with the smell of their oilskin coats. The boy had seen them drinking and nodding to each other at the narrow table in the officer's cabin, as he had hurried into his clothes. Gut Reis, viel Glück, Luthe had shouted to von Hernung, and waved his hand with a heartiness that did not seem quite real. Auf Wiedersehen, besten Dank? Von Hernung had called back to the commander and set his foot upon the one-rail gangplank by which a seaman had connected the submarine with the quay. And then he had drawn it back, as though the salty plank had burned him. For a party of tall gray soldiers with brown boots and belts, and spiked helmets covered with gray stuff like their clothing, came tramping along the quay with bayonets fixed, and halted at a harsh order from their officer, and von Hernung, with a shiny gray face and gray lips under his red mustache, had croaked out meaningly to Luthe. "My thanks for this, Herr Commander. We will settle the score one day." He went on then, and the officer arrested him. And while Bond stood staring, taking in the scene, another brutal hand had grabbed him by the scruff, lifted him as a boy lifts a puppy, and slung him on to the stones of the quay. "You come with us?" Somebody spoke to him in English. It was von Hernung, and his eyes were poisonous with hate. "You bear your share in this, her dearest." This was a curious nickname by which the enemy was often to address Bond. "Where I go you will go also. Do you understand?" The officer said something harshly, making an imperious gesture with his drawn sword, and von Hernung saluted and fell silently into place between the gray files. Then the party marched along the quay between rows of storehouses with doors painted in broad horizontal stripes of black and white, and passed through a yard and a big open gate at the end of it, with a black and white sentry box and a gray uniformed spike-helmeted sentry on duty outside the gate. The sentry presented arms, and the party swung through and struck into a wide main road that crossed the railhead, a sandy road with a dike at either side of it that followed the curve of the shoreline east. Beyond the shoreline, the North Sea fog came down, blank and drab as an asbestos curtain, waiting a westerly breeze to roll inland and blot out everything. Between shore and road were the clumped houses of the fishing village, and a church with a wooden spire, shaped like an old-fashioned needle case. Sand dunes, covered with sea holly and bent grass, came up to the road. But on the other side of the road, beyond the dike, the eye traversed a wide expanse of dead, flat fenland, drained by a many-branched creek. Set in the midst of the fenland were buildings of some kind. One thought of barracks in the same enclosure with a Martello Tower or a powder magazine, like that in Hyde Park. But two strange landmarks sticking up into the foggy sky altered the character of the flat-roofed structure of gray stone, standing in a wide expanse of gravel, enclosed by a strong wooden fence, stained with some drab weather-resisting composition, and entered by an imposing pair of spike-topped gates. A wide dike full of sluggish water girdled the fence. You crossed by a wooden swing bridge leading to the big gates. When you approached them by the road that branched from the main road at right angles, you realized the immense height of two hollow triangular towers of gray-painted steel lats and girders that straddled over the flat roof of the squat stone building. The shorter tower nosing up 300 feet into the air, and its big brother more than double that height, sheathing its sharp point amongst the leaden-hued clouds, bellying full of moisture sucked up from the North Sea. They looked alive to Bon in a queer, ugly way, throwing out their mile-long antennae to the supporting poles, linking their metal guy ropes to solid structures of stone and concrete, like colossal web-spinning insects, half spider, half mantis, wholly horrible. And they reminded him of the 3 tall wireless masts rearing over the Admiralty at Whitehall, and Marconi House, in the Strand, and the little one that straddled over the telegraph cabin on Fanshaw's flying ground. And at the remembrance, the salt tears overbrimmed his raw and burning eyelids, blotting out the muscular, vigorous backs of the men who walked in front of him, and his throat felt as choky as though he had swallowed a whole bullseye. There was a sharp order to halt, and boots marked time on sandy gravel. A gray-uniformed soldier of the 2 on guard, outside the big spike-topped gates, flanked with a blackened white sentry box on either side, brought his bayonet to the slope and challenged sharply. A sergeant major of the party stepped out and answered. The sentry bellowed. "Rouse!" And with the ruffle of a side drum, the gates swung open, the guard turned out of a stone guardhouse within, and the armed party with the prisoner and the boy marched into the graveled courtyard. The gates shut, and von Hernung was taken off to a block of buildings distant from the central erection with the wireless towers. There was a clock over the doorway of the guardhouse. The hands indicated 3:45. Bon, standing shivering in the morning rawness, heard the infantry officer commanding the party say in a loud, harsh voice that the boy was to be kept close and sharply looked after. Then a heavy hand gripped him roughly by the collar, and the voice belonging to the grip shouted, "At the Herr Lieutenant's orders." Whereupon the boy was summarily thrust before the gruff-voiced speaker to a shed behind the guardhouse, a shed whose planks were a-tremble at all their lower edges with glittering drops of North Sea fog. He was helped in with a kick, scientifically administered. The big key crashed in the lock, and one was free to sob one's bursting heart out, lying face downwards among the hard, clean, shining straw trusses that covered the floor of beaten earth. Somehow the tears relieved, and merciful sleep came to the child, and presently he awakened under the oilskin coat that served for bed covering, to the rustling of the straw under his head. And through one unglazed aperture that admitted light and air, shone a large, lucent moon in her last quarter, with Saturn, blazing like a great blue diamond, at her pale and silvery side. In the shed, which had been destined but luckily not used as a kennel for the adjutant's Pomeranian boar-hound, the boy remained in durance vile for a period of several days. The drills and parades, the buglings and drummings that marked the ordinary course of garrison life, alone enlivened the cramped monotony. He was given coarse food and drink 3 times a day, and permitted to exercise for half an hour in charge of a corporal within the limits of the gravelled courtyard. Soldiers were drilling there on most of these occasions. Big men in the brand-new green-gray uniform that seemed a kind of service kit, and who regarded Bon with looks of quite incomprehensible malignancy, and when their mouths were not closed by Prussian military discipline, made coarse or beastly jokes at his expense. You are to suppose a pitifully unequal struggle on the part of the boy to maintain decency, cleanliness, and self-respect under these conditions, which would have ended in hopeless lethargy had the Saxham pup sprung from a feebler race. 2 things helped him at this juncture: the rosary he said in his straw lair at night, and certain stimulating reading contained in a sea-stained and grimy-paged scout's notebook that nobody had seen him with, or having seen had thought it worth their while to take away. You can see him on the 6th morning of captivity squatting on his straw, poring over the alphabet of the Morse signaling code, the rules for first aid, and so on, following the 10 precepts of scout law. Rule number 7. A scout obeys orders of his patrol leader or scoutmaster without question. He nodded his head as he read the words, and his heavy eyes brightened. He pushed back the dulled and rumpled hair from his forehead and straightened his hunched back. Rule number 8. A scout smiles and whistles under all difficulties. The smile was bravely forced. He held up his head, filled his lungs with air, inflated his chest, pouted his lips, and began to whistle Rule Britannia. And at the second bar, somebody booted the door heavily and a thick voice bellowed, "Halt den Mund." It was the voice of the soldier who was Bond's jailer, and the whistle quavered and broke down. And as the boyish heart swelled to bursting and the irrepressible tears brimmed over, a musical motor horn, some distance off, sounded clearly and sweetly. "Tararata-ra," and a Prussian officer's voice drowned out the sweetness of the answering echo, shouting, "Achtung, wasch heraus." Bugles sounded, side drums beat, there was a crunching of heavy boots upon stone and gravel, followed by the click of presented arms, and the groaning of the heavy gates swung back. Amidst all these significant noises, you caught the purr and crackle of pneumatic tires rolling over the wooden bridge into the courtyard. As they stopped short, a bugle sounded imperatively, and hoarse voices gave the order. "Helm ab!" And a multitudinous shout answered, a thick, short, crashing utterance that suggested the fall of a tree. 3 trees fell crashing, and then in a little still of awe a sharp, hollow voice answered, "Dank main kinden." And the boy squatting, listening in the straw, was conscious of a queer tingling sensation that made his hair stiffen on his scalp and sent odd little waves of shuddering down the whole length of his spine. The voice was not melodious or powerful, but it set the nerves on edge and made you wonder what he could be like, the man to whom it belonged. And the question made a picture in the mind of a mouth with thin lips that were parched and discolored, a cruel mouth, matching the harsh and hollow utterance. The time crawled on and the sun climbed high. It must have been noon or nearly when measured steps approached the shed, and the door was unlocked. This time a non-commissioned officer who had kicked Bon yesterday caught hold of the boy, hauled him out of the shed, and made at the double towards the squat stone building bestridden by the pair of wireless towers. Their intolerable shadows, the sun being nearly overhead, barred the big courtyard with wide lateral and diagonal bands and stripes of blackness. It was as though 2 Brobdingnagian spiders had spun there, a pair of webs of incredible size. There were soldiers on guard with fixed bayonets at the open doors that led into the square, low-ceiled stone vestibule. Before the 2 wide steps stood a bright yellow motor car. It was big, roomy, and luxurious, with the Prussian eagle in black and red on both doors. A young officer in field gray and flat cap sat immovable at the steering wheel. At a little distance waited 2 other cars. Their chauffeurs wore a dark blue livery with silver braid and buttons, and these cars were black enameled and studiously plain. Inside the vestibule were more sentries and a small body of soldiers, all with fixed bayonets. Also 3 dubious individuals in black uniform who might have been detectives or not. They were grouped outside a heavy door on the right hand as you entered. Despite the presence of so many persons, a singular quiet reigned. Footfalls made no noise on the floor, presumably of stone, covered with thick, resilient red rubber. There were no windows, light being admitted from overhead by a skylight of thick opaline glass. I have said that quiet reigned, but as the corollary of a sharp, harsh voice that talked without cessation. It upbraided, denounced, interrogated, interrupted conjectural answers with contradiction, burst out anew into shrill denunciation, and switched off the current of abuse to pelt its object with questions again. It rasped the nerves. Of the men who heard it, some grew pale, others were red and sweated freely. When it broke off in a scream like a vicious stallion's neigh, a susurration of horror passed from one to another of the erect, silent, and rigid men waiting in the vestibule. The neighing scream was followed by a small commotion. The door opened, and a tall, gray-moustached, gray-cloaked cavalry officer in a silver helmet crested with a perching eagle demanded, Bond's little German serving him once more at this juncture. Water immediately, a glass of water, and vanished again. An orderly got the water, passing out by another tall door in the center of the vestibule, and coming back with a filled tumbler on a china plate. One of the men in black snatched it from him and knocked officiously. But the harsh, shrill voice had begun to rate again, and when the door was opened, a thick-set officer in a spiked infantry helmet, with a glittering gold mustache and sharp blue eyes twinkling through glittering gold pince-nez, waved the water away as though it had never been asked for. "The boy," he said, in a shrill falsetto whisper. "Sen Majestat wants the boy." Then it seemed as though 20 zealous hands propelled the boy towards the mysterious room's threshold. The officer in pince-nez grabbed his arm and pulled him briskly in. Chapter 47 *. The man of the day. You were in a square, singularly light, though windowless room immediately underneath the lower, pointed end of the biggest wireless. The room was lighted along the top of the walls on 2 sides by oblong slabs of thick opaque glass with many ventilators controlled by levers. The huge metal ribs and supports of the colossal steel tower overhead were built deep into the solid stone masonry. Through a massive block of crystal glass, The insulator on which the pointed end of the mast rested, your vision was snatched up dizzily, through the vertical labyrinth of metal ribs and girders, until it ended at the inner extremity of the apex, 750 feet above. The shrill song of the wind amongst the steel ribs and spars and guy ropes, whose ends were linked to reinforced steel beams or ground anchors, sunk in heavy outside foundations of masonry, hardly reached one here. But from the dynamo room that absorbed the space between this and the second wireless chamber, you heard the deep moan of the Goldberg alternator, its rotor speed maintained by a 500 horsepower Craft engine, sunk, to lessen the tremendous vibration, in a solid steel and cement-lined powerhouse, deep below the level of the soggy ground. The boy's wide blue eyes took in the wonder and the strangeness of his surroundings. Lightness and whiteness, a ship-shape neatness, a scrupulous freedom from dust, a dazzling polish and burnish on surfaces or knobs or handles of wood, brass, or copper characterized the place. About the walls were metal cylinders with pipes and induction coils, frames supporting reels of wire in rows, and brass things like pincers in rows above them. And above these, rows of shining crystal bullseyes like port lights, and yet others with stars and circles of electric bulbs. At the distant end of the long, light, shining room, the deck-like run of the polished boards was broken by a step leading to a platform where the rigidly erect figures of 3 men in dark blue uniform sat at the middle, and at either end of a long, narrow table burdened with instruments whose use Bond partly knew. The midmost operator, sitting with his back to you, wore a headband with receiver earpieces, beyond which his ears, large, thick, and red as quarter-pounds of beefsteak, projected in a singularly grotesque way. The man seated on the right of the table had a paper pad and pencil, and the man on the left sat in front of a typewriter, with lowered, intent eyes and fingers crooked above the keys, as one waiting to type off a wireless message, and the tingling desire to approach and see the apparatus more closely evoked a wiggle on the part of the boy that was grimly checked by a big hard hand that gripped his arm. This reminded him that he was a prisoner. Like von Hernung, Bond thought, and then upon his right he became aware of von Hernung, green as a drowned man, and with all the stiffening gone out of him, wilting over the supporting arms of 2 officers of the garrison. And then a voice said something shrilly and harshly, and Saxham's son found himself looking into a pair of steel blue, shining, flickering eyes, with whites curiously veined with red. The man to whom the eyes belonged sat immediately facing you, on the opposite side of a big knee-hole writing table with rows of drawers in its pedestals, and official-looking ledgers upon it, also files of papers, dispatch cases, 3 big inkstands, and the shining metal pillar of a telephone transmitter, the base of which the officer gripped with his right hand as he leaned forwards, sharply scrutinizing you. The hand was large and muscular, with short, thick, crooked fingers, covered with jeweled rings that sparkled in the sun. Half a dozen other officers stood at some little distance behind the seated personage. 5 out of the 6 wore the service dress of gray-green serge, with spiked helmets covered with the same material. Badges, buckles, chain straps, and the hilts of swords curved or straight were dulled to rigorous uniformity, and belts, gloves, and boots were of earth, not tan-colored, brown. Thus much Bond grasped, but of these individualities, save one, he got no clear impression. You were obliged to look at, and think of, the man sitting in the chair. Those strange eyes stung as they fastened on you and sucked at you, somehow making you think of a tiger lurking in a cave of ice. They were shadowed by the peak of a gray-green field cap, with an edge of vivid crimson showing above its deep band of silver lace, oak leaf and acorn patterned. He wore a loose gray overcoat with silver buttons, thrown open to reveal a gray-green single-breasted service jacket with a turn-down collar edged with silver lace and faced with crimson, and a glittering decoration dangling below the hook. But as he was of the short-necked, fleshy type of man, and kept his head well down and thrust forward, staring you out of countenance over a grizzled mustache with upright, bushy ends, and all the light in the room came from overhead, the decoration was obscured by the shadow of his chin. A sharp chin, meagerly modeled with a cleft in the middle, suggesting petulance and vanity. The chin of a mediocre actor of romantic parts. So you are the boy. The tobacco-stained teeth in the mouth under the dyed mustache were filled and patched with gold that glittered when he spoke to you. There was a flash of yellow metal now as he added, "You do not answer no, come nearer, boy." His legs, short, thick legs in gray riding breeches and brown boots with beautiful spurs of gold and steel, stuck out towards you under the table. As you stepped out briskly to lessen the distance between you, he pulled the legs back sharply, and a handsome, dark young officer, standing on his right, put out a brown-gloved hand warningly, as though the border of the big turkey rug on which stood the knee-hole writing table were a frontier line that must not be crossed. As he did this, the seated man glanced round at him, nodding approval, and the pale, jagged seam of a scar on his left cheek showed plainly against the dark, harsh, fever-dry skin. With the slewing of his head, the decoration hanging by a swivel at the collar of his single-breasted service jacket flashed into the light. Bond saw a large Maltese cross 8-pointed and blue enameled, having a black eagle, with outspread wings, between each arm. Crossed swords in diamonds were above, surmounted by a diamond crown imperial, and a black and white ribbon supported another cross of plain black edged with silver, at a buttonhole of the Norfolk-cut jacket of gray-green. Possibly the boy had guessed in whose presence he stood, even before the young officer, at an impatient signal from his master, said in excellent English, "I am commanded to tell you that you are in the presence of the Emperor of Germany." Chapter 48 *. Patrine is engaged. Don't tell me, not that you ever have, that there ain't such a thing as Providence. Thus Franky, after lunch upon the fateful 3rd of August, from the hearthrug of the drawing-room at 0 Cadogan Place. "When," he went on, "just as I'm on the point of sendin', in my papers to please you, good old England curwumps into war." He continued, as Margot shrugged her small shoulders. "All right, best child. Bet you 20-1 in gloves it comes off. As sure as the Austrian monitors were shellin' Belgrade, and the British cabinet were sittin' on Sunday, and the weekly rags selling like hot cakes, when you and me and the rest of the congregation were slowly oozin' out of church. Why, the Kaiser and the Tsar have been at loggerheads since Saturday. German troops are swampin' Luxembourg, and the next move will be the invasion of France. There we come in, and the rest of the big European powers, like a row of beehives kicked over, all the swarms mixed and stingin', and Kiddums, little Franky in the middle of the scrum. Why are you so frightfully keen about it?" Margot's great dark dear eyes were vaguely troubled. She got up from her writing table, a lovely thing in Russian tulip tree, the shelf of which was graced by a row of mascots, TT and the jade tree frog, Jollikins, Gojo, and half a dozen more. "Best child, I'm not keen," asserted Franky. "But I'm pattin' myself on the back gloatin' over the knowledge that I'm not a bally has-been, but a real live soldier, just when I'm likely to be wanted to be one. Switch on." He added, as Margot shook her head, "My grammar's a bit off, but I know what I mean if I can't express it. Here's a telegraph kid on a red spider. 2-1 in cough drops that yellow screedes for me, callin' me to headquarters just as I'd got into my civvy rags to spend the afternoon with my wife." The prophecy proved correct. Franky vanished upstairs to peel, plunge into his guard's uniform, and whirl away, borne by a taxi, into the dim conjectural regions known as headquarters. Margot went back to her desk to reread a typewritten letter from the secretary of the Cross and Wolfenbüttel Frauenklinik at Berlin, counseling the honored English lady whose introduction, supplied by a former lady client, was specially satisfactory. To secure a room at the institute, by the payment of a moiety of the fee in advance. The crowd of applicants desirous to subject themselves to the wonderful Purple Dreams treatment was so large, the accommodation, by comparison, so restricted, that to follow this course would be the only wise plan. Similar treatment could be obtained in Paris and Brussels, but to ensure success beyond doubt, it was wisest to seek it at the German fountainhead. 100 guineas would secure admission to the Berlin Frauenklinik. By check made payable to the British agent of Professors Cross and Wolfenbüttel, Mr. Otto Bush, 0, Cornhill, London, EC. It would be advisable were the English client to follow her remittance, taking up residence in Berlin within the next few days. Traveling might not be so easy in October, mildly hinted the secretary of the institute. Why bosh, what utter piffle? Good old England wasn't going to toddle into any European war in a hurry, decided Margot. She had had enough bother over the South African biz. Perhaps if Germany was having a rag with Russia and a tiny bit of a scrap with France, one would have to get a passport and travel by a different route to Berlin. Perhaps the best thing would be to go now and stick the boredom of a 3 months, residence in the Kaiser's capital. Why not? Under the existing circumstances, one would be bored anywhere. She drew the check and enclosed it to Mr. Bush's address and wrote a little letter in a huge hand to the secretary, saying that she had done this and was obliged by his advice. Then she phoned to the club to ask Patrine to come round to tea at 0 Cadogan Place. Miss Saxham was not there, according to the hall porter, but might be found at Harley Street. There Margot ran her to earth. Yes, Pat would come with pleasure, but upon condition that Lady Norwater was alone. Of course, Margot remembered. She's in mourning for the pretty kitty cousin. I must be getting stupid, or I'd have thought of that. But when the tall figure passed under the Persian portiere of the Cadogan Place drawing-room, it was arrayed in a revealing gown of pale rose lisse with the well-known stole of black feathers, and a tall-crowned hat of golden braiding topped the Nile sunrise hair. Why, I thought, Margot began. I know, do you think it horribly unfeeling? The speaker stooped to kiss the soft cheek of the little creature curled up in the corner of a favorite sofa in a favorite attitude, which conveyed an impression of Margot's having no feet. Patrine did not look at all horrid or unfeeling as she said, winking back the tears that had overbrimmed her underlids. My heart is in crape if my body is. I know, Margot's lovely eyes looked sympathy. I remember how fond you've always been of the little cousin. Uncle Owen and Lynette won't believe that the darling's drowned, Patrine went on. But I can't hope. I'm not of the hoping kind. When I shut my eyes, I seem to see Bon fighting to keep afloat, then sinking. It's as though he called me and, it's horrible, she shuddered. It's horrible. And Count von Hernung, the German flying man? Margot touched the large white hand next her. You know what a bad hand I am at saying things that are consolatory and cozy. Couldn't rake up a single text for my life, or if I did I'd quote 'em wrong end topside. Like the callow curate who assured the weeping widow that heaven tempers the wind to the lorn sham. I'll let you off the texts, not being a weeping widow. But Patrine's pale cheeks burned. Margot pursued, not looking at them. Rona Helvellyn told me there was nothing serious between you. Indeed, she said you rather hated him than otherwise. But of course you're sorry he's drowned, naturally. There was a silence, then. Yes, Patrine agreed. I rather hated him than otherwise. Ah, Margot's little face was sage. It's a pity you don't care for some nice man or other. Isn't it? But you will one day. It's much nicer to live with your husband than with your sister, though I never had a sister, added Margot. Then her mind, light and brilliant as a hummingbird, flitted to another subject. Rona and her 2 militants lunched with me on Sunday, awfully down on their luck, all 3. The grand slam they'd planned, the surprise packet for the Mansion House banquet had had the lid put on it by the police. Fancy Scotland Yard finding out anything. But it had, for Rona got a mysterious note warning her that she'd be dropped on before she could open her head. So, the bishops toddled through their speeches without being interrupted. Sit down and light up. These Balkan sovereignies are top hole. I can't stay. But Patrine sat down on the sofa, dipped in the ever-brimful silver box, and kindled a cigarette. Where's his nibs? She asked, for not even the chastening of bereavement could cure Patrine of slanginess. Called to BPG, headquarters suddenly. Margot blew rings, or doing duty for some pal or other at the tower. Don't bother about him. Tell me, why can't you stay with me? Aunt Lynette wants me for one thing, and who for the other? A man? Patrine sent a thin blue spiral of cigarette smoke twirling upwards from her pursed lips. Intently, she watched it climbing and spreading. When it faded between her absorbed eyes and the futurist moldings of the Lappy's lazuli-grounded ceiling, whereon a silver comet swung in a great elliptical orbit about a golden central sun, she resumed. A man. That makes 2 men, said Margot shrewdly. No, only one. A man I'm going to marry. Rather soon, too, said Patrine calmly, and put her cigarette into her mouth again. Pat. Margot was staring at her blankly. Well, my dinky. Isn't this frightfully previous? Patrine removed the cigarette to say. It depends on how you look at things. But when did you meet? In Paris. Do I know him? No, luckily for me. Margot's small, amazed face dimpled a little at the compliment. Is he nice? I think so. In our set. I don't think so. He's a flying man by profession. Now you know nearly as much as I do, said Patrine, and I've to be getting back to Harley Street. She rose from the sofa, towering over her small, indignant friend. You're not going out of this room until you tell me the rest of it. What is his name, and when did it come off? His name is Alan, and he only asked me on Wednesday when he came to Harley Street. He has called every day since that horrible 18th of July, but this time he came to bring? Patrine choked a little. Bond's scout staff and smasher. They had been forgotten in the dressing shed at the flying school. Lynette was too ill to go down to receive them. I had to instead, and the sight of them broke me up. I see. And, Patrine went on, Alan was being sympathetic when Uncle Owen came in. My hat, Margot sat up, her small face alight and sparkling. The doctor man with the chin and eyebrows, did he give you unlimited wigging or relent and bless you like the heavy uncle in a proper French comedy? He saw how things were between us. He wasn't astonished. He was very kind. He is always kind, said Patrine, swallowing. If I really believed God were as good as Uncle Owen, I shouldn't be afraid to die. He makes me feel like an earwig under a steamroller, affirmed Margot, and the charming aunt. Does she cotton to the engagement? Lynette is not, for the present, to be told. I ask that. It seems so cruel to be happy when she is so broken-hearted. Then Irma and your gay and giddy mater, how do they take it? They haven't been asked to take it anyway. Oh well, love is good while it lasts, Kiddams said from the summit of a pedestal of experience, but if I could change back to Margot St. John again. You would. Wouldn't I, that's all? This horror that November brings, that's coming every day closer. Pat, I haven't told Franky yet, that's to be got over. But I've definitely settled to go to that institute in Berlin where women can have babies without knowing anything about it, under bother. I never can remember the name of that drug. Patrine sat up. Her face was curiously expressionless. She said, crushing out the last spark of her cigarette end against the face of a Chinaman on the lacquer ashtray that occupied a little stand beside the sofa with the silver Sobranie box. You told me something, you showed me the pink book with the pretty title, Weep No More Mothers. Wasn't that the name? You've made up your mind. Does it cost the earth? 200 for patients of the superior class, Woljaboran clients, half paid in advance. Stiff, but to make sure of not suffering I'd plank a thou. It's a nightmare and a daymare that haunts me all the clock round. That's why I'd chain and be Margot St. John again. That's why I can't whoop with joy when my friends tell me they're going to be spliced. Patrine got up. Oh, well, perhaps I shall escape. After all, it's a lottery. Not for big, splendid women like you. You were made to be a mother, Pat. Don't. She kissed Margot hastily and went to the door. Stop, Margot scrambled off the sofa. You've forgotten the most important thing of all. Has Alan got a surname by any chance? Patrine looked back over her shoulder with something of the old smile. Rather, what do you think of Sherbrand? What do I think of Sherbrand? How odd, it's Franky's family name. Queer coincidence, but my Sherbrand hasn't any relatives in the peerage, or if he hasn't told me. I'll but you wise when I know him well enough to ask him about them. You see, the whole thing has been beautifully sudden. Bring him to lunch at the club tomorrow. You're not in mourning, and if you were it wouldn't matter. It's simply a family affair if he's really Franky's cousin, so say yes. Very well if you'll come. Chapter 49. The war cloud breaks. Patrine kissed her friend again and went, leaving Kiddams in a whirl of astonishment. To Franky, presently returning from the conjectural region known as headquarters, she announced. Here's something like news. Pat Saxham, the girl with the Nile sunrise hair that you don't like, is going to marry a flying man, and his name is the same as yours. By the great snipe, you don't say so. Franky, slim and dapper in the scarlet guards, tunic and crimson sash, divested himself of his sword, dropped his immaculate buckskin gloves into his forage cap, and sighed with undisguised relief as the attentive jobling, who had been hovering in the background, disappeared with these articles. Then he proceeded carefully to choose a cigarette from the silver box of Sobranies, lighted it up, bundled Fitz out of her master's corner of the sofa, and dropped into it with a sigh of relief. Sherbrand must be the aviator fellow we met in Paris, the chap whose hover was bane, tested by the swells of the French SA, saved your life and snubbed me for askin' him to dine with us. Well, that's what I call a cannon off the cush for the Saxham girl. His dislike of her betrayed itself in his tone. Must be the same man, supposin' him short of a father. Hilton of Ours showed me an advertisement in the B.M.D. column of the Banner this afternoon briefly announcin' my Uncle Sherbrand's death. Never read the Banner, that's how I missed it. Can't say I feel much like puttin' crepe on my sleeve in any quantity, went on Franky. My Uncle Noel has been the family skeleton, poor old chap, since that affair in 1900. No doubt his son's cut-up, wouldn't be decent of him not to. But at any rate it brings him nearer these. Franky stuck out a beautifully cut pair of red-striped auxiliaries ending in dazzling patent leather No. 8s, and craning over Fitz, who had jumped upon his knees, regarded them critically, ending after a pause, "Buy one life out of the 3 that stand between. Don't be so gushin', old girl." The rebuke was for Fitz, who had taken advantage of her master's attitude to lick him on the chin. Margot crinkled her slender eyebrows and moved restlessly among her big bright, muslin-covered cushions as she asked, "Is this Volapük or Esperanto? For mercy's sake, don't be obscure. Why is this flying Sherbrand near your shoes by one life out of 3? What has he got to do with your shoes at all? Don't you switch on?" He lifted his sleek brown head and turned his neck in the setting of the gold-encrusted collar badged with the Scottish thistle, and stared at Margot with the brown eyes that had seemed so beautiful under the awnings of the Nile dahabia, and were only stupid now. "Have you forgotten? Don't you twig, best child? Suppose, for the joke of it, there's war and I get wiped out tryin' to keep up the fightin' traditions of my family and get a bit of gunmetal to hang on a ribbon here." He glanced down at the left breast of the red coat, guiltless of anything in the decoration line. Then, unless the child, his tone grew gentle, "our kitty that's coming happens to be a boy, my cousin Sherbrand steps into my billet. He's the next heir to the Norwater Viscounty. Look in Burke or Whitaker if you don't believe me. Get down, old lady, you're coverin' me with white hairs." He bundled Fitz off his knees, got up and rang. "A man ought to be here from Armour S," he told the servant who responded. "Armour and Co., Pall Mall, military tailors, send him up to my room and tell Jobling to help him with all those cases and things. No, don't send Jobling, send Dowd." The said Dowd being Franky's soldier servant, between whom and the civilian Jobling reigned a profound mutual contempt. "What is Dowd going to do?" "Oh, only goin' to help overhaul my service kit and so on," Franky responded lightly. "What with gettin', leave and bane, married I've hardly sported carks since last autumn slogs. Wouldn't do to find myself too potty to get into the regulation tea leaves in case my country called. What rot." But Franky had swung out of the room and clattered upstairs with Fitz close upon his heels. Fitz, who, ordinarily unwilling to be out of sight and sound of her master, now adhered to him like a leech or his shadow, whining and fidgeting in his absence, as though her feminine mind were beset by haunting apprehensions of some sudden parting or impending loss. Long afterwards Margot wondered, if I had loved him as Fitz loves him, should I not also have felt that foreshadowing dread? But she was conscious only of her own physical discomfort and the increasing weariness that movement brought her. Sharp discontent piqued and pinched the tiny features. She caught a reflection of them in a screen mirror and shuddered. With every day that dawned now, their wildrose prettiness faded. By and by. If I were as good to look at as I used to be in June, or even a month ago, she wondered, would he leave me as he is leaving me tonight, to go down to the house? Do I know that the house means the club, or the music hall, or a card party? Why do men get the best of everything and never have to pay the bill? She dined in a tea gown, and when Franky, still in that strange mood of suppressed excitement, attired to 4 pins in the magpie evening garb of civilized life, had kissed her and said, "So long, Kiddums, little woman. I'm going down to the big talk shop for a bit. Expect me back on the doormat when the mouthpieces of the nation have done swappin' hot air." She tucked up her feet on the big sofa in her charming drawing room and read Weep No More, Mothers, until the pink pamphlet with the gilt sunrise stamped upon it grew heavy in the tiny hand. Then she rang for Pauline and betook herself to bed. The bedroom was blue-green as a starling's egg, its painted walls adorned with delicate lines of black and silver. Perhaps you can see Kiddums, under her Brittany lace coverlet amongst the big frilled pillows, in one of the narrow black oak bedsteads standing side by side on a carpet of deep rose. A silver night lamp burned under a dome of sapphire glass on her night table, and an electric clock noiselessly marked the hours. Lying thus, wrapped about with all the swaddlings of civilization, this dainty daughter of the 20th century strove in blind revolt against nature, the huge relentless force that was slowly grinding her down. The ant that gets fed into the mill hopper with the grain might resent the millstone after the same fashion. Ridiculous, but infinitely pathetic, the tragedy of an infinitesimal thing. What did Franky comprehend of her terrors, her forebodings? Even Saxhams' counsels were a man's counsels, his advice a man's advice. Face your ordeal. Do not flee it, lest you encounter something even more terrible. Not more terrible for oneself, mind you, but for that unknown, conjectural being referred to by Franky with such foolish tenderness. The child always, never Margot. She set her little teeth, staring out into the blue-green dusk from among her pillows. What if it were to be always so? My boy, my son, forever, instead of my wife. It was a breathless night. A hush of suspense brooded over the huge, hot city, such as prevails before the breaking of a storm. Sentences from the secretary's letter came back to her as she tossed under the cool light coverings. Wiser not to delay, lest traveling should become difficult. It will be advisable indeed for the gracious lady to start as soon as may be. English banknotes are negotiable here to some extent. A sum in gold is most convenient to bring. Why hang back? Why hesitate because one expected opposition from Franky? Why not slip off on the quiet without a hint to him? What a perfectly top-hole idea. One could pack secretly, get funds from one's bank, and skip with Pauline via Ostend tomorrow. Berlin was a dull place, but anyhow one had got to be dull for some months yet. The thing could be arranged while Franky was absent on duty at the tower, or on one of his mysterious errands to headquarters. One could cable to him afterwards from the Frauenklinik at Berlin. An electrical thrill of energy and purpose vaulted through the hummingbird brain under the silken brown waves. Margot tossed back her coverings and sat up suddenly in bed. Her great eyes gleamed like a lemur's in the light of the night globe. She would steal that march on Franky, she told herself, tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. Wouldn't it be A1? The small face dimpled into mischievous smiles. She caught a glimpse of it in a mirror on the opposite wall and kissed her little hand to Margot with saucy gaiety. If Franky, down at Westminster, could only know what Kiddums was planning. She had a vision of the Houses of Parliament under the white-hot August moonlight, outlined in bluish-green and dazzling silver against a background of glittering black. Like a Limoges enamel, she told herself. The long lines of electric arc lights stretching over the bridge, up Whitehall and down Victoria Street, all along the Thames embankment, strings of diamonds, crowds and crowds of people. Talking bosh about war when there wouldn't, she was asleep. Asleep while packed thousands waited under the blue glare of the arc lights for the rising of the curtain on the world tragedy, of which 4-year-long acts have been played out. For the tag of which humanity is waiting with held breath, too weary even to cry out. How long, O Lord? How long? Prone to assume strange, angular attitudes when speaking, the Foreign Secretary hung over and clutched at the dispatch box before him, as though it literally contained that most malignant of all the swarm of evils that issued from the box of Pandora, as he told his hearers of the rejection of the German bribe and warned them of the imminence of a declaration of war. Then, amidst increasing, deepening excitement, the Prime Minister read the appeal of the King of the Belgians and told of Great Britain's ultimatum to Germany. No wonder those close-packed crowds of sturdy Britons waited under the blue glare of the arc lamps to hear Big Ben bell the midnight hour. As the great voice boomed 12 from the illuminated square of the dial amidst the striking of the countless clocks of London, a tremendous roar of cheers acclaimed the pipping of the egg of fate and destiny, echoed by other crowds in distant thoroughfares, spreading in waves to the unseen horizon, whose east was pregnant with the Kaiser's day. That 4th of August, eve of the feast of British Oswald, king, soldier, and saint, whose address to his Northumbrian warriors before the Battle of Dennisburn fought against pagan Cadwalla in 633, the Catholic Church enshrines in her chronicles. Let us all kneel and jointly beseech the true and living God, Almighty in his mercy, to defend us from the doughty and fierce enemy. For he knoweth that we have undertaken a just war. Whereupon, says the venerable Bede, all did as the king commanded, and advancing towards the enemy with the first dawn of day, they won the victory their faith deserved. And before midnight of this pregnant 4th of August, from the great wireless station of Eilweis in Hanover, Germany flung round the world this vital message to all her mercantile marine. War declared on England. Make as quickly as you can for a neutral port. On the outbreak of war, the British Navy cut the all-German cables. One by one, the German colonial wireless stations were dismantled. When the great station at Kamina in Togoland fell, the only remaining link in the system was between the fatherland and the United States. Dawn outlining the silken blinds, vied with the blue glimmer of the night lamp as Margot wakened, to hear, in the hush that precedes the Brocken hunt of Sloane Street motor traffic, Franky's low, urgent appeal. Kiddum's best child. What on earth did you wake me for? Said a sleepy and distinctly cross voice. Couldn't help it, I simply had to tell you, Franky began. The little hand touched the electric clock butt, and on the ceiling wavered a gigantic dial of yellow brightness. Had to, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when I was having such a top-hole dream, thought I was back at the club in my 3 dear rooms with the Adams doors and chimney pieces, and Pauline came in with a huge basket of white flowers, and I asked, "Who are they for?" And she said, "For Mademoiselle," and I was Margot St. John and had never been married. There was infinite wistfulness in the little voice. White flowers mean death, don't they, when you dream of 'em? And I'm sorry your dip in the bran tub of matrimony has turned out such a bad investment. What I came to tell you should revive your hopes of making a better one, my child. That jarring note of mingled resentment and irony, how new and strange it sounded to Margot. Until this moment, Franky's voice had never been anything but gentle. It was gentle now, as he said, at his dressing room door. Finish your sleep. I was rather a brute to wake you. He was going without a backward glance. Come back, come off it, don't be dignified, Margot called after the retreating figure. I'm quite awake now, so you'd better tell. What's on? He came back to the bedside, looking tall and shadowy in the blue dimness. Margot put up a little hand and patted his cheek. There were wet drops upon the smooth, warm skin. Perhaps he had walked home, and it had been raining. Or, Franky, you're not. He captured the little hand and took it in both his own, and squeezed it. He said in a cheerful but rather choky voice, "Of course not, and the news could have waited. Only since midnight England and Germany have been at war. The big scrap is 3 hours old. 1st Battalion of ours is under orders for the front. I've exchanged out of the 2nd with Ackroyd, too sick a man for fightin' just now, luckily for me. You know Ackroyd. Used to flirt with him frightfully, to give me beans when I'd vexed you when we were first engaged. When do we go, did you ask? Liable to be off at any old minute. Bye-bye, little woman. Too late to go to bed, heaps of things to attend to. God bless you, see you at Brecker or lunch if I've luck." Chapter 50 *. The eve of Armageddon. Kiddums, upon that fateful morning, coming down to breakfast and finding no Franky, was annoyed. One might just as well have had breakfast in bed. She didn't want any, but cook would be hurt if the chowder and eggs and croquettes of chicken weren't eaten. Therefore Margot ate, to avoid wounding the cook. The daily papers she left untouched, knowing that war would leap out from the huge capitals heading the columns and strike her in the eyes. She had herself dressed and phoned for the car. The house did not seem a place to stay in somehow. Dowd was busy in his master's room, ordering jobling about in loud authoritative tones and being waited upon by the maids. Even Pauline, ordinarily scornful, referred to him as Monsieur Dowd instead of Zat Mandow. Once in Sloane Street, the war rushed at you. Groups of men, young, old, or middle-aged, stood talking at every street corner, newspapers rustled in every hand. You couldn't escape the papers. Huge flaring headlines shrieked from the broadsheets in the gutters and on the railings. War declared. Ultimatum expired. British fleet ready for battle. Invasion of Belgium by German Army Corps. The drapery salesman who was to win the Victoria Cross called from the top of a Knightsbridge motorbus to the grocer's assistant who was to receive the Médaille Militaire at the doughty hands of Joffre. The budding airman who was to bring down a Zeppelin single-handed chuffed passed on a motorcycle. The girls who were to make shells for British guns or pack-made ones with TNT. And kindred explosives tripped along in their transparent hobble skirts to meet Alf and Ted at the tube. And neither Alf, who subsequently took 5 Huns prisoner by the single hand, shepherding them back to the British lines with dunts of the gun butt and sarcasms more pointed, nor Ted, who threw himself down over the exploding bomb, dying that his comrades in the trench might live, dreamed what kind of chick would pip fate's egg for him or her presently. Yet the dullest face wore a new expression, in the tamest eyes burned the light of battle. Unquenched it burns in them still, after 4 dreadful years of war. The club, already deserted by august holidaymakers, would be utterly abandoned to chimney sweeps, charwomen, and window cleaners, and yet Margot told the chauffeur to drive to the club. Turning out of Piccadilly, she discovered Short Street to be blocked by taxicabs. An endless procession of telegraph boys plunged in and out between the thudding swing doors of the vestibule. The vestibule was congested with battered, dusty ladies, maids even dustier and more battered, and traveling bags battered and dusty to the nth degree. Some of the bags were bursting, not a few of the maids were hysterical. All the returned travelers were telling their adventures at once. The air was thick with exclamations, explanations, cries, and ejaculations. Unfed, unslept, baggageless, and penniless in many instances, the members of the ladies' social, seeking health or novelty in half the pleasure resorts upon the map of Europe, had come hurtling back to Short Street like leaves driven before the furious blast of war. "Has anything happened?" Lady Norwater addressed this query to the club hall porter, a bald person of habitually slow movements and singularly bland address. The man gnashed his teeth at her, uttering a sound between a groan and a snarl, made as though to tear non-existent hair, leaped with astonishing nimbleness over a pile of luggage, and vanished. Margot would have made a note of his conduct in the complaints register, but that the hall table was obliterated by heaps of rugs, dust cloaks, and waterproofs. Wondering, she made her way into the big general room on the ground floor. Here travel-creased, dust-smeared members sat in voluble rows on the comfortable sofas, or reclined speechless in the capacious armchairs. Medical men, hastily summoned by phone, moved noiselessly from patient to patient. Husbands and male friends listened not unmoved to piteous recitals of adverse experiences undergone on enemy ground. Kiddims, snatched into the whirl, moved from friend to friend, gathering experiences. Mrs. Charterhouse, with her Pekingese pug and her maid, had just arrived at Hamburg to undergo treatment for a 22-inch waist when the war cloud gathered monstrous on the horizon. Had not her Swiss doctor written a warning instead of a prescription, the white and golden Cynthia, Mademoiselle Mariette and Chin Chin, would at this moment have been languishing on rye bread and bean coffee in a Teutonic jail. "As it is, we've spent a whole week and every sou we had on us making the journey," said Cynthia in her plaintive tones. "They held us up at Frankfurt, Basel, and Geneva. What inquisitions, what scowling, suspicious looks. To be hunted and suspect makes you wicked, I've found out. When we got to Paris at 4 yesterday morning and took a rickety fiacre to the Palais, all the taxis have vanished. I could have prayed for a cup of tea and a roll, but at the Palais all was confusion. The hotel was shutting up, every male servant called to the reserve. We got to the Spitz, the same experience there. Exhausted, I sat on something in the vestibule. It moved, groaned, and I found it to be the wreck of Sir Thomas Braham. He and Lady Watt, his man and her maid, who have been all through July at Franzenbad in the Edgerland, reaching Paris after awful adventures, had all 4 been hurled out in the same way. One of those jiggity motor omnibuses took all of us to the Curon. They were full to the roofs and cellars, but they wedged us in somehow. Then, for 2 days Sir Thomas tore round Paris trying to get Lace's passers." She turned her lovely eyes upon a large, stertorously breathing, but otherwise inert object reclining with closed eyes and folded hands in the biggest of the club armchairs. "Didn't you, Sir Thomas?" "Bipar." Braham, waking with a bewildered stare, regarded the charming Cynthia uncomprehendingly, until the goblin, sitting opposite, center of a knot of bosom friends, repeated the query. "Didn't you run about Paris for passes for 2 days?" "No," bounced out Braham, now aroused and purpling under the coal dust that begrimed his large, judicial visage. He added, with a vestige of his King's Bench manner, as the goblin stared at him in concern for his mental state, "I retain the use of my reason, dear friend, but I will not consent that the varied tortures of the abominable ordeal I have undergone could possibly be packed within the nutshell limits of 48 hours. MPH. So dust-covered was the ex-justice that the very act of shaking his head rebukingly at the goblin raised a cloud that made him sneeze. He uttered the curious composite sound that heralds sternutation, drew out a voluminous, coal-dusty handkerchief, stared at it indignantly, and in the very act of returning it to his pocket, fell asleep again. "A perfect wreck, as I said just now," whispered Mrs. Charterhouse to Kiddums. "How I congratulate you, dear Lady Wastewood," said the goblin, "on not having gone abroad." "Was it so horrid?" asked Trixie, sympathetically, arching the eyebrows that resembled musical slurs. "Was it so?" Lady Watt shrugged her thin shoulders and gave the ghost of one of her rattling laughs. "If to fight your way back, stage by stage, amidst inconceivable difficulties, obstacles and insults, is horrid, if to travel for 2 long days and nights in trains crowded to suffocating excess merits the term." She loosened the quadruple string of superb oriental pearls that tightly clipped her stalk-like throat and went on. "If it comes under the heading to find yourself and your friends in tatters after a suffocating struggle, packed with 60 other squalid wretches in a luggage van en route for deep. If to sit for 3 hours on your jewel case, waiting in a crush of congested humanity for the arrival of the New Haven boat, if to fight as with beasts at Ephesus to gain its gangway, if to fall in a heap on the sodden deck, to lie there lost to everything but the fact that the waves that drench you are British waves, and the British coast is slowly crawling nearer. If all this and how much more can be lumped under the term of horrid, it has been, dear Lady Wastewood, horrid in the extreme." Lady Wastewood's small, triangular white face with the V-shaped scarlet mouth looked enigmatical. She arched the thick black slurs that were her eyebrows again and said not without intent to her crony Cynthia Charterhouse, "Who would have dreamed only 3 weeks ago, when that excessively long-legged and extremely good-looking Count von Hernung sat here and talked to us about German women and German supermen, that we should be at war today with Germany." Poor Count Tito? Something rattled in the goblin's meager throat as though she had accidentally swallowed some of her pearls. That dreadful report in the wire made the Franzenbad treatment disagree with me horribly. To be drowned in that commonplace North Sea crossing, upon the very eve of realizing the one ambition of his life. For he hated us so thoroughly. His Anglophobia was a perfect obsession. Poor dear Tito, one might call it a wasted career. The speaker dried a tear and continued, "His family will be frantic. You know he was to have been married in October. Baroness Kriemhilde von Wolfensbergen-Hirschenbuttel. Immensely rich. Her father has large interests in the pearl fisheries of German New Guinea. Her betrothal gift, a superb black and white pearl, the Count always wore as a mascot. Poor Baroness, she will be inconsolable. Marriage means the first draft of real freedom to young German girls." Mrs. Charterhouse said in her sweetly venomous way. "Miss Saxham bears up under the circumstances." Under what circumstances, might one presume to ask? Then, reading aright the ambiguous smile of Mrs. Charterhouse, the goblin rattled out her characteristic laugh. "What absurdity! You refer to a mere dinner-table flirtation in Paris, the mere rapprochement of Adam's crotchets. Miss Saxham and Lady Beauvais dined with us on the night of the Grand Prix. Poor Tito was certainly struck with her. I remember he talked about her eyes and figure afterwards, but her hair being so black and growing so heavily did not please him. He found the effect, I think his term was, too crepuscular." "Ah, you throw a ray," said Mrs. Charterhouse in that sugared way of hers, "on a mystery that has intrigued me. Now I know why Miss Saxham went to the Atelier Weiber in the Rue de la Paix and got her crepuscular tresses changed to terracotta." "Not saffron? Now," said Lady Wastewood, pensively tilting her own green-gold head and elevating her arched black eyebrows, "I should have called that shade saffron or turmeric. Who do you suppose footed the bill for the process? The wretch Weiber simply won't look at you under 450 francs. "Perhaps Vivie Beauvais," suggested Mrs. Charterhouse. "I think not. Vivie preferred the crepuscular effect. It contrasted capitally with her own style of coloring. You must have noticed they are seldom seen going about together as they used. Dear Lady Watt, do you feel faint? Can I get you anything?" For something had clicked behind the goblin's pearls, and she had suddenly stiffened in her seat. The superb figure of Patrine Saxham had entered by the swing doors leading from the vestibule, followed by a tall, broad-shouldered young man in loose gray tweeds, whose left sleeve displayed a band of black significantly new. "Can that be Miss Saxham? It must be. Her type is so unusual. Not having seen her since the night of the dinner I referred to, I did not quite grasp the meaning of your references to ingredients common in Indian curries. Of course, I understand now." The goblin surveyed the tall, pliant figure with the dead beech-leaf hair through her lorgnette before she leaned forwards and roused the sleeping Braham by a brisk application of the instrument. "Look, Sir Thomas, would you have known Miss Saxham?" "Bepar, war, God bless my soul, no." Braham, turning in the armchair as the zoo walrus turns in his concrete pond, surveyed Patrine with a bloodshot stare. "Silly girl, spoilt her looks," he snorted. "Handsome as the deuce with her gypsy black tresses, won her bet. Won't get her ring now, though, unless von Hernung paid before he flew." "Was there a bet between them? How is it you never told me? Have I deserved this from you?" demanded Lady Watt indignantly, as Mrs. Charterhouse and Lady Wastewood exchanged glances and smiles. "Sorry, forgot," Braham gobbled apologetically. "Man I know happened to be close to him leaving Spitz's restaurant that Sunday night in Paris. Told me he heard von Hernung lay Miss Saxham his magpie pearl solitaire against a bit o' Palais Royal paste she was wearing, that she wouldn't change the color of her hair. Made the appointment for her with Wyber Pastiches Artistiques. And so on, Rue de la Paix. He bragged of it afterwards at the Cercle Moderne. Damn Germans, no idea of decency. Why do Englishwomen intrigue with 'em? Bounders that kiss and tell." There was a significant pause, broken by the goblin's shrillest peal of laughter. The ex-justice, whose vitality was low, folded his hands and dozed again. Then, "Now we know who footed the bill," said Cynthia Charterhouse in dove-like accents, while Trixie murmured in the vexed ear of Margot. "Kits, my dinky, you are a pal of the Saxhams. How far had the affair really gone?" "There was no affair," said Margot's sweet little voice very clearly. "Pat rather hated Count von Hernung than otherwise." "Judging by the mute evidence of her hair," began Mrs. Charterhouse, languidly. How Margot loathed these women, erstwhile her chosen friends and associates, tearing with greedy beaks and vicious claws at the reputation of an unmarried girl. "Her hair belongs to her. She can bleach it if she wishes." The little figure rose to its altitude of 4 feet 7 inches and surveyed the scandalmongers with wrathful eyes. "I have said that there was nothing between Miss Saxham and Count von Hernung." The little voice was crystal cold. "I should be extremely obliged to all of you if you will understand this clearly. Miss Saxham is engaged to my husband's cousin, Alan Sherbrand." Had Franky heard that stately reference to my husband, he would have been bold, to quote himself. "Franky likes him, and so do I, tremendously. We're both keen on their bringing off the match." There was another resounding silence. Braham snored melodiously. Then Trixie Wastewood said with her Pierrot smile, "Really, Kits, it was hardly cricket not to have warned us." While Mrs. Charterhouse added in tones of iced velvet, "Regard me also as prone beneath Miss Saxham's number 8 shoes. Did you say her fiancé was a cousin of Lord Norwater's? Not possibly the son of the uncle who died quite recently? Captain the Hun, Noel Sherbrand, late of the Royal Gunners. My husband used to know him before people left off." "It is the same. He muddled his career somehow, and most people cut him, but he is dead," said Margot very deliberately. "And his son, if we have no—" the delicate cheeks flushed with sudden vivid crimson. "His son is perfectly top-hole and Franky's next heir. We met him in June in Paris, and so did Pat Saxham. How do any of you know she didn't tint her hair to please him?" "Possibly she did, but according to Sir Thomas, it was the other man who paid." "Odd, isn't it? In this world," said the goblin with her crackling laugh, "the other man invariably pays the bill. And so the young gentleman over there, who is quite remarkably good-looking in the blonde Norman style, and who is going to marry Miss Saxham, succeeds to Lord Norwater in a certain eventuality. May one be permitted to hope, dear Lady Norwater, that fate and yourself will combine fortuitously to keep the cousin out of the House of Peers." "Rude, ill-bred, horrid woman," thought Margot, clenching her little teeth to keep back these epithets. "How dare she twit me with that? How dare?" Then her hot flush sank away and a mist came before her eyes, and she would have fallen, but that Trixie Wastewood jumped up from the sofa and threw about the little figure a kind, supporting arm. "I've got you. You're not going to faint, kittums, are you? Forgive us, my dinky, what pigs we have been. Heckling the tomtit for defending the saffron-crested blackbird. I rather agree with you," admitted Mrs. Charterhouse as Margot freed herself, saying it was nothing, and proudly moved away. "We women are horribly spiteful," continued Cynthia. "Yes, we are spiteful, Lady Watt. I am perfectly in earnest. What is the reason? Will anything cure us? Do somebody tell me." Colonel Charterhouse would say it is because we eat too much rich food, walk too little, automobile too much, and want some useful work or other to occupy our minds. He is coming here to lunch with me. He was quite touchingly anxious to be invited. Her beautiful eyes widened as the swing doors thudded behind 3 entering masculine figures. Why, here he is with Lord Norwater and your boy, Trixie, all 3 in khaki. What a day we are having. She added, as her handsome middle-aged colonel made his spurred way through the ever-thickening crush to her. I am enlightened, so this was your surprise. Not half as big as mine when I found they were willing to take me. Fit as a fiddle, according to the M.O. Gad, he went on, as his wife made room for him on the settle by her side, as willingly as though he had been somebody else's husband, Lady Watt said subsequently. It's to my golf I owe it, these AMS. Sawbones finding me in the pink, and instead of a back seat, what do you think they've given me? Command of the 3rd Reserve Battalion of the Blessed Old Regiment, the loyal North Linkshires, Vice Crow Pinkney, kicked out by a gouty toe. How's that for an oldster of 55? What? His chuckle was that of a 4th form athlete picked to supply a gap in the school 11, and Cynthia's beautiful eyes, as she slipped her hand into the colonel's, looked at him as the boy's mothers might have looked upon her son. Lady Wastewood's Pierrot smile might have played upon the reunited couple mockingly, but that the unexpected apparition of her boy Wastewood in single-starred khaki, adorned with the badge of a crack hussar regiment, girt with the Sam Brown and narrow officer's shoulder strap, and clad as to the legs in spurred brown butcher boots, dimmed her bright green eyes and brought a choke into her throat. Wastewood the son was so like Wastewood the father, killed at Magersfontein in 1900, whom Trixie, for no reason apparently, had romantically adored. A burly young man, pink as a baby, with thick fair hair growing down within 2 inches of his eyebrows, small, fierce blue eyes, and a huge roaring voice, softened down now to a tender bellow as he answered a pale girl's eager question with, "Well, I can't say exactly when we're going to the front, but I hope to Christmas it'll be soon." Wastewood's engagement to the girl had been announced only the week previously in the society columns of the leading dailies. Now, while Wastewood's younger brother Jerry anguished in the throes of a final exam at Sandhurst, the said Jerry being set upon getting a commission in time to go to the front with one of the 1st divisions. His elder sat on a club sofa and made love to the girl Jerry was subsequently to marry. For not only Wastewood's title, but his vacant commission as a lieutenant in the Dapple Greys and his sweetheart went to his junior after Mons. There was a lot of family and regimental reshuffling and redealing, you will remember, after Mons. The leaven of the Great Awakening was working in the souls of these worldly-minded, ultra-modern men and women, even as the crowd in the rooms grew denser, as the buzz of talk became almost solid, and khaki mingled with the brilliant toilettes. Hardly a man but wore dead-leaf brown. Wives were entertaining their husbands, mothers were lunching their sons, that day, at the multitudinous little tables in the great and lesser dining rooms. There was a revival of old code words, an interchange of almost forgotten pet names, a resurrection of ancient jokes, when the atmosphere seemed dangerously charged with emotion. How many last sacraments of renewed love were eaten and drunk by husbands and wives who, estranged for years, were to be reunited by the war, and parted by the war until the day when wars shall be no more. That a tall young man in gray tweed with a crepe armlet should sit opposite Patrine that day at Margot's special table was one of the 1,000 miracles already wrought. Sherbrand had shelved all recollection of that June adventure in the Bois de Boulogne, when a flushed young husband in immaculate top hat and frock coat had thanked an angry young man in waterproof overalls and gabardine for not chopping his wife into kedgeree. Could one be angry anymore when this little human dragonfly was what Patrine called a frightful pal of hers? Thank heaven, Patrine had known nothing of the cousinship when she had answered Sherbrand's plain question, "Will you marry me?" with an assent. Sooner than not. Then it is settled. Yes, you poor dear, if you think me worth having. Worth having, Sherbrand's glorious Patrine, whom to be near was heaven on earth, whom to obey was a lover's luxury, even when she had issued the mandate. Now you must come to the club and lunch with me, and meet my friends, do be decent to them. Perhaps you can see Sherbrand bowing rather stiffly to Margot, and accepting with the briefest hesitation the smallest of offered hands. I thought it must be the same, I was certain there couldn't be two flying Sherbrands. Pat. Mr. Sherbrand can't deny the relationship, though he disapproves of Franky and me most fearfully. You'll have to teach him, went on the coaxing little voice, that we're lots and lots nicer than he thinks us. For we've got to be friends, said Kiddums, if you and my dear Pat are going to be married. No time like the present. Can't we begin now? What a vivid little face it was, though there were tired marks like faint bruises under the great dark eyes, and the rose flush in the cheeks was less bright than it had seemed in June. He released the tiny jeweled fingers and found himself presented to the husband. Frightfully glad to meet you, more reasons than one. Franky, slim, sleek-headed, and dapper in unblemished regulation tea leaf, held out his hand, saying as he looked the other squarely in the eyes, "If I had known your home address, I should like to have dropped a line to you when I saw the newspaper yesterday. My mother lives at Bournemouth. My father had been an invalid for years. I go down today by the afternoon train. Ah, please remember me to my Aunt Jeanette." From what dusty shelf of memories had Franky reached down the name of his uncle's unknown wife? But it sounded pleasantly to Mrs. Sherbrand's son. The cloud upon his forehead cleared away, and his cold sea-blue eyes began to thaw into kindness. "I'd like a word with you in private. Do you mind comin' out of this clackshop into the vest *I* Bewley?" Franky went on, quoting his favorite Jimmy Gregson, and with a word to Margot and a glance on Sherbrand's part at Patrine, the two men passed through the swing doors. Here Franky wheeled and said with effort, "This is a bit subsequent, but if there's time available and the date of my uncle's funeral doesn't happen to be fixed, I should like to say," he grew furiously red and began to stammer, "my father, myself, how brutally I bungle, but my uncle has a right to lie in the family vault with his ancestors. It's at Winds, the church is in the castle grounds. I can guarantee that my father every facility, sympathy, proper respect," he broke down. Sherbrand answered, now the cooler of the two. "You are very kind, Lord Norwater. My mother has already received a telegram from Lord Michelborough conveying a message to the same effect." "I engineered that," thought Franky complacently, but he was fishdom. Sherbrand went on. "She would thank you, as I do, gratefully, but my father would have preferred to be buried where he died." "Good egg, and now there's another thing to get off my chest," said Franky. "You know you stand in for the Viscounty when I succeed my father, or if I get knocked out in this scrap, supposing I should kick without heirs. That being so, suppose you bury the hatchet and lunch with us. Wouldn't in Paris, perhaps you will now, the war seems to rub up old saws like new somehow. That copybook tag about blood bane, thicker than water, that's one of the ones I mean. In case my wife got left, do you tumble?" The ambiguous term was quite expressive. "Like to think that you would be kind to her. I should certainly, in that case, try to do what I could." A certain physical and mental resemblance showed between these two long-legged, lightly built, clean-made Sherbrands, standing together talking of grave matters, with candor and simplicity and British avoidance of sentiment and excess of words. But Sherbrand found himself yielding to an impulse of confidence in the owner of the brown eyes that were some inches below his own. "This war is my chance. I'm a certified pilot aviator and constructor and engineer. Perhaps there'll be a chink in the Royal Flying Corps for me, and many another fellow like me, before long, I hope, not very long. For my father's sake as much as for my own, I'm bound to make good, you understand." The brown eyes understood. His kindred blood warmed to the look in them. My father knew that he had failed in life through his own fault. He did not resent his brother's attitude. He bore the consequences more or less patiently, and when he died, he left the cleansing of his name to me. Not that he was as badly to blame as people thought. He was born without sufficient of the quality called objectivity. It's the power that keeps a man slogging in one groove, without getting mechanical or stupid, as long as he attain his ends or can serve his country by keeping on. It's indispensable. He emphasized the word, his strong blue-gray eyes full on Franky's, as indispensable as lymph in your inner ear tubes. Without it, you can't keep a level balance, whether you stand or walk or fly. Miss Saxhams knows, I suppose. A flush crept up through Sherbrand's tanning. I have told her, it wasn't pleasant, but she likes me enough to overlook it. She seems to think I should never fail in that way. I hope to God I never shall. The old boyish terror of inherited weakness cropped up in the tone of the man grown. It would be horrible to suspect the bacillus of slackness lurking in my blood. If there is, the sooner I get scrapped, the better for her and for me. Well, you've chosen the kind of career that is going to use up a good many men pretty quickly. Franky was warming more and more to this big blonde, candid cousin. Not that I think there's much of the slacker about you. Few chaps more fit and nervy, that is, going by looks, you know. But if the Kaiser's flying men can shoot on the wing as well as they brag they can. His brown eyes were watchful for a change in the other's face. Then I tumble out of my sky, a dead bird, said Sherbrand, squaring his broad shoulders, and someone luckier fills my place. Thumbs up, 10 to 1 you'd come down with a broken wing or so. There was something that touched Franky's latent quality of imagination in the fellow's queer way of saying my sky. This cousin of mine is a handsome fellow, he said to himself, and a plucky one. And by the great brass hat, now I come to think of it, the live-in image of old Sir Roger Sherbrand, his and my great-grandfather, goin' by the portrait in the gallery at Winds. So you're firm on joinin' the flying corps? He went on, feeling for the mustache which had been reduced to regulation toothbrush size. Good egg you, wish you all the sporting chances. And better luck, said Sherbrand dryly, with bird of war no Roman 2, than I had with no. I. You're building a new plane. The brown eyes were alight with interest. Rather, come and have a look at her one day. Like a shot, if only I'd time, did she tot to a hatful of money. Something under 700 pounds. 500 pounds of that goes for the new gnome engine. You see that German? Sherbrand broke off. I remember, pretty rough on you, that North Sea crossin' business must have been an awful loss. Look here. Franky reddened again and began to flounder. Couldn't I help with the boodle? Got 700 lying by idle. Frightfully glad if you'd let me chip in. Just in a cousinly sort-o way. I am much obliged to you, Lord Norwater. Confound the fellow, how he froze at the least hint of patronage. He went on, holding his head high. You are very kind, but I am not poor, unless as poverty is understood by people of your world. Apart from what my profession brings me, I have something in the way of income. My mother's brother left me a sum of money that brings in yearly over 200 pounds. He went on as Franky regarded with unaffected interest the man who wasn't poor on 200 per annum. The principal, I suppose it tots up to 6,000 pounds, I shall naturally settle on my wife. He warmed and brightened with the utterance of the word. His cold eyes grew soft and his brows smoothed pleasantly. He said with a glowing pride and a kind of brave shyness that a woman who loved him would have adored. I have said nothing yet to Miss Saxham about my hopes of a commission, I suppose for fear of not pulling the thing off. But the moment it comes along, I shall persuade her to marry me. We'll be man and wife before I fly for the front. As cocky as though he had landed the biggest catch in the matrimonial waters, thought Franky, instead of that great, slangy, galumphing young woman without a halfpenny at her back. But he did the amiable, in a way characteristic of Franky, ushering the guest back to the luncheon-room, introducing my cousin to people worth knowing, doing the honors with a pleasant cordiality that won upon Sherbrand more and more. Sherbrand took leave directly after lunch, saying that he had to catch the afternoon express for Bournemouth. He had left his bag and suitcase in the hall porter's care. Would Patrine read the entreaty in the hiatus and yielded to it, saying yes, she would drive with him and see him off from Waterloo. It's lovely of you, Sherbrand said to her gratefully as they rose. She gave him her cordial smile and a soft glance from the long eyes. They took leave of their hosts and passed out together, heads slewing as the tall young figures went by. Once in a taxi, spinning down Short Street, Sherbrand possessed himself of the hand he coveted. Its warm, strong, answering clasp thrilled him to speechlessness. He looked at the long white fingers intertwined with his own and asked himself whether he were deserving of a happiness too great to be credited. When her shoulder touched his, its warm, creamy whiteness gleaming through the dead white of her thin sleeve, his heart drummed until it seemed as though she could not but hear it. But his was not the only heart that beat. Thank you. It was her rich, warm voice speaking close by his ear. Thank you for being so nice to my kiddoms. She is the truest little soul going. We have been chums ever since I joined the club. Never quarreled once, until she made up her mind to marry Franky. And now you're going to marry Franky's first cousin. Sherbrand laughed rather breathlessly. Marriage. Two splendid words with meanings and meanings beyond meanings packed into them. Isn't it wonderful? He gripped the warm white hand in his strong brown one. "Pat, your pulses are playing a tune." "So are yours," she answered in a low tone. "What is it?" He bent his head and set his lips in a swift caress to the back of the white hand. Then he turned it gently over and looked earnestly at the blue wrist veins. They were full and throbbing tumultuously. Her blood was answering to the call of his. He set a second swift kiss upon them, and his voice was unsteady as he said, "I know the name of the tune, my wonder. Patrine, love, it's the wedding march." "Whose, Grieg S. or Wagner S. in Lohengrin or Haydn S.?" "Neither Wagner's nor Haydn S. nor Grieg S. Yours and mine. I told Lord Norwater today that I meant to make sure of you before I fly for the front." "You're going to the front? Oh, why?" Her long eyes looked at him with sharp terror in them. He answered, "When the powers that be offer me a commission in the Royal Flying Corps." "I see," she breathed freely. "And so, we are not to be married until then." "Would you, tomorrow, if I—" "You know I would." Her voice broke over him in a wave of tenderness. "You've made me love you so dreadfully, Alan. Now if the little tin gods hear us, the spiteful little gods who spoil people's lives, something will happen to part us soon." His arm went round her and gathered her against him. He said with a great thrill of triumph, "If the great God is for us, we can defy the little tin devils. It was he who made us for each other, brought us together, will bring us closer still." He added, as a handsome boy of 19 or 20, dressed at the zenith of the fashion, and already showing the worn lines of habitual dissipation, flashed by driven in a silver-gray Lanchester, with a notorious Cyprian enthroned at his side. "How can I thank him enough for what he has done for me? How many temptations he has helped me resist, that I might come to you clean today." Were any of the temptations like Mrs. Malison? She had freed her hand from his, and now leaned forwards, hiding her clouded face from Sherbrand under the pretext of following the gray car with her eyes. That was little Wivenhoe with her. How young he is, and how old she must be. Why, I've seen her portrait in a book of beauty dated 40 years back, with a chignon and waterfall. They called her the Marble Marvel in those days, didn't they? Before she pitched her cap over the windmill and made hay of the prunes and prisms. Now she acts in music hall sketches, has a voice like a raven S, paints a quarter of an inch thick, and exploits Eton boys. Is anything the matter? Sherbrand had suddenly started and pulled his watch out. Now he rapped on the glass at the back of the chauffeur, leaned out of the window and spoke to the man, and resumed his seat, answering. "The matter is that I had forgotten an important appointment. I can manage to keep it by the skin of my eyelids by taking the 3 o'clock train to Bournemouth instead of the 2:30 express. You won't mind, you'll come with me and wait for me." "Not a little bit," she answered to the one question and to the other. "Of course I will." Chapter 51 ****. The inward voice. The taxi, arrested and reversed on its way to Piccadilly Circus, was soon speeding westwards. It whirred up Berkeley Street, traversed Berkeley Square, and turned into a short street ending in railings, enclosing grass wonderfully green for August, clipped bushes of evergreens, and some autumn-foliaged plains. "We'll keep the man, I'll take his number. He'll look after my kit for me. Let me help you out, dear." He opened a gate in the railings and let her through. A large double house, with many windows, severely screened with brown curtains and wire blinds, loomed behind them, commanding the oblong patch of London Green. The modern Gothic porch of a lofty building of smoke-darkened freestone rose up before them. Patrine said under her breath, realizing the ecclesiastical character of the edifice, "Great Scott, it's a church." But Sherbrand, who had stayed to shut the gate in the railings, did not hear the tabooed expletive. He caught her up and turned the massive iron handle of the porch door, which was braced by bands of iron with trefoil heads and studded with heavy nails. They went down 2 shallow steps into an oblong, vaulted chamber, very cool and dark and fragrant, tessellated with squares of black and white stone. Slabs of black marble lined the walls to the height of a tall man. An inscription in early English lettering, cut into the black background and gilded, caught Patrine's eye in passing. She read beneath the symbol of the cross. Under were lists of names, all male, ranged alphabetically. Her quick eye dropped to the initial S and found Sherbrand there. But when she looked for her companion, he was waiting hat in hand, at a door some distance beyond them. "You will come in and wait for me," he whispered as she came towards him. Why not, as well here as anywhere? He opened the door and she passed in. To Patrine's left hand, close to the door by which they had entered, was a small unpretending altar supporting the tinted image of an emaciated bearded monk in a black robe girdled with a white cord. A clustered pillar of red and white marble supported a shallow basin containing a little water. Patrine shrugged as Sherbrand dipped his fingers and made upon brow and breast the sacred sign. Then he seemed to hesitate, dipped again, and held the wetted finger tips towards her, evidently courting her touch. She shook her head hastily. Her eyes swept purposely past his, scanning the vast interior. They were standing in the shorter southern transept of what was some church. The vast nave was dark and cool, full of silence and shadow and the perfume of flowers and incense, mingled with a fragrance far subtler than these. Pillars of richest modern Gothic design supported the roof, whose forest of rich dark timbers showed little adornment, except at the sanctuary end. Here coffering, diapering, and gilding made for splendor. Rich marble cased the pillars and floored the stately choir with its rows of stalls, wrought in dark wood, elaborately carved. The north transept housed the organ, a towering instrument of many pipes. The scarlet cushion on the vacant organ bench, the book of chants left upon the rack, the black and yellow-white of the well-used keys, the numbered heads of the stops, showed through the latticework of a high wrought-iron screen, wonderfully painted and gilt. Between Patrine and the nave was a pulpit of red and white marble like the pillars, with a carved sounding board of obviously ancient work. Rows of pews flanked the wide central aisle and the two smaller, and on the right of a lofty oaken screen that masked the west door, with the mellow light of a great rose window falling on it, towered a huge crucifix in black marble, upholding a white tortured figure whose drooping thorn-crowned head, like his hands and feet and side, dripped with crimson. Patrine winced at the sight and turned hastily away. Now she was looking over the head of Sherbrand, who knelt before her upright and motionless. At the high altar, backed with a noble triptych, its 3 panels displaying the Annunciation, the Visitation, and the Nativity. A silver lamp depending by chains from the center of the sanctuary roof burned with a small steady flame before the tabernacle, standing between tall tapers burning in gleaming candlesticks, and vases of huge white golden-anthered August lilies, hiding behind its broidered curtains and golden doors, the ineffable mystery. "Come," Sherbrand's whisper said, close at her ear as he rose up. She turned and followed him down a side aisle. "Sit here," he signed to her, pointing to a narrow bench. He waited until she was seated, laid his hat and stick beside her, gave her a grave smile, bent his knees once more, looking towards the high altar, and moved noiselessly away. Turning her head to follow him with her eyes, Patrine saw that the large, dark church was not as empty as she had supposed. Kneeling or seated figures of men and women were scattered here and there amongst the wilderness of empty pews. The serried rows of rush-bottomed kneeling chairs in either side aisle showed aggregations of people, 10 or a dozen together, chiefly in the neighborhood of certain narrow wooden doors appurtening to small structures that might be little chapels or vestries, set between groups of pillars in regular sequence down the length of the side walls. Still following Sherbrand's figure with her eyes, she saw him knock at one of the doors, wait as though for an answer, and enter. As the door swung towards her, she saw that it bore a name in gilt letters within an oval on the upper panel. Each of the doors, a questing glance satisfied her, bore a name. Of course, the little wooden chapels were confessionals. Was confession the important business that necessitated Sherbrand's losing a train and foregoing the company of Patrine to the station, a favor so eagerly sought and so ardently received? Her red lips curled a little at the corners as she turned her face back towards the high altar, rising within the low barrier of the red and white marble communion rail. So remote and pure, and set apart with its tall, shining lights and gleaming vases of pure white lilies, its snow-white silk frontal embroidered with a golden race-arounded chalice, its fair white linen altar cloth, with a running border of Old English lettering in dark rusty red. He had borne our infirmities and carried out sorrows. He was wounded for our iniquities, he was bruised for our sins. The words seemed to have a physical as well as mental force and impressiveness. It was as though they swept from the high white table through the fragrant, wax-lit stillness of the sanctuary, winnowing the still, spicy air of the dark nave and the lighter side aisles as with wide, powerful, unseen wings. And despite the presence of nearly 100 people scattered about the great building, the stillness was extraordinary. It got on the nerves. Almost awfully upon the nerves. For a long way behind her, where the shadowy dusk brooded thickest, and the white tortured figure of the crucified hung drooping from the great cross of black marble against the background of the towering oak screen, it was as though the first great drops of a thundershower were falling, pat, 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 upon the pavement below. Merely a trick of imagination, and yet it tortured. One knew by sensations like these that one had been frightfully overstrained of late. One had done lots of things one regretted, several things one disliked to think of, one thing that made one hate oneself sometimes with a very fury of intensity, when one wasn't too busy hating him. But since he was drowned, one had felt it scarcely cricket to go on expending fierce resentment and savage disgust and acute loathing in that direction. One heaped it on the living of the two gross, sensual offenders. Oh God, when Sherbrand had said in that tone of triumph, "I come to you clean." How inexpressibly one had abominated oneself. How one had shrunk against the side of the taxicab, pretending to look after wretched little decadent Wivenhoe and the unquenchable Mrs. Malison, feigning sudden absorption in the Piccadilly shop windows to escape those clear, undoubting eyes that pierced one to the very soul. To be thought good when one was wicked, pure when one was the other thing, believed candid when one was a living lie. Ah, that not only pierced but scorched. If anybody a month or so back had asked Patrine, "Are you a Christian?" she would have retorted, "What are you playing at? Of course I am, I suppose." Of late that conjectural being she had called God had receded, faded, grown dimmer, and vanished. But here in the stillness, looking towards the altar, she was conscious as those candle flames went up like prayers from faithful souls that good and evil were living warring forces. You chose white or black deliberately, and when death came, it was anything but the end. Her hair stiffened slightly on her scalp, and a light shudder thrilled through her. She felt with a growing awe and sense of dreadful certainty that someone was looking at her. And to relieve the insupportable tension, she stretched out her hand and took a squat, thick little book from the shelf below the seat in front of her. It was a copy of the Douai translation from the Latin Vulgate of the Bible, and there was a purple marker where she opened it, in the middle of the book of Job. "Power and terror are with him." That was the first line that caught her eye. A little lower on the page came, "Was it not him that made life? Hell is naked before him, and there is no covering for destruction. He stretched out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. He hath set bounds about the waters, till light and darkness come to an end. The pillars of heaven tremble and dread at his beck. By his power the seas are suddenly gathered together, and his wisdom hath struck the proud one. His spirit hath adorned the heavens, and seeing we have heard scarce a little drop of his word, who shall be able to withstand the thunder of his greatness?" It was like a voice speaking, a voice of inconceivable magnitude. It made one go cold, asking oneself the question, what if sin were an insult to him? A scrap of filth flung in the face of one who created the atom, the protoplasm, the cell, and the bacillus, and built from these in his own image, man. Sitting in the stilly duskiness, the woman he had made shut her eyes and tried to envisage him. He was not the God of the curate's confirmation class, nor the God the Anglican vicar of the West End church preached about, but a being the hem of whose garment extends beyond the confines of space, and in whose lap lies eternity. Infinite goodness, infinite love, infinite purity, infinite beauty, he could stoop to care for the little beings of his workmanship so much, that for them he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself in the person of his only son. Did not love such as this make willful sin an insult to him in that son's person? Wasn't it pretty rough on our Savior to have poured out his blood upon the cross of Calvary as an atonement for the sins of men like Dead von Hernung and women like Patrine Saxham, and know them still so beastly, so prurient, so base, so vile? It began to dawn upon Patrine, still possessed by that strange hallucination of the blood that dripped heavily from the tortured body on the great black cross behind her, how it might be that evil willfully committed opened its wounds afresh, drove the thorns anew into the drooping head of the crucified, pierced once more the heart, that inexhaustible fountain of love. "Oh, all you that pass by, attend and see if there be any sorrow like unto my sorrow." The words came cropping up through layers of sentences heard and forgotten, clearly as though a voice had spoken them at her side. This afternoon, the headlines of papers had shrieked of horrors. You remember that at 7 o'clock in the morning 2 German Army Corps had poured into Belgium, by the 11 strategic railways that provided for the day. The vast gray-green flood of marching men, the huge python-like columns of machine guns, the splendidly horsed batteries of field artillery, the Brobdingnagian siege howitzers thundering behind their traction engines, the miles of motor and horse-drawn transport wagons, carts, and lorries, blotted out the familiar features of the landscape, as, preceded by massed brigades of cavalry, with squadrons of field-flying service aeroplanes reconnoitering 3,000 feet overhead. The hosts of Germany rolled down towards the banks of the Meuse. Directly in line of them rose the fortified city of Liège, termed the Birmingham of Belgium, holding in the suburb of Suresnes, 5 miles distant from the city, the huge Cockerill machine plant and foundry, one of the largest ironworks in the world. They had stayed 3 hours at the frontier station of Viscount, a Belgium custom house town of less than 4,000 inhabitants, where a few squadrons of Belgian cavalry and the Belgian 12th Line Regiment, aided by some heroic peasants, farmers, and townspeople, had risen up with desperate gallantry to oppose their inevitable advance. They had written the sign manual of the Hun upon the ashes of Viscount in the blood of its massacred inhabitants. Frightfulness, the many-headed hydra, was uncaged, and let loose ere they rolled on to Liège peeved by their 3 hours' intolerable delay. While I who write, and you who read far from the sound of fusillades, or the crash of shells, or the yells of peasants dying amongst the flames of burning houses, learned of these deeds from the shrilly clamorous headlines, and asked one another with raised eyebrows, in incredulous voices, "Can these hideous things possibly have been done?" Patrine had no doubt that they had been done, were being done even while she sat waiting in Sherbrand's church for Sherbrand. Did she not know von Hernung? Were not his fellow officers and the soldiers he and they commanded lustful, brutal, cruel, rapacious, arrogant, and pitiless even as he? He was a type, not the isolated example of a new species. It would not be easily stamped out. Its dominating characteristics would write themselves upon a conquered race. Those outraged wives, those violated daughters of Belgium would live to see it reproduced in the living fruit of their humiliation. What honest man could bear to stoop over his wife's bedside and meet the eyes of the enemy looking at him, from the face of a newborn child? A rigor of horror seized upon her body and shook it. Her jaw dropped, her eyes closed as though they shrank and withered under their contracting lids. She slid from her seat and fell upon her knees helplessly. Her head sank forwards upon the hands that rose instinctively to hide her face. In the same instant Sherbrand's low voice speaking behind her turned the heart in her bosom to ice. "Dearest, I am ready, that is if you are. My keeping you was unavoidable. I am going to communion with my mother before the funeral mass tomorrow, and I wanted to make my confession first. Has the time seemed long?" "Not long, shall we go now?" He bent the knee to the high altar and moved with Patrine down the nave towards an altar dedicated to the Virgin Mother, that was on the south side of the church near the great west door. Wax tapers of several sizes burned in a brass stand beside the tiny altar rail. Sherbrand lighted 3 tapers and placed them, felt in his waistcoat pocket for a bit of silver, and balanced it on the slotted top of the money box too gorged with pennies to admit of the slender 6-penny bit. Then, with a beautiful, devotional simplicity, he knelt upon the narrow blue golden-starred cushion for a moment, looking up at the gracious veiled head that bent above. But for the modernity of the tweed clothes, the pose of the athletic, lightly built body would, with the mellowed light from the great rose window falling on the keen bronzed face and thick fair hair, have suggested a night at prayer. In a moment he rose. They returned as they had come, passed through the chapter house of the sodality, and issued through the door into the garden. She said, as he triumphantly possessed himself of the dear white hand, "Tell me, when you lighted and placed those 3 candles and knelt down, what did you intend? What was it for?" "A practical insurance against a railway accident." The dull, ill-timed jibe was no sooner uttered than she sickened with self-contempt. For Sherbrand answered with direct simplicity, "Well, no, call my 3 candles a reminder that I have asked Our Lady's help and protection and guidance for 3 dear people. My father, my mother, and my wife that is to be. For myself, I asked that I might never disappoint you. You don't know how I shall try to live up to your belief in me." "You dear boy," touched to the quick response of tears she could barely falter, "you're a million times too good for me, if only you knew." I know this, that the wide world doesn't hold another woman like my woman. Why, Pat, the very sound of your voice lashes all the blood in me into big red roaring waves of love. Big red roaring waves, oh Alan. She laughed, driving back the hot salt tears that stung her eyelids. The taxi was waiting at the corner of Blount Street, patiently ticking out tuppence. Sherbrand whistled and it approached them. But this time Patrine did not enter. She could not now drive to Waterloo. It was much, much too late. She refused even to be dropped anywhere. She infinitely preferred walking. It was quite a pleasant stroll from there to Harley Street. So they wrung hands and looked in each other's eyes and parted. When the taxi vanished round the corner of Blount Street, the tall, gallantly born figure in the golden-braided hat and pale rose gown began to walk swiftly towards Grosvenor Square. Suddenly it paused, wheeled and returned upon its paces, passed through the gate in the railings, and disappeared into the church. In bed that night in the chintz-hung room at Harley Street, Patrine, recalling the experience that had followed the yielding to that irresistible prompting, wondered if it had actually taken place, or were woven of the tissue of dreams. Kneeling upon a bast, matting-covered hassock behind the door of the narrow little wooden cell into which she had slipped as a tall, gray-haired officer in service, khaki passed out. She had rested her elbows upon a narrow ledge before her and peered through a close grating of bronze wire at a figure dimly descried beyond. The priest was white-haired and of small stature. A meager ray of light falling from above upon the hands clasped over the ends of the narrow stole of violet purple that hung loosely about his neck showed them wasted and yellow-white and deeply wrinkled. By the testimony of the hands, he was an old man. Something in the manner of her address must have struck him as unusual. She had not spoken 6 words in her quick, hot, stammering whisper before he lifted a hand and said authoritatively, "Stop." And as she had arrested the rush of her words, he had continued, in a grave, dry voice, quite devoid of unction or sympathy, cautiously lowered and yet wonderfully distinct. "You say that you wish to confide something to me under the seal of confession, and you are not a Catholic." "No, I am not. I suppose I would be called a sort of Christian, though," she said it haltingly. "Does my not being a Catholic prevent you listening to anything I want to say?" The dry voice came back. "I do not refuse to hear what you have to say, but confession, absolution, and penance are Catholic sacraments. I cannot extend the benefits of the Church to one who stands without her pale. I'm sorry, I suppose I really haven't got the right to ask advice from you or to expect you to keep anything secret." There was a little old man's cough. The dry voice followed. "I did not say that. As a priest, I am bound to give good counsel to those who ask it, and I promise you also as a priest to respect your confidence. Now if you desire to go on, for I have several penitents waiting, I will ask you to do so. Be clear and truthful and brief, mention no person by name. Let there be no exaggeration. Now begin." "It's like this," and she had blurted out the ugly, sordid story, that in the plain, unvarnished narration grew uglier and more sordid still. He had listened without the movement of an eyebrow or the twitch of a muscle. At certain points where she had deviated from the sheer fact by a mere hairsbreadth, the dry little cough had interjected. "Think again," when she touched upon the circumstances that had resulted in another man's offer of marriage. "You have accepted this other?" he had asked, and followed her affirmative by saying, quietly, just as he had told her she was not a Catholic, "You have not told him of what has taken place. Is he an honorable, upright man?" "Very." Said the dry cough. "What is his religion?" "He is a Catholic." A devout Catholic." "He seems awfully keen on his church." A silence had followed, during which the beating of Patrine's heart and the singing of the blood in her ears had seemed to fill the clean little wooden place. Then, "Do you intend to tell this keen Catholic," asked the merciless voice, "that you do not come to him pure?" "No, at least." The heave of her bosom against the little shelf before the lattice made the dry wood quiver and creak. A deep sigh broke from her. The priest's voice continued. "You have made it quite clear why you have applied to me. To be encouraged not to tell, but even for your own sake I advise you to make confession. Do you expect God's blessing upon a marriage that is, upon your side, a fraud?" "Men aren't angels," Patrine burst out rebelliously. "How do I know that he— Yes, I do know." His face had risen up before her, and his voice was in her ears saying with that note of gladness in it, "I come to you clean." And shame and compunction choked her, as she added, "He's straighter than I should have believed it possible for any man to be." The dry hacking old man's cough came again. He sniffed twice sharply. Now he was speaking again. "You have not known many or any Catholic men before this one. Your doubt as to the existence of masculine purity proves with what type of persons you have hitherto mixed. For your own sake, you will be wise to tell the truth to this gentleman. If you loved him, you would tell him for his. Now you must leave. I have given you too much time as it is. Repeat after me as I dictate." He clasped the withered hands and began briskly. "Oh, my God." After a brief, ineffectual hesitation, Patrine echoed him. He went on, trailing after him a voice that stumbled and dragged. "Oh, my God, I am very sorry that I have offended thee by the sin of fornication, and have yielded up my body to uncleanness, instead of keeping myself pure as thou commandest. I beseech thee for the love of thy Son, my Saviour, Jesus Christ, to bestow upon me the grace of a genuine sorrow for my sin, and while I implore that thou wouldst mercifully spare me the ruin and disgrace I have merited by my own act, I faithfully promise thee to profit by the bitter lesson I have learned. But if I find myself, as the natural consequence of my wickedness, the dragging echo failed, a mist came before her eyes. "Go on," said the stern voice from the other side of the grating. It went on dictating. "But if I find myself as the natural consequence of my sinfulness about to be the mother of a child, I vow not to be guilty of any violence to the innocent, but to bear my bitter punishment meekly, as coming from thy hand. Amen." She said the words. He blessed her with some such words as these. "Now may God bless and forgive you and bring your soul from darkness into his light. Leave me now. Please shut the door." She heard the dry little hacking cough again as she closed it after her, but she did not go away thinking him harsh and merciless. She had seen great shining tears dropping upon those withered hands. Chapter 52 ****. Khaki. Remember how upon the great grey canvas of London, broadly splashed in with khaki, from the becoming dead leaf of the regular troops to the deadly ginger of the newly mobilized reserve, or the hideous mustard yellow of the latest recruit, to the newest territorial unit, recruiting posters of every shape, size, and method of appeal to patriotism, suddenly flared out, ranging from the immemorial red and blue printing on white to the huge pictorial hoarding plaster in monochrome. Dash in as values the glow of reawakened patriotism, the resounding silences in which royal messages to British citizens and lieges were delivered by grave officials in scarlet gowns and curly white wigs, and the singing of the national anthem by huge crowds gathered in front of Buckingham Palace, to cheer, over and over again, the King, the Queen, and the heir to the British throne. Recall how keenly curious Britons densely thronged the neighborhood of the Houses of Parliament, eager to ascertain the British attitude towards France and other continental powers, while immense aggregations of people blocked the entrance to Downing Street, surging outside the wrought iron screens protecting ministerial windows, congesting Whitehall until omnibuses proceeded at a snail's pace. Revive the strange newness of things, the snap and tingle of seeing not only royal palaces and government offices, but vital places such as arsenals, docks, railway and electric power stations, powder magazines and munition stores closely guarded by men in tea leaf or ginger brown. Sickly the hot flush of things so new with the pale dread of ruin, the ugly rumors of invasion. Shadow in broad and black, a panic on the stock exchange, the dizzying fall of prices on continental bourses, the record slump on Wall Street, the frenzied stampede of the run upon the banks, the proclamation from the steps of the Royal Exchange of the strange thing called by nearly everybody anything but a moratorium, as for example, a monitorial, a monorarium or honorarium, and so on. Who could ever forget the excitement attendant on the sailing of famous passenger and cargo liners, with quick-firers and Maxims nosing through steel shields abaft the lower bridge? How the Red Cross notified its surgeons, nurses, and ambulance helpers to hold themselves ready for business, and a neat khaki rig-out that had puzzled us in several unfamiliar details turned out to be the service uniform of the Royal Flying Corps. German and Austro-Hungarian reservists of all classes, summoned home by the strident bellow of Fatherland, surged round their respective consulates. Prince Cherayowski, representative of Germany, having had his passports handed him, shrugged the shrug of a disgruntled man, lighted a cigarette, and took a farewell constitutional through St. James's Park. And on the declaration of war with Austria-Hungary a few days later, Count Lensdorff received his walking ticket and gracefully vanished from the scene. And from the hall doors of one embassy in Carlton House Terrace and another in Belgrave Square, British workmen, cheerfully whistling, unscrewed the massive brazen plates. Crowds watched the operation in phlegmatic silence, the single individual who loosed a boo being promptly bonneted by a disapproving majority, and moved on by the police, while the windows of the British embassy at Berlin were being shattered by brickbats, as were those of divers British consulates and legations throughout the fatherland. On the mud, stones, and verbal filth lavished on their inmates, of the Yahoo-like usage undergone by Englishmen and Englishwomen, we may not dwell, but I do not think we are likely to forget. Recall again how vast public spaces carefully kept and tended by committees and boards and councils became, as at the stroke of a wand, huge training camps of young, keen, healthy if pale-cheeked Britons in ill-fitting gingerbread or mustard-colored clothes. How groups of unoccupied London houses, or large vacant stores, or the head centers of the YMCA in various districts, would suddenly overflow with bronzed and sturdy warriors of the regular forces, and as suddenly empty again. The platforms of railway termini, closely guarded and barred from the public, would be dotted with neat stacks of Lee-Enfield rifles, while regularly breathing sleepers in khaki pillowed on their packs, shielded by the peaks of their tilted caps from the blue-white electric glare or the yellow dazzle of the morning sun. A whistle, a snort and clank of two big locomotives, and the platforms under the reverberating glass roofs would be empty again, under the dusty yellow sunshine or the blue-white electric glare. Remember all this to the daily accompaniment of those huge shrieking headlines, the trotting of innumerable iron-shod hoofs, the ceaseless rolling of iron-shod wheels, the clatter and vibration of huge motor lorries, vans, and wagons commandeered for the use of the auxiliary transport, brilliantly painted in thousands of instances, and proclaiming in foot-long capitals the virtues of Crump's curative saline or Bango's extract of beef, mingled with the steady tramp of marching men, all through the days and nights. By night you lay and listened to these sounds, mingled with the bleating of flocks of sheep and the bellowing of herds of cattle, until the hoofs and wheels and marching boots mingled into the roar of one great ink-black, awful river, whose ice-gold woe waters, sprung from some mysterious source, swept through our villages and towns and cities, carrying with them millions of lives, brute and human, towards the blood-red dawn of death. Chapter 53 **** Franky goes to the front. With the 1st Infantry, Brigade of the 1st British Expeditionary Force, went the 1st Battalion of the Bearskins Plain. Exchanging with Ackroyd, too sick a man for fighting, who parted with several superfluous inches of appendix and convalesced in time to go out with the 2nd Battalion and meet a glorious end at Ypres, Franky was swallowed up in the vortex of Aldershot. 000, Cadogan Place saw him, but once more before the roaring flood whirled him away, like a slim brown autumn leaf, to the unknown. His gift to Margot on the night of their parting was a silver elephant of truculent aspect, having ruby eyes and mother-o'-pearl tusks and a howdah on its back, accommodating a gladsome day's pull-off calendar. "You're such nuts on mascots and gadgets, best childie, I thought I'd get you this beggar for a keepsake. Saw it in a shop in Bond Street. It goes like so?" Franky demonstrated by sticking a penknife blade under the liberal whack of leaves that had become obsolete since the 1st of January. "Rather a neat notion. Something appropriate for every day o' the week," he continued, indicating a rhymed distich appearing beneath the current date. This, the first of many utterances on the part of the silver elephant, ranging from the idiotically inappropriate to the appositely malign, ran as follows. "Be very kind to Pussycat and handle her with care. You would not pull her by the tail if her claws grew out of there." "Well, if that's the best this beast can do," began Margot, sternly surveying the proboscidean. Then she softened, meeting Franky's disappointed eyes, and said it was a lovely present and she would always keep it on the table by her bedside. She and Franky were almost lovers again for the brief time that yet remained to them. She even endured without open resentment his continual references to the child. "Take care of you both for my sake, won't you, kiddoms? Of course, long before Christmas I hope to be back with you. but he tenderly crushed the little figure to him as he sat on the bedside holding it embraced. But if by any old chance I get sent in, remember what kind of man I'd like my boy to be. Sanguine, ain't I? On the point of his being a boy, putting a pink geranium in the front window before the house is built, but still. He laughed awkwardly and brushed off a shining drop of moisture that splashed on the slender brown leather strap that marks the officer's caste. A third star showed on his khaki sleeve, but he had made no reference to it, and Kiddums omitted to ask what it meant. He kissed her gravely on the eyes and lips and forehead, unwound the slender arms that clasped his neck, and gently laid her back upon the pillows. Then with, "Good night and God bless you," he went quietly out of the room. The hall door shut and a servant put the chain up, and the waiting car slid away to the tower. "For I'm to kip down at the old shop for tonight," Franky had explained, "and shepherd 500 strengthy footsloggers, fat as prize bullocks every one of 'em, to nowhere in particular in the morning." Margot cried a little when the hall door shut, and then fell soundly asleep among her big pillows, waking as a ray of 5 o'clock sunshine penetrated between the blue-green silk blinds and the lacy curtains to realize that something had gone out of her life. Something willful, petulant Kiddums had not valued until the hall door had shut behind it. Something that, crawling, shuddering thought, might never return. She sat up in bed, hugging her knees and staring into a future without any Franky in it. A tragic little picture against the background of the big frilled pillows, her great dark eyes wide and wild under her tumbled gold-brown hair waves, her paleness enhanced by the rose silk nightsheath. A maelstrom of thought, emotions, apprehensions, terrors, whirling in the hummingbird brain. The ray of sunshine presently touched the face of the electric clock and elicited a malicious twinkle from the ruby eyes of the silver elephant. Remembering her promise, Kiddums put out a hand, pulled off the paper slip bearing the date of the previous day, and read, "May all your hours be bright as this." Chapter 54 ***. Official reticence. The first British expeditionary force was in France. Thus much after considerable delay was vouchsafed us. Some studiously unenlightening field postcards, some industriously censored private letters, some press narratives and photographs were permitted us, of Highlanders, Guards, Scots Greys, Middlesex, Worcestershires, Gordons, and others, brought in upon the midnight tide and debarking from huge transports at Boulogne and Havre and Rouen, under burning blue skies and a sizzling sun. The illustrated weeklies and the cinematographs showed them, with battery after battery of RFA, and RHA and RGA, ammunition parks and columns, and engineers with pontoons on motor wagons, and field ambulance units, endlessly streaming into or out of the canvas cities erected on the sites of the old Napoleonic camps. Showed also comic relief, in the familiar form of British Tommy, grinningly appreciative of the welcome accorded him by command of the French Republic, meekly submitting to be plucked bare of buttons and badges, by sirens who sought these with offerings of chocolate, wine, and fruit. This meager pabulum we champed, possessing our souls perforce, in patience, sitting before the great iron curtain of official reticence that had glided down into its grooves as though it never meant to go up again. Then, with the whiffling swoop of the Jabberwock, the food scare was upon us. Letters showered from venerable maiden aunts in remote country districts, describing economies practiced by our great-grandmothers in 1801 and 1814. Hot-eyed friends buttonholed one and whispered of famine that was coming, and pressed crumpled pamphlets, dealing with food values, into one's unwilling hand. The specie scare came next, rousing the most phlegmatic to frenzied indignation. What? In lieu of the smooth, plump British sovereign and half-sovereign welcomed in every corner of the civilized world, must we perforce accept the magpie, or £1 note, and the pinky, or 10-shilling bill? People frothed and vituperated. We were all frothing. What time the stocky, Kalmuck-faced von Kluck, with 130,000 Germans of the Kaiser's First Army, came rolling down in overwhelming force upon the 1st and 2nd British Army Corps. 80,000 men of our blood holding the line of the canal from Condé to a place called Mons, with, as the flanking angle, another place called Binch. The 5th French Army was in full retreat from Namur and Charleroi, borne back by the resistless pressure of von Bülow, chief of the 2nd Army of Attila, 250,000 strong. The 4th French Army was retiring before von Hausen and a third tidal wave of armed Germanity, humping its huge snaky columns after the fashion of the looper caterpillar, along the menaced line of the Meuse. The Krupp and Skoda motor howitzers that had crushed Belgian fortresses like eggshells were coming into position. The circling enemy aeroplanes were directing with smoke rockets the uncannily excellent shooting of the German artillery. We who thought we had no more than a couple of army corps in front of us, and possibly a division of cavalry, were beginning to realize the ugly truth. As the frightful blizzard of iron and flame broke upon the British batteries, and the shallow trenches made in desperate haste and crowded with the flower of the British army, began to lose the shape of trenches, to melt, to become mere scratches in the earth, littered with human scrap. We did not suspect, we never dreamed of grave disaster to our forces, though some of us were strangely haunted by well-loved looks and dear familiar touches before the iron curtain of official silence lifted that quarter-inch and the thick red stuff oozed slowly underneath. An hour or two before the Great Awakening, Margot had phoned asking Patrine to come round. Arriving, her friend found Kiddums sorely exercised in spirit. The housekeeper, in tears, had sought an interview on the food question and entreated her lady to lose no time in provisioning the domestic citadel with flour, sugar, bacon, tea, coffee, potatoes, cereals, and tinned meats against the approaching days of famine. She begged to submit a list. It would be well to lose no time, for all the banks were breaking. She felt it her duty to mention the fact. "And so I told Wallop to dry her poor old eyes," explained Kiddums, "and I'd go and buy up the Army and Navy stores as soon as I'd had a look in at what Franky calls the dross house, just to ask the manager, as man to man, if there's any chance of the bank going biff. Your adorable Lynette and your Uncle Owen may say that hoarding things to eat isn't playing the game and all that. Well, when you're too sharp set to think imperially, come round here and I'll grub the lot. How is your flying man?" "Doing some army coaching. Out Farnborough way," said Patrine. "I've not set eyes on him twice since that club lunch." "When Franky cottoned to him so," said Margot, "you've not had a scrimmage." "God forbid. Engaged people always squabble." "Alan and I don't," asserted Patrine. The car came round, and they drove to the bank. Most banks had enjoyed a run, and a few had experienced the combination of a run with a panic. There had been a severe run on Margot's bank. Now it was over, and a huge majority among the people who formed queues at the doors and crowded the counters were paying in the deposits they had nervously withdrawn. Relieved in mind, Kiddums cashed a check of magnitude, and the respectable Williams turned the car in the direction of the stores. On this day of the Great Awakening, woman stormed the departments. Kiddums and Patrine plunged into the scrum, to emerge after having achieved a modified success. Lady Norwater's explanation, that she required provisions in wholesale bulk because of a yachting trip she meditated, had been hit upon by several thousands of other terminological inexactitudinarians. The mounds of bacon, the castled tins of tea and coffee, the sacks of sugar, rice, and cereals, the raisins, currants, and tinned comestibles, had been nearly all picked up by these knowing early risers. Still enough had been secured to relieve the mind of Mrs. Wallop and scare the wolf from the threshold of 0, Cadogan Place. "Beg pardon, lady." The sedate face of the respectable Williams looked over the last Brobdingnagian parcel transferred to his embrace. "I think, if your ladyship has no objection, it would be better to close the car." "If it will close," began Margot, looking with interested speculation at the mountainous accumulation of bulky, whitey-brown string-tied bags and packages upon the front seat. "Food ogs," bellowed a man in a rusty bowler hat and soiled shirt sleeves, so suddenly and powerfully that Kiddums jumped. "Garn ome," vindictively shrieked a fiery-faced female. "Greedy guts ya, get along ome." "Food ogs," reiterated the stentor in shirt sleeves, backed by an approving murmur from a crowd of dingily clad men and women gathered upon the pavement right and left of the imposing entrance to the stores. "Now then, move on air," came from a policeman, and the crowd began to dissolve with lowering glances. Motor cars were moving away, carrying their owners embedded in groceries. Others were driving up to the door. "Move on, please," repeated the man in blue. "Not till I've got rid of these things. Call the commissionaire. Tell him my name and number. Say the orders were given by mistake." Margot went on when the alpine range of parcels had melted away under the combined efforts of chauffeur and commissionaire. "Poor old Wallop will wail, but I've purged myself of the contempt of being a food hog. Great snipe. To think of deserving to be called such an awful name. It made me feel all of 17 stone, with a row of chins like saddlebags. She pinched her own dainty chin between a tiny finger and thumb. Still, I've enjoyed the scrum, she went on as the car slid towards Piccadilly. It's bucked me splendidly. I shall know what to do now when I want to lay my ghosts. You know one of them, the little fingers twitched in Patrine's, what's coming in November. The other started haunting me only a few days back. All the new one color had died out of the small oval face, and the great dark eyes were tragic in their terror. You're too good a pal to laugh. Well then I'll own up, Franky's my latest ghost of all. But you have heard, you have had letters. The answer was strangled between a laugh and a sob. Letters? 3 postcards from somewhere in France and a queer epistle, all squares of blacking. Not much between, except that he is top hole and coming home at Christmas and sends love to us both. That's Franky's way. He always talks as. A shudder went through the little figure, and shadows were about the great wild eyes, and the pale lips quivered. Poor little kittums, said Patrine's big warm baritone. She slipped an arm tenderly about the little thing. Who could have dreamed that kittums could care so about Franky or any other man? Are you worrying so badly, my dinky? She went on, soothingly. Try not, it isn't wise. I'm not worrying, came the weary answer. I'm being haunted, that's all. Day and night since it started, his hands are on me and his eyes are looking at me. When I sleep, I'm wandering through desolate places looking, always looking for him, and thousands of other selfish, silly women are being haunted in the same way. Oh, Pat, be always kind when you're married to your flying man. When? Patrine echoed, but what of sorrow or doubt her tone conveyed was lost upon Margot. She had told her own grief, and the telling had relieved her. Like the child with the kissed bruise, she could prattle of other things. She was twittering and chirping in the gay little voice Franky knew so well, as Williams, the respectable, turned smoothly into Short Street. There was a dense block at the corner by the Aldebaran Hotel, and amidst the swishing of the motor engines and the fidgeting of plump carriage horses, loathful of the sudden release of the pungent exhaust from escape valves under their noses. A little piece of dialogue between 2 Cyprians on the near sidewalk drove home to both the occupants of the car. One Cyprian was well-to-do, past 35 and expensively caparisoned for conquest, from the tall feather topping her stovepipe hat and her burnished wig of Angora goat hair, to her silk stockings of liberally open pattern and the tips of her high-heeled, buckled shoes. Her hard eyes under their painted brows took critical stock of the other, younger woman, whose makeup could not hide ill health, and whose flaunting fineries were the worse for wear. Said hard eyes, indicating with a jerk of her powdered double chin, a procession moving down Piccadilly Circus wards, a publisher's catchpenny advertisement of Weep No More Mothers. Ingenious in its employment of robust-looking matrons as bearers of the sandwich boards plastered with posters of rose color and gold. You could give some of the swell West End ladies a tip or two, I reckon, Lally, about that purple dream's dope. Honest to God, I could, but I would. The haggard eyes leapt viciously out of their languor. Let 'em run up against it, same as me that went all the way to Brussels to get the new treatment. Great Scott, when I came to eye was black and blue and green all over, and my face, it was a fair scream. She threw an appraising side glance in a shop window. No, my skin'll never be what it used, I reckon. But the hard eyes between the elder woman's blued lids were hideously significant. The trouble, eh? The trouble, Lally's still girlish shoulders shrugged. Oh, that's all right, I heard no more of it, there's the one comfort. Goodbye, ducky, I got to meet somebody at the Cry. Well, better luck. And as the block broke and the car moved on, the women nodded and parted. Margot and her friend Patrine did not look at each other as the car stopped before the club. A glance showed the vestibule crowded, the second pair of swing doors thudded momentarily as members, and their guests passed on into the club rooms, without relieving the congestion that fresh arrivals renewed. Some doors above, a piano organ in charge of 2 men was jolting out the last bars of the Russian national anthem. One of the men, olive-skinned, gray-haired, and dressed in threadbare black, sang the words with perfunctory fervor in a cracked tenor voice. As the last chord banged out and the organist jerked the changing lever over, and the Marseillaise summoned jangling echoes of its lyrical frenzy from the pavement and the surrounding walls, Patrine, meeting Sherbrand's eyes over the crowded heads of people, knew a sudden shock of apprehension in the strangeness of their regard. For day and night since that strange, impulsive visit she had made to the confessional, "You must tell him. It is your duty to tell him," had sounded in her ears. She set her teeth and determined that she would never tell him, none the less knowing that the revelation would be made. A power infinitely stronger than her woman's will was bearing upon it. Her treasure was in peril, her fairy gold at any moment might turn to withered leaves at a breath from her own mouth. Chapter 55 *. News of Bon. Pat, what luck? Sherbrand was standing before her, tall and lean and masterful, saluting her with the touch of 3 fingers to a soldierly forage cap with 3 buttons, set jauntily adult on the broad tanned brow. Ah, the delight of seeing the cold gray glance warm into sea blue, the lean, eagle face flash into smiles. For a little while yet he was hers, she told herself, as the hard hand gripped on hers that answered the swift, fierce pressure, and her blood that the sickly chill of fear had stagnated, whirled on its crimson circle singing for joy. And then, a second glance, sweeping from the top to the toes of the tall manly figure, stopped the song. "Alan, you in khaki." "I suppose so," he said a little clumsily, echoing thousands of other men. "It's the universal wear just now, isn't it? We fellows must make good while we can, and we're all of us joining. Even Macrombie, you can't have forgotten Macrombie, has got his rating and is acting a POT on a destroyer in the North Sea. Do you see the dour drunkard standing up, under the eye of the smart, young inspecting fleet surgeon, naked save for the leather bootlace that held a battered silver locket round his harsh and swarthy scrag? Your age?" "Ye micht ca' me 40, said the subject with caution. "I might, but I'd be a liar," said the fleet surgeon, "so try again, my man." "Ye micht pit twa to the fortie," came rumbling from the hairy chest. "And tack 8 on to that," thus the fleet surgeon, tucking the hooked ends of the stethoscope into his ears and deftly applying the microphone. "And then I'd be wide of the actual. Breathe deeply, will you?" The effort provoked a volley of coughs sounding like half-bricks pitched against the sides of an empty cistern, and the fleet surgeon shook his head. "Ho, ho, ho, why didna ye ho, Latwheel Elaine?" gasped Macrombie, with eyes blazing hellfire through the moisture engendered by the cough. "Dinna ye ken I'll never know, be wanting to breathe deeply war year needing to send me? There is nae room whatever for lung play oot o' the ordinar," he added scornfully, "aboard ane o' the kittle, cranky, tin-pot destroyers." "Hold out your hand," commanded the arbiter of destinies. He contemplated the extended member, wavering and fluttering like the indicator needle on the dial of an atmospheric pressure gauge. "Pretty wobbly, what?" he commented to the owner with the sarcastic inflection that advertised a keen advocate of temperance. "Man, oh, man," broke from Macrombie in a harsh, rattling whisper, desperate appeal flashing in his burnt-out eyes. "You that are young enough to be my son, tack me or leave me, ane or the tither, but shame me nae mair." Telegraphists were sorely needed, so Macrombie of the racking host and the shaky hand was passed as fit for service, and duty rated as petty officer telegraphist aboard one of the contemned tin pots. The crown and winged double thunderbolt must have nerved the arm they came back to. For, on the day of the Battle of Jutland, when a point-blank salvo from an enemy cruiser wrecked the bridge and searchlight platform, carrying away the forward mast and funnel of Macrombie's particular tin pot, and men in respirators were fighting the smothering fumes of the fire caused by German shells of the incendiary description, a dour, stark man, whose clothes were alight and burning on him, stuck grimly to his post among the wreckage of the shattered wireless room, sending out the message last dictated by the officer who lay dead across the blistering steel plating, for the short circuit set up by the smashed searchlight had created its own separate conflagration, and the electricity was running out of everything like oil. When the tin pot heeled over, and having duly buried her steel chest and secret documents, went down with colors flying in a smother of oily steam. Men who were saved on the rafts told this tale of Macrombie, who sleeps well, after life's thirsty fever, at his post in the destroyer's battered wireless cabin, on the deep-ridged, sandy bottom of the wild, shallow North Sea. Patrine felt her heart crushed as in the grip of a cold steel gauntlet. Her apprehensions had not been unfounded. She and Alan were to be parted, if not as she had feared. "I suppose I ought to congratulate you." Her unwilling eyes admired the tall manly figure in the plain workmanlike uniform. The buttonless tunic with its lancer plastron, the riding breeches of ampler cut than the cavalryman's, the high spurless boots of supple brown leather, and the belt that carried a revolver and no sword. What are you in?" she asked draggingly, and he answered with a smile and a flash of his gray eyes. "I hope I'm in for some of what's going on." "How glad you are." "Rather, I should think so, now that they've let me into the Royal Flying Corps as a TSL. Look at my wings." He touched the white outspread pinions on the tunic breast with a reverent fingertip and went on pouring out his story without a break. "It's cost me some badgering of high officials of military aeronautics at Whitehall, and a lot of time wasted in baby tests. Squad drill, Harris tube, bomb dropping, air signaling, Webley and Scott practice, and so on. Now I'm teaching trick flying to Army aviators from 4:3 a.m. till 11 p.m. The powers that be have taken over the flying schools. Durrant's Cafe is our officers' mess now. You should see old Durrant in his glory as head waiter. And Mrs. D," his white teeth flashed as he laughed. "And they have known of this," she nodded at the eagle wings, "while I have been kept in ignorance. How long?" "Not quite a fortnight. Don't be unreasonable, dear." The new tone stung. Did a yellow star upon the cuffs and shoulder straps and a pair of white wings on the left breast mean so much to him that her just claims upon his confidence seemed wanting in reason now? Anger and resentment choked her as he added, "I am here now, as it happens, because I'm crossing the channel tomorrow at Peep-O Day." Something in her pale face made him add, "Don't worry, I'm likely to be back again by nightfall. That's what I've rushed in here to tell you, though I've a man in tow, a wing commander of the French SA, hot from the front and just landed at Hendon. I had to take him in my car to his embassy, and now I've got to find him a room at an hotel. When I've done it, I'm coming back here to talk to you." Where on earth has my man got to? Why, there he is talking to Lady Norwater, the little chap with the grey mustache and the gold-banded capey. "I am honored by Madame's gracious remembrance," the person indicated could be heard protesting during an instant's lull in the babel of voices round. "But my own, 1,000 pardons, is less accurate." "Oh," Margot expostulated, "but you can't have forgotten. That Sunday of the Grand Semaine, when you were in the boys, timing a flying officer who was testing an English invention, a sort of a—" "But assuredly, Madame." His quick nod and the gesture of his gloved hand summoned up the scene vividly. "I remember, but perfectly, though much water has rolled under the bridges since that day. And my lord, Madame's husband." "He's at the front," Margot explained, "wherever the front is." "Unfortunately at the moment," returned the suave voice, "the front is everywhere. It is easy to find without binoculars. Adieu, Madame, merci bien de la souvenir si gracieux, dites mes amitiés à monsieur." And in another moment he arrived beside Sherbrand, exclaiming with his vivacious shrug and gesture, "My faith, my friend, your London Circle des Dames is a veritable paradise of Mahomet." Now in Paris, at least before the war, instead of 10,000 houris to every true believer, one counted at least 3 Adams to every Eve. "But I observe your search has been successful. Will you not present me to Mademoiselle your fiancée?" And the dapper middle-aged wing commander in the gold-banded capey, whose dark plain uniform displayed the gold badge of the Service Aéronautique under the Cross of the Legion of Honor, was introduced as Captain Raymond by an offhand young Briton who comprehended not in the least the immense condescension that had prompted the request. "Sapristi," thought Raymond, as Patrine gave him her large hand and assured him in her big warm voice that she was frightfully pleased to meet a friend of Alan's. A magnificent type of the human female animal to have paired with this bluff, simple English boy. Part femme du monde, part romping hoyden, part cabotin, she should have been a duchess of the old Napoleonic regime, or at least the effect that lies behind a cause célèbre of the Paris law courts of modern days. And she will be expected by this honest fellow to live in a stucco villa at Kensington or the Crystal Palace, and bear and rear his children, and live and die in all the deadly respectability of the British middle-class milieu. But he made his beautiful bow and murmured some civil phrases. In the spring, at the Hendon flying grounds of M. Fanshawe, he, Raymond, had been interested to meet the friend of Mademoiselle, had been profoundly impressed by the displayed inventions of a young man so gifted as aviator and engineer, had had the good fortune subsequently to obtain the consent of his own chiefs of the S.A.F. to a test of an invention, the value of which had been hallmarked by the approbation of Messieurs les Allemands. True, M. Sherbrand had been the victim of their unscrupulosity. But fortune, who knew, might be kinder in the near future. This war so grievous, so brutal, so deplorable, waged by the Prussian against civilization and progress, would open up not only Le Métier des Armes, but countless other avenues of prosperity to thousands of ardent and gifted young men. Like M. Sherbrand, to whom Raymond said with an authoritative glance of his blue eye, "My friend, we keep your auto waiting at the door." "Ah, but stay," Patrine began, with a sense of hatred towards the well-used little Ford runabout standing in much grander company by the curb outside the club. "Do stay and lunch and smoke and tell us things about the war, won't you?" "1,000 thanks, but impossible, mademoiselle." Raymond shrugged, conscious that her look of disappointment was for Sherbrand, and pleaded fatigue as an excuse. "For these are iron times, mademoiselle," he went on in his smooth, musical accents, "and we who live in them are unfortunately of flesh and blood. When the war is done, perhaps, there will again be social pleasures like the lunch you were so kind as to offer me. That I am tempted to accept I will not conceal from you. I have not eaten since I flew from France at La Pointe du Jour, one of the smallest of the little hours of this morning, and then I broke fast on 2 fingers of little red wine and a hunch of soldier's bread." "You mean to say you're fresh from flying the Channel?" "Crossing the Channel came near the end of my journey, mademoiselle. I should have arrived earlier." He shrugged indifferently. Had not some German aviators caused delay? Her vexation passed like a breath from a mirror. Her long eyes danced with delight under her hat brim. Her breath came quick, her red lips curled, and a sweet faint pink showed under her creamy skin. "You're a knight of the skies hot from a fray with 2 flying dragons, and you were going without saying a word. What do you think we Englishwomen are made of?" "Very desirable flesh, some of you at least, mademoiselle," occurred to Raymond, but he suppressed the equivoque and answered with professional brevity. "Mademoiselle, I regret there is but little to tell you. The enemy possesses an aerial organization of great effectiveness, which is being chiefly employed in the killing of harmless civilians and the destruction of unfortified towns. But small success has hitherto attended his efforts in the Channel. Your British expedition was conveyed across the water without the loss of 1 piu-piu or any damage received by the explosion of a German bomb. As for the German aviators of whom I speak, their attitude towards myself and my pilot was modest. Flying their double-seated military taubes, of which the wings and tail resemble those of the dove after which they have been named, they pursued our biplane halfway from Calais to Dover before deciding to attack. Then she hesitated, softly clapping her palms together and dimpling like a big child over the telling of a new fairy tale. Then one climbed, possessing the advantage of a powerful engine, and dropped a bomb from a height of some 600 meters, which exploded without hitting us and went to the bottom of the sea. While the second aviator, who was armed with a repeating carbine, wounded my pilot so severely that it was only by a miracle of endurance he preserved consciousness long enough to land without a crash. So I left him at Dover and, with a pilot mechanic from the air station, completed my passage, descending at Brooklands at 12 demi. Was your pilot hurt very badly? Will he be able to fly back to France? Mademoiselle, being a pious Catholic, he has already flown to heaven. He is dead, and you can joke, Patrine reproached him. His face was very wrinkled as he smiled. Mademoiselle, if a soldier could not jest at death upon occasion, life for a soldier would be impossible. Of verity, the loss of a good pilot aviator is not a thing to joke about, but fortunately, I have your friend to fill his place. Alan, you must not, I will never consent to it. All taken aback, her color banished, she fixed Sherbrand with blazing imperative eyes. He reddened to the hair and his mouth shut firmly. For the first time there was a clash of wills between the pair. Alan, why didn't you ask me? He was redder than ever. Because it wasn't for you to say. It is an order from my chiefs, don't you understand? She did not care that the French officer was smiling. She would have liked to have struck him in his merrily crinkled face. Wretch, to have blurted the truth at her that Alan had hidden. What was he saying? Permit, mademoiselle, that I make my adieus. I go to secure an apartment where I may repose myself. He looked at Sherbrand, saying in his cool tone of authority, The Aldebaran, that is in the next street and a good hotel, is it not so? A little sleep will not come amiss after a cutlet and a demi-boute, and whilst I eat we will settle our affairs. Moan Lieutenant. His gloved hand took Sherbrand neatly by the elbow. He was skillfully steering him towards the doorway when Patrine, white and flaming, placed herself in their path. My affairs come first, she was beginning. Shut up, came from Sherbrand in an exasperated aside whisper. My duty comes before you or anything in the world. It should come first for you if you cared a damn for me. No one but Raymond had overheard the curious, fierce colloquy. She felt literally scorched by the hot look of anger. She knew an agony like the tearing of the tissues of the flesh when Sherbrand passed her and went out with that gloved hand of authority upon his arm. Women are the devil, he thought bitterly, as he opened the door of the runabout Ford to admit the French staff officer. She'd had a shock in being told the news so suddenly, but to ballyrag me, to make me look such a thundering idiot before him. He swung the crank with violence and wrenched angrily at the levers when he took the driving seat. A gloved hand patted his arm, and Raymond's voice said in his ear, "Bah, you are chagrined, my friend, because a handsome woman has made you a little drama. Think no more of it. I have forgotten, for my part," he added, as they got out at the Aldebaran. "I propose to detain you but a little while, mon ami. When we have completed arrangements for the start tomorrow, you will be free to return and make your peace with Mademoiselle." "Thank you, sir. She was rattled at my telling her so suddenly about my commission," said Sherbrand, still beclouded. "Women are all like that, I suppose." "Except in France," said the agreeable voice of Raymond, "where the love of country is stronger in our women than the love of lover or even of child. It was so before 1870. They have remembered through the centuries, as their sisters of Britain have not. They, the women of England, are patriotic? Oh yes, but patriotism is not yet a religion to them. It will cost millions of lives and of blood and ocean to kindle that flame within their souls. Then they also will hold the bayonet to the grindstone with their soft white hands and say, 'Become sharp to drink the blood of Germans.' And they will mend the soldier's ragged breeches and clean the soldier's dirty rifle, and when they do they will not be less womanly. No, by my faith, nor less beloved by men. Try one of these. You will not find them too bad." He offered Sherbrand a cigarette, and took a light from him as they stood under the Aldebaran's tall Corinthian portico. "One should always be accurate. When I told you that in France there lived no woman who was not patriotic, I was in error. Such a woman existed since 3 or 4 days." He blew out a puff of smoke and watched its mounting spiral. Then he resumed. "She was very young, very pretty, the bride of a month, and passionately enamored. When her husband received orders to proceed with his regiment of chasseurs to the Belgian front, she made him a scene of desperation. She would do this and that mad thing if he did not take her. Then she became calmer. She had exacted a promise from her doting cavalryman. She should visit him at the front at a suitable opportunity. She chose her own moment, my faith, and what a moment. She appeared in her husband's quarters in the French cavalry camp near Antonville when the Germans were attacking Dinant. When the cavalry division of the Prussian Guards and the cavalry of their 1st Division, with some infantry battalions and machine gun companies, crossed the Meuse, and we were to attack, she was lying in his arms, the little idiot. He told her to go, and she would not. Then he entreated her, a fatal error that. The cigarette was burning crookedly, forgotten between Raymond's fingers. Then he commanded her. She laughed and kissed him. He gave back the kiss, drew his revolver and shot her dead. Then he ran out, in time to mount and wheel to his place as second in command of his squadron before the regiment swept on to the charge. Fate was kind to him. He charged like a centaur and died like a soldier of France the beloved. Tell the story to Mademoiselle Saxhams. She is magnificently handsome, but forgive me, not a patriot. And a woman without patriotism is an altar without a sacred host and a lamp without a flame. They went into the hotel. When the Frenchman had secured a quiet bedroom on the 4th floor and intimated that no German was to serve him, they went together into the dining room. "Phooey, it smells of soot and petrol and drainage, this London air of yours," said Raymond, as he chose a table in a quiet corner. "You will eat with me? No, then smoke and share my wine." He ordered cutlets, petit pois, a sweet omelette, and a bottle of Beaujolais, and filling his own glass and one for Sherbrand, touched brims gaily and said with a smile, "To France and her allies victory. On earth, a clink, by sea, a clink, under the sea, another clink, and in the air." He clinked 3 times and emptied the glass thirstily. Sherbrand asked, "Was the battle near? Didn't a big affair?" "Not big." He broke a roll and munched bread. "Not on the grand scale. A spectacle très interessante, regarded from the archaic point of view. An example of the ancient mode de battle that will be dead as the dodo in 3 months. Chasseur à cheval and German Imperial Guard regiments charging and meeting with shocks like thunder. Much slaughter. So fierce was the onslaught upon our side that the Germans were driven back across the Meuse. Many missed the bridge and were drowned. One French regiment followed them in pursuit for several kilometers. They were led by the man of whom I have told you. A glass to his memory, and hers." They touched full glasses and drank. Raymond went on. "My flying center was near Maubeuge on the 16th. Some escadrilles of my command were engaged that day near Dinant. My faith, those cotelettes are slow in arriving." He munched more bread, and his blue eyes narrowed smilingly. "We had only the little bombs we used in Morocco, but yes, we did some good work with the Ballsbahn. Flying low, at ordered distances, for to make war by air successfully, the science of tactics must assist the aviator. What says your great field marshal, who has bent his neck to the collar work of administration, who has conjured an army of trained soldiers out of your shops and counting houses and playing fields, and will make another and another when the time comes?" Sherbrand quoted the words uttered by the great voice, now quenched forever in the bitter waters of the North Sea. "Until aviators learn to fly, maneuver, and attack in regular formation, the fifth arm will remain a useless limb." "Tonnerre de Dieu, but that goes to the point," said Raymond, straight and sharp as a thrust from his sword. "If we possessed that man, we should make use of him. He should be Marshal of France or President or Emperor. All we should ask of him would be to lead us. Notter Joffer would not be jealous, they would agree like the hilt and the hand. But I was telling you of an attack by the Fléchette. You may imagine how the Uhlans loved that rain of steel. It changed the retreat to a rout. Only it spoiled so many German horses. Right through the man, you understand, into the animal. Sieves on 4 legs are useless as remounts for French chasseurs." "And the German field flight?" Sherbrand interrogated. "Their fifth arm was represented," said Raymond, sipping his burgundy, "by many Taubes and aviatics armed with the machine gun and some ordinary bombs of shrapnel, also a dirigible of Parsifal type dropping big bombs. We were hampered in our offensive by a prejudice which does not trouble the Germans. To throw bombs upon friend and foe alike, that is not our idea of war. It annoyed me, and I wasted on that flatulent brute of a Parsifal all my remaining fléchettes and little Morocco bombs." "Aha, the côtelettes." A waiter set them before him. He tucked his napkin under his chin and helped himself and said, "Thus, though I had damaged her steering gear and riddled her outer envelope, and the flying pig wallowed in difficulties below me, I could not pursue the advantage I had got. When the pilot of an aviatic launched himself to the rescue, all the ammunition of my carabine was exhausted. I had 1 cartridge left in my automatic revolver, and not a single bomb with which to return the compliments of the German's mitraille. My petrol tank had been perforated. My single bullet missed him. The duel was too unequal, so I withdrew from the field, leaving him to cavalier the flying pig. We may meet again upon terms more equal, when French military aviators fight with machine guns, and now to business. It concerns your gyroscopic stabilizer, the patent of which my chiefs desired to buy for the use of our service aéronautique. You demanded, according to M. Jourdain's statement, £8,000 and a royalty for the world patent. We will buy it of you outright for £12,000. Is it agreed?" Sherbrand straightened in his chair and said, looking the other squarely in the eyes, "No, sir, thank you. You see, though the War Office wouldn't have anything to say to me. It occurs to you that now you may find a market for your invention? To the devil with this smug young British tradesman," thought Raymond behind his knitted brows. "Come," he said, "another proposal. Will you make and supply us with your hawk hoverer, or sell us the right to manufacture 1,000 for the sole use of the SA? Name your price, I shall not be frightened. It is not state money, but my private fortune that I draw upon with the approval of my chiefs. It has been my whim to lavish on my escadrille what other men hang in jewels upon their mistresses. Efficiency is my vice. I have heard of worse." He scrawled some invisible figures with a polished fingernail upon the tablecloth and exclaimed, with a laugh and a shrug, "Sapristi! At even £100 apiece you would soon be a millionaire, even without the fortune you expect from your War Office. Upon occasion, it pays to be a patriot. Decide, monsieur, lest my patience run dry before my purse. "I've not asked you 100, sir," Sherbrand said with his disarming simplicity. "I can make and sell the hoverers at a profit for £60. It's the cutting and welding of the horizontal flanged screws with the acetylene flame that eats up that money. But for the cost of the process, hang it, I'd have had more than 70 ready by me now." "You have 70, you say, laid by in readiness." "Laid by in Greece," said Sherbrand, "at the aerodrome. Waiting the moment when the authorities at Whitehall awaken to the fact that you are a genius, mon ami. A la bonne heure, we buy your 70 equilibrizers." "I'll sell you 10, said the British tradesman doggedly. "And I'll give the Belgian government another 10 if you think they'd honor me by accepting them." "Parole d'honneur, I can guarantee they will, and of the other 50. "They are for England to take or leave," said Sherbrand. "No doubt I'm an ass, but a man must act according to his lights." "They are stars, your lights," said Raymond with a crackling oath, "and they point the path of honor." He pulled a checkbook and a fountain pen from a pocket within his tunic and wrote a check on the Credit Lyonnais for the price of the 10 stabilizers, their packing, carriage, and duty, saying as he signed, and tossed the lilac slip of paper across the tablecloth, "Your endorsement is my receipt. For the stabilizers, they must be sent not later than tomorrow. I would give something if I could fly back to France with a couple in my valise. But patience. In a week at most, we will give the Germans news of us. Perhaps I shall have the good fortune of a rencontre with my Botch pilot aviator. For listen, Lieutenant, he too possessed the device that solves for the avian the problem of stability. And listen well, he carried a young boy with him in the nacelle. It was the man who robbed you. Von Hernung, could you not have guessed before?" It seemed to Sherbrand that he had always guessed. Raymond went on. "When I read of the finding of the wreck of your bird in the North Sea, I knew what coup the Prussian and his confederates had carried out. We had met in Berlin, and at the Hanover aerodrome, and at Paris, and I could have shot him the other day if it had not been for the child. The legions of the modern Attila employ women and babes as bucklers and breastworks by their emperor's order. Perhaps he carried the boy for protection." His mustache bristled like an angry cat, as he added, "A beastly idea, but the German idea is bestial. Well, au revoir tomorrow, 6 demi, we start from the aerodrome." He rose, whisked his napkin over his mouth, and said, giving Sherbrand a hearty hand grip, "I shall be punctual, do not forget. My compliments to Mademoiselle." But Sherbrand was occupied less by thoughts of his angry love than by Raymond's story of the boy in the German warplane. He telephoned to Sir Roland and to Saxhams before he drove back to the club thinking, "Bonn, it must be Bonn, out there in the midst of all those horrors. If I could only meet that fellow von Hernung, I've owed him no grudge because he robbed me, but for this, I could kill him now." Chapter 56 ***** La Brabinson ****. You Saint Pat. Margot, amidst Raymond's polite excuses, had recognized Sherbrand's hatchet face under the khaki cap. "You've stolen a whole morning for me from your flying man. Why didn't you tell me he'd come back to town? How perfectly tophole he looks in tea leaves. Franky and I came across that French officer who was with him last June in Paris. We've been rubbing noses on the strength of having met before. Is Alan going to the front? My poor Patams, it'll be your turn to be haunted. Here's Rona Helvelin. Cheer, Rona. Do tell us why you look so smudgy. Have you been hiding up the chimney of the House of Commons or bombarding a minister's front door with coal?" She beckoned, and Rona came stalking through the crush of marvelously got-up members. The round, fair, freckled boy face that topped her long swan neck and deceptively sloping shoulders pinched with weariness under the wreck of a Heath hat. Her usually immaculate tailor-mades covered with the dust of what might have been a Claxton Hall conflict or a Downing Street demonstration, and strange fires burning in her light-lashed eyes. "Am I such a sweep? I feel one, but so'd you be grubby if you done the crossing from Folkestone to Ostend and back again to London without a dab of a puff. An appointment here at 3:30. Beyond anything in life, Rona plumed herself on her punctuality. Mrs. Saxham, the Mrs. Saxham, had promised to meet me in the chintz room. The chintz room is the first-floor drawing room securable for private teas and interviews. We got in too ravenous even to wash for lunch. You should have seen us eat. My hat, the scrum on those boats, and the dirt. Nothing but a Turkish bath will get me clean again. As for Brenda, she's a nigger." Thus Rona in her loud young accents. Nobody'd believe she'd been born a white girl. "Is she here?" "My Christmas, I should rather hope so. Upstairs scraping off the top crust before I take her to Eccleston Square. Don't do to startle the mater. She's been frightfully off color with worry over her precious youngest. You see, Brenda was due home for the autumn holidays from the convent of the Dames de l'Annonciation at Hewin on the Sambre, when the war broke out. And Hewin's near Charleroi, where they say the Germans are, and we'd nary a letter, and no answer to a hailstorm of wires from the mater. So I got passes and permits on the QT and skipped over to Ostend to see what might be done. And you got through. Did I? Not much. We don't get things properly rubbed into us, tucked away in our blessed old island. I forgot that Belgian trains wouldn't be running from Ostend to Brussels. Now the Germans have got a grab on there. As for getting southeast by Courtrai and Valenciennes, all trains were required by the Allies for military purposes. Perhaps if I'd been a hefty war correspondent or an army nursing sister or a VAD. In diamond earrings and a Red Cross armlet, I'd have had a chance. But I'm doubtful. Transport officers, English and Belgian, keep their mouths shut, and once they've opened them to say no, they never open 'em again. And Rona breathed as though she had been running. There were official war news placards stuck up at the customs office and on the quays and at the prefecture. They said that the Germans under von Bülow have been having a scrap with the 5th French Army on the Sambre, from Namur to Charleroi, and that the French have been beaten back. And the hospitals are crowded with Belgian and German wounded. She gulped and something twinkled on her pale eyelashes. And trains crammed with more keep coming in and in. I've seen some sights, I tell you, that gave me horrors. That showed me, even more than those Ostend quays and wharves and squares and places, packed solid with refugees, great Christmas. Shall I ever forget the devilish, hellish work of war? Refugees, common people, Margot was a little puzzled. Rona nodded and repeated. Refugees, swells and mechanics, rag pickers and shopkeepers, sweeps, schoolgirls, lace makers and students, professors, priests and prostitutes, Madame la Comtesse and her gardener's wife, wheeling the babies in trams and go-karts. Dust-covered, dirty, done-up, desperate, with faces that make you think of the damned in the Tartarus scenes of Orpheus and Eurydice. And someone squealed my name, and there was Brenda. Just got in with 3 of the sisters, and a baker's dozen of English pupils and a herd of other miserables, evacuated from Charleroi and Hewin. 3.5 days on the journey, traveling by fits and starts on branch lines, tramping when trains weren't available. Eating whenever anything was to be had, and going without when there was, sleeping in barns and on the floors of railway station platforms or waiting rooms when they were lucky. Such a pack of tramps you never saw in your life. But great Scott! How thundering glad I was to get hold of Brenda and whisk her away from that chorus of the damned in Orpheus, pent up like cattle behind ropes, and moaning and stretching their arms out to the sea. Why on earth the sea? A foreign voice, resonant and rather nasal, startled Margot by answering. Pardon, madame, because these most unhappy fugitives believe that salvation and safety may be found in England, from whence come those strong brown English soldiers who are fighting in Belgium now. Are there, Margot was beginning. But Rona was introducing the speaker at length as Count Dasnay, Capitaine Commandant and Adjutant of the Belgian General Staff, attached to the General Staff on the 3rd Division of the Belgian Army, and Dasnay was saying with a smile, Mademoiselle bestows upon me all my titles, possibly because we Belgians have so little else left. Except honor, snapped Rona. Except our honor and our self-respect, and a few other non-negotiable securities, he said, that do not bring us much of credit on the bourses of Vienna and Berlin. But Madame was asking of the refugees. Many from Liège have escaped to Antwerp or into Holland. Thousands are rushing from Namur into the bosom of France. But from Louvain and Brussels and Terlemont they flock to Ostend. The steamers of the Channel service are crowded with those who have money and can obtain the necessary laissez-passers. Your town of Folkestone is encumbered with arrivals. Were stones pillows, there would be a head for every stone. But those who have neither money nor passports, and many of these were rich a week ago, remain, as Mademoiselle has told you, to weep and stretch their arms towards the sea. They'd rush the boats, declared Rona, only that the companies keep up the gangways. I suppose, she grimaced, the authorities at Ostend don't want a scare. They believe I hope they may get it. There'll yet be an autumn season. Hang these profit hoggers. If I'd my way, I'd lower every blessed gangway and let everyone who wanted walk on board. If Belgium hadn't faced the music, there'd be Germans in England now, murdering and burning. They've a right to come. Let 'em all come. Britain's big enough, I should hope. Brava, mademoiselle, bis, Dasnay applauded noiselessly. That is what you said to me on the deck of the steamer. Say it again, say it often, and the people will be let come. Oh, I've my plan. Rona's light eyes sparkled wickedly. People here want waking up. They're kept in cotton wool, eyes bunged up and ears stuffed. What they want is to see and hear. Well, a few of 'em are doing it. That, she nodded knowingly at Dasnay, is where my distinguished visitors come in. The lips under the fiercely waxed mustaches smiled. Margot liked the look of this officer of the Belgian General Staff, with the savage eyes and the smooth olive skin, the pointed chestnut beard, fiercely waxed mustache, and the cool, polite manner. He wore the uniform of the Belgian chasseur à cheval, and the vulture plumes of his high shako were cut and broken and scorched in places. The gold braiding of his dark blue tunic was tarnished and weatherbeat, and the gray, blue-striped overalls and spurred black knee boots were rusty with old mud and white with new dust. "You're from the front," she queried, as she moved with Rona and the Belgian towards the glass swing doors, giving access from the vestibule to the club's big ground-floor drawing room. He answered, "There are several fronts, and I have the honor to come from one of them, madame." "With dispatches?" "Possibly with dispatches, madame," he answered with an amused side glance at the small, vivacious face. "Though there are swifter methods of transmitting intelligence than by entrusting letters to a messenger's hands." As he moved beside her, courteously replying, she saw the crimson and green enameled, purple-ribboned cross of the Belgian Order of Leopold shining upon the dark blue tunic breast. "How are things getting on? Nobody tells us anything," twittered the hummingbird. "We might live at the North Pole." Madame might find even at the North Pole compensations for the low temperature and the lack of society. The vulture plumes on the dark blue shako nodded as he turned his face to her. "In the fact that there are no Boches there," he added, and the smile that had curved the soldierly mustache vanished as though the word had wiped it from his mouth. "Do tell me what are Boches?" Margot begged, kindling to interest. He answered with an intensity that dug deep lines at the angles of his nostrils and puckered the corners of the eyes that burned under his frowning brows. "They are a nation of beings, madame, that are no longer men." "Germans, you mean, don't you?" she asked after a little pause of bewilderment, staring with shocked, dilated eyes at the left side of Dasnay's close-cropped head, now revealed to her as he removed his shako, and standing a little in advance of the two women, held back with the thrust of his broad shoulders a leaf of the drawing-room swing doors. The 4-inch square of white surgical plaster adhering to a place whence the chestnut-brown hair had been shaven showed the outline of a deep, jagged gash. "You are hurt. You have had some awful accident. Was it a motor smash? Doesn't it pain you?" Kiddums asked breathlessly. For Dasnay had touched the surgical strapping with his gloved hand, and his smiling face had winced. "It is nothing, madame," he assured her, "and it was not caused by an accident. It is merely a whiff of shrapnel, a love gift from Messieurs les Boches." "You are wounded." "Madame, that is what one calls it, when one suffers a coup d'obus. They are common, these little tokens, on our side of the North Sea. Mine has procured me a visit to London and the pleasure of meeting you." She looked at him like a grieved child, and her lips so quivered that he softened to her behind the crinkles of his smiling bearded mask. "You speak like this because you think I am heartless and indifferent. Perhaps I have been, until today. We are so far from things, we see nothing, and we hear so little about the war." "Alas, madame," came the answer. "Forgive the cruel prophecy that the moment approaches when you will hear too much." The swing doors thudded behind them like guns at a great distance. The capacious ground-floor drawing room, not usually crowded before luncheon, was thronged nearly to the walls. A vacant space in the center presumably accommodated the distinguished visitors, but between these and Margot's quickening curiosity intervened a solid wall of backs. The distinguished visitors must be royalties, decided Margot, as she skirted the barrier, looking right and left for a peephole, recognizing the vast back of Sir Thomas Braham, the skeleton back of the Goblin, the willowy back of Trixie Wastewood, the backs of Lady Beauvais, Cynthia Charterhouse, Tota Stannis, and Patrine Saxham, with other backs pertaining to divers dear friends, consolidated into the rampart of humanity over which the towering feathers of Vanity Fair nodded and bobbed and waved. "They're taking it in," Margot heard Rona mutter behind her. somebody's playing off a joke on us, would be the first thing that'd come into their blessed heads. Well, let 'em think what they choose. Ask me why I did it, Kant, and I swear I couldn't tell you. Blue murder, how my arms ache. But so must yours. You nursed the biggest of the babies all the way from Ostend to Charing Cross. Mademoiselle is right. The swift, fierce undertone was Dasnay's. They do not comprehend yet, not yet. He breathed hissingly through his nose. Wait, and presently the truth will leap at them and strike them entre les yeux, but a place must be found for the friend of Mademoiselle. He came noiselessly to the side of Margot. A chair so, a footstool so, Madame will step on the one and mount to the other. Permit, Madame, that I offer my assistance. Now Madame commands an excellent view of, shall I call it, the spectacle. The speaker's voice was drowned in an outburst of strident music. Barely 2 doors from the club, the piano organ had broken out with La Barbincon. And as the walls vibrated to its shrill cries of triumph, and the wild dissonances of a joy that touches frenzy, the cracked but vigorous tenor began to sing. Après des cycles d'esclavage le beige sortant du tamo et reconquis par son courage son nom, son droit et son drapeau. Et ta main souveraine et fière pupille des sormises, indompte grava sur ta vielle bannière le roi, la loi, la liberté. Sapristi, it is strange that, Dasnay muttered at the first bars. Mademoiselle Helvelin devised the tableau, certainly, but who arranged the entr'acte? The shrill, unbearable frenzy of the piano organ abated, the voice of the singer was more plainly heard. It chanted in thin nasal tones, with missed-out notes in each bar that were like gaps where teeth had been in an old, sorrowful singing mouth. O Belgique, o mere chéri et toi nos cœurs, à tot nos bras et toi noir sang, o patrie. While Margot, a tiptoe in her chair, peered through the screen of towering feathers at the club's distinguished visitors, wondering that within the wall of absorbed faces there should be so little to attract or interest. Nothing more intriguing than the homely figure of a Flemish peasant woman, with 4 young children huddled round her, and a baby at her breast. Chapter 57 ***. The Belgian wife. Desolate advance guard of the vast army, so soon to invade the shores of Britain. How familiar the figure is now, that was then so strange to us in the quaint old-world fashion of its homely garments, the thick white dust and travel stains that covered it, from the linen coif to the wooden shoes. She was not old, the woman who sat with her little flock gathered about her. On the Indian stool that had supported the superb person of von Hernung, what time he had held forth to Mrs. Charterhouse and Lady Wastwood upon the loftiness of German Kultur, the perfection of German female beauty, and the overwhelming mental and bodily superiority of the German Superman. A Walloon peasant from a village near Jodagny, where she and her husband had worked upon a tiny farm. Perhaps a dozen words of French were hers, tout brûle, and en Angleterre où il ni a pas de boches. We were to learn to reap terrible meanings from that hoarse, faint parrot cry. Truths that raised the hairs upon the flesh and chilled the blood were to be imaged for us in the blank vacuity of her unseeing stare. We were to learn why all her children squinted, from Vic, the sturdy man of 7, and Josephine, his junior, possibly by a year, down to Georgette of the chubby cheeks and crinkly, roguish eyelids, and Albert, of the round blue stare, the big white-haired head, and the marvelous bow legs. In their dull, stunned quietude and their clayey pallor, the mark of the beast was branded upon them, down to the livid baby in its little cap of soiled linen, swaddled in the old red shawl that bound down its arms. You might have thought it dead, but for the flutter of a muscle in the cheek, and the faint movement of its lips, feebly sucking at the breast that had been large and bounteous, and now was lax and flabby, covered by a network of darkish violet veins. Who are they? What are they? Where do they come from? Why were they brought here? Does no one know? Will no one tell? The silence of amazement was now breaking. The mouths belonging to the faces under the nodding feathers, old and young, handsome and ugly, vacuous and clever, silly and intellectual, were all prattling interrogations like the above. Pride of place and joy of life, thirst of pleasure, lust of power, gaiety and weariness, wisdom and folly, humbug and sincerity, meanness and generosity, ringed in the dusty group of wooden-shod mysteries and most frightfully wanted to know. And nobody offered any solution of the puzzle. The piano organ was playing 6 doors below the club, the cracked old tenor quavering to its accompaniment. Nous le jurons, tu vivras taugers, grand el bellet ton, Invincible unité aura pour devise immortelle. The music suddenly broke off. A policeman had ordered the organ to move on. Tout brûlé. Hitherto the Belgian woman had not looked up, nor changed her listless attitude. Now she lifted her empty, expressionless eyes and hoarsely iterated her parrot cry. The suckling at her breast whimpered and let go the nipple. She glanced at it, saying in her own thick Flemish tongue, "Daar is geen melk." There is no milk. She rocked the baby for whom she had no milk. Its feeble whimper was not stilled. She went on to that accompaniment. De duischer kwamen. Zij hebben als gebrand, de geburen, mayen voter, mayen man is jedud. Zij hebben hem in het vuur geworpen. The Germans came, they burned everything. The neighbors and my father and my husband are dead, they threw them into the fire. The baby's whimper became a wail of feeble protest. It fought and struggled frantically under the old red swathing shawl. The shawl loosened, slid to the floor, and the wizened arms rose free and jerking. One arm, tightly bandaged below the elbow, ended in a raw and bloody stump. She regarded it with her drained-out stare, not trying to replace the strappings that had bound it, saying in the heavy voice of a sleepwalker, "Dies ook hebben sie gedaan, God sta ons bij." This too they did, God help us. And sobs and weeping broke out around her, as though that little handless arm had been a veritable rod of Moses bringing water from the living rock. But no sigh lifted her bosom, nor were her dry eyelids moistened with the dew of tears. Prussian militarism had wrought its work upon her. She and hers had been trodden as grapes in the Hohenzollern winepress. Those emptied eyes had seen things done that might well make devils laugh in hell. The club walls vanished away as we looked, and behind that stricken figure spread the devastated plains of Belgium, the sorrowful, the glorious, who has endured agony and shame unutterable, that her neighbors might go free. We had a vision of the Son of Man descending in a blood-red, rainy dawning, and heard him saying to the apostles of German Kultur, "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto the least of these, ye have done it unto me." And not a woman among us who had a man with the British expedition, but prayed in her soul, fervently, "Vengeance is thine, for thou hast said it, but make him thy scourge, O Lord." Chapter 58. Sherbrand buys the license. The spell of silence was broken. Excitement seethed as Patrine escaped out of the crush in the drawing room and returned to the vestibule. There, subsiding into one of the tall-backed chairs beside the table that held the members' register and visitors' book, she waited, hoping against hope that the tall figure in khaki might reappear under the club portico. "Patrine." "Oh, Alan, you came back after all." Her gloom changed to radiancy. She rose up as the tall figure of Sherbrand passed under the portico and hurried to him, emptying her budget of regrets. "I've behaved like a cad. Do forgive me, don't be wrathy, but you can't be, or you'd never have come back." "You dear, it's all right." He caught the outstretched hands in both his and wrung them. "Forget, and let's be happy." The truth about Bond tugged at him as he said the words, but he had determined not to torture her with that horror. He went on, with the frankness that she found so lovable, "I was vexed, but it was idiotic of me not to have told you about the commission before. And the man, your French saucifer," she went on, "who looked at me as though I ought to live in a cage at the zoo, what must he have thought of your taste in young women? What mustn't he have said when he got you out of the way?" "Oh, not much." "Go on, rub it in." Well then, Sherbrand's mouth was steady, but the laughter in his eyes was not to be controlled. He saw I was fearfully sick at your having shown temper before him, and he told me not to be chagrined because a handsome woman had made me a little drama. She winced and set her teeth on her crimson underlip. "He knew I'd ask and you'd tell me. He saw me squirming in his mind's eye. Oh, and how he's hit me off. For I was awfully like the heavy leading lady of a tin traveling theater company. Aren't you ashamed of me? Don't you loathe me?" she wooed with entreating eyes. "Frightfully. Tell me, where can we have a cozy talk together? I've got a whole hour before I'm due at Hendon," he said. "The rose and green divan, but there are sure to be people smoking there, oh. I know, the little library. Nobody ever goes in and it's got a door opening into the divan. Friends of members aren't admitted into the library, but if you're caught there, you say you were coming out of the divan, where outsiders are allowed, and open the wrong door do you switch on." He nodded, repressing the desire to ask in whose company she had been caught there, and followed the tall, lithe figure down a short corridor leading to the back of the ground floor. The corridor ended in the little library, a studious apartment of bathing machine dimensions, walled with curiously new-appearing books of information and reference, and containing 2 small writing tables, each supported by a rosewood-stained Windsor, a brace of baskets, and 2 deep, cushiony Rothmore chairs. A member of mature years and mountainous proportions slept placidly in one of these, with Whittaker's peerage balanced at a perilous angle on the vanishing indications of what must once have been her lap. The subdued murmur of voices trickled in from the adjoining smoking room with vaporous wisps of Turkish and Virginia. Save for the stout slumbering member, the lovers were beautifully alone. "Good, oh boy, to have got you back again," Patrine said breathlessly after their kiss. She dropped down noiselessly into the springy embraces of the vacant Rothmore, and Sherbrand, smiling, perched upon the chair's broad arm. "This is an unbecoming contrast, isn't it?" She leaned her beech-leaf-tinted head against the plastron of the khaki tunic as his strong hand crept behind her supple waist. "But I don't care, I can't think of anything but you, Alan. When do you start tomorrow, and from where? I suppose you mustn't tell me," she sighed, rubbing her cheek against him as the strong arm embraced and held her. "Oh me, what it is to be the sweetheart of a soldier. Why, Alan." She lifted her head and looked at him, frowning, and her long eyes were black between the narrowed lids. "Do you know how your heart jumped when I said soldier? Does it mean as much to you as all that?" He began to stammer a little. "Oh well, you see, we Sherbrands have worn the king's coat for ages, ever since there were any Sherbrands, going by the portraits in the gallery at Winds, where my father lived when he was a boy. He used to describe them to me until I knew them as well as he did from the Sir Alan who fought with Talbot against the French at Castellan-Chatelain as a boy, and got killed at Bannockburn 35 years later, down to the jolly old Sir Roger, who fought like a Trojan at Badajoz. He was my great-grandfather, so I suppose I've always had a secret hankering for the service, like the inherited nostalgia hillmen's children have for the mountains or sailors for the sea. The kind of feeling that sets the little Arctic foxes in the zoo howling at the first sprinkle of snow in December. Only I knew I mustn't yield to it. You know the reason why. You told me, and I answered that that kind of reason couldn't affect you. Now you shall hear a plan I've been nursing." His arm again engirdled her. "Do you know Seashire? It's a little grassy, cliffy, shingly village on the southeast coast, 3 hours' journey from Charing Cross. There's a naval air station there that was a seaplane school not long ago. We used to send 'em pupils from Hendon. There's a cottage where they take lodgers not far off. I spent 3 weeks there last summer, fishing and motorboating when I wasn't making friends with Goody Two-Shoes." "Who's Goody Two-Shoes?" "The hydroplane," his voice broke in laughter. "Did you think I meant a girl?" "I'm an idiot. Go on about your plan, dear." "Oh well, the cottage I stayed at was jolly comfortable, and the landlady the tidiest old woman that ever grilled a chop. Now suppose tomorrow or a week or 2 months hence you got a wire from somewhere in France or Belgium saying, 'Seashire, such a day and such an hour, Alan, would you pack your kit for a weekend and hop into the train and come?'" Without asking, without telling Aunt Lynette or Uncle Owen, she asked the question breathlessly. "Tell the doctor and Mrs. Saxham directly afterwards." He leaned his cheek on the beech-leaf hair, and his arm tightened about her waist possessively. "You said my heart jumped just now when you called me a soldier. How it will jump when I pick you out with the glasses, a tiny black speck on the cliffs at Seashire, waiting with the sunset behind you, or the dawn in your eyes to welcome me back from over the sea. Oh, my girl," his voice wooed her irresistibly, "I've dreamed wide awake of the joy of such a greeting. It's up to you to make my dream come true." He kissed her hair. "And we'll watch the day die and sup together, and you'll sleep at my nice old woman's cottage, and I'll turn in at the air station, and next morning we'll be married at Seashire Catholic Church." "Married, that's your plan? Ah, Alan, shall we ever be married?" she sighed. He laughed softly, pressing her against him. "The little Catholic church I've mentioned was built for the very purpose, perched on the cliffs as though it might spread its rafters any minute and flap away to sea." He kissed her hair again. "Don't think I'm spinning fairy tales. I've got a special license, so there's no need to bother about time or previous residence in the district or anything stuffy. Nothing's wanted but opportunity, the church, and the priest, and that the local registrar should put in an appearance. That's necessary, as we're not of the same faith, yet." She freed herself from his embrace, rose to her superb height, and stood over him. "You've arranged all this, without consulting me for a minute. You and your landlady, and your license, and your registrar. Boy, I am sensible of a great desire to box your ears soundly for this. I'd rather take a clout from you than a kiss from any other woman." She tapped him lightly on both ears, and said, putting a butterfly touch of lips in the middle of the broad, tanned brow, "There are both clout and kiss. Now show me the special license." He thrust his hand into a pocket behind the plastron of the khaki tunic and pulled out a note case she had bought and given him. The shiny square of parchment paper bearing the signature of His Grace, the Archbishop of Canterbury, drew both their heads together over it. In a compartment meant for stamps was a hard, thin, metallic circle, shining yellow through tissue paper folds. "The ring," she whispered. "The ring," he nodded, smiling, as she bent her face over it, kissed the tissue paper reverently, stuck the license back in its compartment, and gave him back the case. "And you had these in your pocket this afternoon, when I was such a horrid beast to you." "They were burning a hole right into my chest. Why, Pat, you're crying." She half turned away, mopping her wet eyes with her flimsy little handkerchief. Because it's so blessedly sweet and dear of you to have planned this. Do you really want it so much?" "More than anything under the sky," said Sherbrand. "And don't you see it settles the question of providing for you splendidly. If we're married and I get pipped somewhere at the front—" He stopped short, for one of her large hands firmly covered his mouth. "I won't have it. You're not to speak like that, ever," said a muffled voice above his head. "If you were killed, don't you understand, everything be over for me. It's a kind of nasty little death, only to have you hint at it." "All right," he mumbled penitently and kissed the hand. It was withdrawn, and he went on. "I have my little fortune, though flying has made a hole in it, and I'd naturally like, as my mother is provided for, the stuff to go to my wife." "Oh, if I only were good enough, I would be your wife tomorrow," she groaned. He got up and took her masterfully in his arms. "No more of that. I can't stick being made out a bally pattern. You are 100 times too good for me." "But not at all patriotic," came drifting back upon him in the voice of Raymond. His embrace never slackened, but he asked of her a question, looking for the answer to lighten in her eyes. "Pat, you've not said yet that you're glad they've given me my flying commission. That you're British enough to give your man, if it came to giving, for the old shop. I know you are, of course you are, but say it, I'd like to hear you." I, she caught her breath and her eyes wavered miserably under his steady gaze. "I'm not a little bit good at telling decent proper lies. I love England, but I love you heaps best." He felt her pant between his arms. She writhed her long white neck like a creature in desperate agony. "I want to eat my cake and have it," she wailed, evading his eyes. "Now you know me, you'll despise me. But it's the truth anyway. I'd like a man to send to the war and a man to keep for myself." His arms wrapped her closely, and his heart plunged madly against her bosom. He kissed her on her yielded mouth, and the kiss was a living flame. "That will be when we are married and you have a son," he whispered, and a drowning horror enveloped her. She cried out and thrust him back, and might have sunk down at his feet and told her dreadful story then. Whittaker's peerage intervened, sliding from the lap of the obese, reposeful member and falling to the carpet with a resounding thump. The indignant eyes of the awakened lady glared at Sherbrand over her gold-rimmed spectacles. She demanded, snorting, "Since when has this room, H.R. Runk, been thrown open to visitors?" "I'll inquire," Sherbrand stammered, and the guilty couple fled. That night Patrine wrote on a card Seashire, and then Safter wore it in her bosom, but many weeks were over her head before the call came. Chapter 59 ***. The woe wave breaks. Meanwhile, everybody who could get near the Belgian refugees excitedly pressed hospitality upon them. The desolate mother was termed "poor dear" in a dozen different keys of sympathy, but she only looked with dull, vague eyes in the faces of would-be philanthropists. When kindly hands tried to draw the little ones away, she grabbed them and held on. "She doesn't understand us, the poor dear creature." Thus the goblin, gulping within her rows of pearls, red-eyed under her towering osprey panache. What she has suffered, it shatters one to realize. Can one credit that dear Count Tito could have belonged to such a race? Miss Helvellyn claims her by right of discovery, I believe, so farewell to my plans for her benefit. But Belgians, I understand, are to be had in any quantity, and Belgians I must and will have. Think of those rows and rows of new cottages standing empty at Watt Regis, and that huge caravanserai that nobody can live in at the corner of Russell Square. Do you hear me, Sir Thomas? Oh, how clever of you, Lady Eliasson. Sir Thomas, listen. Lady Eliasson positively promises that Sir Solomon shall interest himself in this. Of course, there must be a fund and a committee and a headquarters. The fund must be huge, the committee representative. Dear Lady Beauvais is to be our Hun. Secretary, with your legal knowledge and influence and your passion for philanthropy, Sir Thomas, don't tell me you are going to keep out of this. You are damned if you do. Did you say? Bless you, who are these queer people coming in? Two nuns in the familiar habit worn by Roman Catholic Sisters of Charity, little black-robed figures with starched white coifs, broad white gimps and flowing black veils, had passed the club windows a moment previously. A tall, slight woman in Quaker gray had seen and hurried in pursuit of the sisters, recognized as members of a Belgian community, to whom Mrs. Saxhams explained the situation, speaking in her exquisite French. The sisters replied in a less polished accent, their discreet eyes ignoring curious glances as their guide ushered them into the crowded drawing room. The crowd parted before them, revealing Rachel and her children. The nuns moved forwards and stood within the radius of those heavy, vacant eyes. Life leaped into them. She cried out in her thick Flemish tongue and was answered, and rose up, the children clinging to her. In a moment the sisters had advanced upon her, taken the baby from the cramped arms that now resigned it, taken the mother also into a pair of black-sleeved arms. And she was weeping on the bosom of Charity, and telling them the dreadful story that is told anew every day. Presently she and Vic, Josephine, Georgette, and Albert the big-headed were eating cake and drinking coffee under the sheltering wing of the sisters. But though some elderly members still hovered in their neighborhood, the question of a fund and a committee had usurped the attention of the club. Lady Eliasson and Lady Watt were selecting a quorum. Rona Helvellyn had proposed to Lynette an adjournment to the chintz room. They had reached the swing doors of the drawing room, when with violence they banged open to admit Brenda Helvellyn in the maddest spirits, escorted by Doda Foltelbar and Sissy Eliasson and half a dozen of the wilder younger members of the club. Said Rona, barring her junior's way with a long thin arm as Brenda rollicked past her. Mrs. Saxham, let me introduce my sister Brenda. Brenda admires you frightfully. Brenda, staring with wide, bright eyes at the object of her alleged admiration, offered a pink, moist, recently washed hand to Lynette. At Rona's indignant exclamation, she started and pulled away the hand, stammering. They wouldn't let me. Wouldn't let you change into decent clothes when I'd phoned home to have some sent here. Tell me another. Well then, the things hadn't come. And if they haven't, why not have stayed upstairs until they do come? All alone? Oh, I could. Anything awful might happen up there. The peach face of 16 winced and the eyebrows puckered. And Doder and Sissy simply love me in these things. They said I must come down and be seen. Doda and Sissy and the guilty six exchanged rapturous winks and grimaces. Certainly, a damsel of 16, whose superb crimson tresses are crowned with the squashed ruin of a muslin Trouville hat, and whose slender form is draped in the wilted wraith of a light green aquascutum, is more than likely to create a succès fou on her appearance in a London drawing-room. Seen, Rona snorted. Well, you are a sight, there's no denying, from your head to your feet, my Merry Christmas. What have you got on your feet? Brenda tittered nervously, poking out a slim foot in a huge galosh lined with wearied red flannel. They're the mere economes. There wasn't time to dress properly. We were turned out of the convent, have I told you? Just as we stood, it was early in the morning. 7 o'clock mass was just over. We were trooping into the réfectoire for coffee. We went to mass and did our lessons in spite of the awful guns. Then, all at once, she began to laugh, and a mask of fine glittering dew broke out over her peaky face from the temples to the upper lip. The earth began to shake. The French were retreating from Charleroi. They streamed past and past, horsemen and guns and marching men, just as they'd gone by 2 days before when we waved and cheered them from the garden. Only this time there were wounded men. The ambulance wagons were heaped with them, all bloody and dreadful. Oh, and then the shells began to fall, among the wagons and on the convent. The Germans are coming, the soldiers called to us. Fly while you have time. Shut up, Rona ordered the girl. Have I told you not to talk, you stupid? There weren't any shells, it's all your silly nerves. There might have been, but there were. But the shells were hitting the convent walls and bursting. The house was on fire, and the French commandant said to the maîtresse générale, "It will be resé over your heads if you remain, madame. On ni fate cardier a person, les Allemands. They are advancing in incredible numbers. The road to Calais lies open before them because of the great catastrophe of yesterday. Our hearts are sad, not only for our own losses, but for the misfortunes of our friends across the—" "Will you be silent? He never said so." With her scarlet head surmounting the shiny waterproof, Brenda rather reminded one of a green hackle, the likeness to the splendid gauze-winged fly being increased by the brightness of her eyes. Very round, very wide open, and with strange lines radiating from the pinpoint speck of pupil to the outer band ringing the hazel irids, they stared from that crystal-beaded mask of hers. "But Rona," she reiterated, bewildered by her senior's vehemence of contradiction, "he did say so. And the convent was burning when we left." "If it was, you're to forget it, do you hear me? And look here, if you dare to talk like this at home—" "I won't. I know the mater mustn't be upset. Look here, I'll swear I won't if that'll do. Only don't say I've got to stop upstairs, will you? They're so gay here," Brenda pleaded humbly. "It'll help me to forget." "All right," and with a warning scowl from Rona the sisters parted. Lynette Saxham asked, looking after the little bizarre figure of Brenda with wistful tenderness in her eyes, "Will she recover from the shock of the horrors she has seen the more quickly because you forbid her to speak of them?" "I don't know. I haven't thought. It's my mother I bother most about. You see, Roddy's battery, Roddy's my brother, has gone with the expedition. If Brenda talks rawhead and bloody bones, but I'll take care she don't, the little fool." The eyes of both women followed the funny little figure. Lynette said, as it was absorbed in a crowd of laughing friends, "Would you prefer that we finished our talk here?" She glanced at the settee in a glass-screened angle near the fireplace, and Rona assented with evident relief. Her chiefs of the WSSS, she explained, were anxious that Mrs. Saxham should consent to speak at the Royal Hall mass meeting of protest against the delay of Parliament in passing the woman's suffrage bill. The meeting was fixed for the middle of October. Mrs. Saxham's sympathy with the movement was to be gathered from her writings. A personal expression would be valued by the WSSS. "I am in sympathy to the extent of joining in any form of protest or any description of organized demonstration that is not characterized by violence," said Lynette. To brawl at public meetings. Rona wondered whether she had heard of her own balked attempt to heckle the bishops at the Guildhall banquet. To assault public personages and damage private or public property is not the method by which the franchise will be gained. To make war upon men is not the way, I think, to win their suffrages for women. But I will gladly speak at the meeting. Please be kind enough to tell the chiefs. "It's awfully sporting of you when you've been in such trouble. It must have been quite too awful," bungled Rona, "about your boy." "About my boy?" Lynette caught her breath and nipped her lower lip between her teeth to keep back the cry that else must have escaped her. "You are kind. You will be infinitely kinder if you say no more." "I beg your pardon. I'm frightfully clumsy," apologized Rona. "Roddy, my brother who's at the front, once told me that I had the tact of a steam cultivator and the discretion of a runaway motor bus." She added, "I'm afraid you think I was rough on Brenda. But the mater's heart trouble keeps us all on tenterhooks, and for her sake, no matter what horrors are hinted or whispered, nothing shall make me believe anything but the best until the worst is brought to my door. You understand, don't you?" "What's that, young Brenda?" A gust of laughter drew the eyes of both women to the green hackle, who, surrounded by an appreciative circle, including Margot and Trixie Wastewood, Cynthia Charterhouse, Doda and Sissy, was performing the maddest posseul that ever held the floor. One huge galosh flew off, shaving a Giltan crystal electrolier as she finished with a daring high kick, and dropped down breathless and panting between Margot and Cynthia Charterhouse. "You crazy child," cooed Mrs. Charterhouse, patting one of the pink hands. "I feel crazy," gurgled Brenda, while Doda picked up her battered Trouvel hat and Sissy retrieved hairpins scattered over the club carpet. "Oh, my stars, you don't know, you'll none of you ever guess what it is to me to find you all so gay." She bounced on the springy seat until her red locks tossed like the mane of a Shetland pony. "Now I really can believe, really, that the whole thing's been a bad dream. Like you get when sisters have been too busy to boil the potatoes soft or take the cores out of the stewed apples." She turned her head and the sparkling mask of tiny beads broke out again over her flushed face. Who are those sowers de charité? She asked, for the circle of elderly members had melted away, and the two religious were now going, taking with them the Belgian mother and her children, to whom, of course at the club's expense, they were to afford a temporary home. What are they here for? Why, that's the woman who came with us on the boat from Ostend. Ah, my God. It's all true, I can't tell lies anymore. Do you hear, Rona? And the bizarre little figure leaped up and stood before them, defiant and panting. Not even for you and Mother, the voice broke in a wail. Oh, how can you bear to see everyone so gay when the guards and gunners have been killed at Mons? 7,000 lying dead, the French commandant told us. Thousands taken prisoners, and we sit laughing here. Lynette Saxhams caught the little body as it doubled on itself and dropped like a shot rabbit. She carried it to one of the settees and knelt by it, loosening the clothes, working with swift and motherly hands. The piano organ had come back, or another like it, and was jolting out the popular pseudo-pathetic strains of Goodbye, Little Girl, Goodbye. The swing doors had thudded behind the nuns and their charges. Lady Watt was just saying to Lady Eliasson, "Then you, dear, will personally apply to the Foreign Office and the Home Office and the Belgian Ambassador and the County Council. Pray count on me for all the rest. Sir Solomon is a tower of strength. You agree with me, don't you, Sir Thomas? Mercy on us. What a commotion. Who has had a telegram from the front? Who says the guards and gunners have been annihilated? Who says the British expedition has been overwhelmed by numbers and forced to retreat? Will nobody stop that horrible organ? Will nobody answer me?" It was the tragic crowning of that day of trivial happenings that the iron curtain that had baffled us so persistently should rise to the tune of a music hall ballad at the touch of a schoolgirl's hand. Long before the huge funeral broadsheets broke out in the gutters of Fleet Street, the Strand, Pall Mall, and Piccadilly, screaming of the retirement of the French forces from Namur and Charleroi, disaster to the British Expeditionary Army, decimation of famous regiments, and the retreat from Mons, the tidal wave of mourning that was to sweep the United Kingdom from end to end had crashed down upon the club. Ah, how one had underrated them, those dead men who, living, had seemed to hold themselves so lightly. Who, submitting to be outclassed in sport even while holding it the thing best worth living for, had smilingly accepted those hateful records of 1912-1913. Theirs is a glorious record now. Above the huge roll that is wreathed with blood-stained laurels droop the flags of the Allied nations, their heavy folds all gemmed with bitter tears. Each nightfall finds the endless roll grown longer. Each day dawn sees the hope of noble houses, the pride and stay of homes gentle and simple swallowed up in the abyss that is never glutted. How long, O Lord? We cry, yet comes no nearer the end for which the smallest children pray. And the women? In the book of the prophet Ezekiel, we read of a valley of dry bones over which the spirit of the Creator breathed. When that wind from heaven stirred them, the dead white bones put on life and rose up. A change as miraculous has been wrought in woman since the Black Deluge left a deposit of new-made widows and mourning mothers, red-eyed sisters, and silent, wan-faced sweethearts, sitting about the little tables where the empty places showed as awful gaps. The bereaved did not shed many tears. Their grief was too deep to be emotional, their newly awakened spirit too lofty for complaint. Their pride in their dead men was their upholding. Their bleeding hearts they only showed to God. Before then, he was for many of us non-existent, for many more a remote, passively observant personality, but tepidly interested in the affairs of the human race. Would these have learned to know him, think you, if there had been no war? And those whom every newspaper unfolded, every knock at the door might smite with dire intelligence. Right bravely they bore themselves through that fortnight-long, hideous pipe dream of the long retreat south. For many of these the torture of suspense was to give place to cruel certainty, after that unforgettable Sunday of the 6th September, when at a distance of 12 kilometers from Paris, the retirement of the Allied armies suddenly changed to an advance, and the columns of German Garde Uhlans in hot pursuit of the British force were routed by Generals Gough and Chetwode with our 3rd and 5th Cavalry Brigades. For many, many others, the strain has never since slackened. They lie nights as they lay through those nights of September, 1914, and feel the bed shaking, and the floors and walls vibrating, as the outer rings of vast concussions spread to them through the troubled ocean of atmosphere. And in the mornings, they will tell you calmly, "Oh yes, he is alive, but where he is there is terrible fighting. I heard the guns." No arguments of people whose sons or husbands are not with the army in Belgium, or France, Italy, or Palestine will convince them that they do not hear the guns. Or that, borne upon the waves of a subtler medium than air, are not conveyed to them finer, more mysterious vibrations. Thoughts that meet thoughts, mental appeals, demands, entreaties. The hands of their souls, reaching out through the dark hours, clasp those of other souls in greetings and farewells. Chapter 60. Culture. The Belgian village town had been so sorely knocked about that the names of its faubourgs, boulevards, and thoroughfares were obliterated. Hence, one is fain to substitute others, such as the street where the naked body of the little girl hung up on hooks in the butcher's window, the passage of the 3 dead British soldiers with slit noses and pounded feet, the square of the 40 blindfolded civilian corpses, and the place of the church of the curé they crucified for warning the British by ringing the bells. Of this sacred edifice, Romanesque and dating from the 10th century, little remained beyond the crypt and the stump of the tower. Some calcined and twisted bones, a scorched rag of a cassock, represented M. le Curé, that faithful shepherd of souls. Of M. le Curé's flock, not one remained to tell the story of the tragic episode that had reared the grim pile of blackening corpses in the market square, and added 700 homeless refugees to the rivers of human wretchedness ceaselessly rolling south. In the bright sunshine of the fine October morning that had followed a night of rain and thunder, the grimly altered shadows of shell-torn buildings lay black on the ripped-up pavements and shrapnel-pocked walls. A sandy-white cat lapped gratefully at a puddle, a disheveled fowl pecked between the cobblestones, a pigeon or two preened on the broken ridge tiles. To the eye of a skilled observer hovering hawk-like in the hot blue heavens, raking the streets through high-powered Zeiss binoculars, nothing human remained alive in this Isildama. Yet when the 2-seated bomb-carrying Taube with the big man and the small boy in it had banked and climbed, and hummed away southwards on its aerial mission of ruin and destruction, one British officer, sorely wounded, lay in what had been the ground-floor living room of a well-to-do baker's shop. A captain of a Guards infantry battalion belonging to a brigade of the 1st Division of the 1st Army Corps. Marching, counter-marching, digging, and fighting rearguard actions had kept the brigade's hands full during those blazing days and drenching nights of August and September, whilst the battered divisions that had borne the brunt of the huge German offensive, reduced to 1/20th of their effective, had hurried southwards, leaving a trail of blood. Those other beggars have had all the luck. The brigade had growled when it had any time for growling, but it had won shining honors at the Marne and had been heavily engaged at the Aisne, losing many of its men and officers. In the Aisne battle, particularly, the man we are concerned with had one special mention in dispatches for a deed of great gallantry. 3 days previously, an order from General Headquarters had moved his battalion on the little village town. Their RFA battery had been posted a quarter-mile distant, commanding the northeast and east where the Germans were known to be. Machine guns were placed at the principal road ends, debouching on the west, where the Germans might be. The main streets had been barricaded with transport wagons and motor lorries. All the Maxims left had been hidden behind the sand-bagged windows of a factory, a gaunt, brick skyscraper, long a thorn to the beauty-loving eye of M. le Curé. The walls of houses ending streets leading to the country had been loopholed for musketry, and a howitzer from the battery and a machine gun had been spared to protect the bridge south of the town, a little place resting in the elbow of a small babbling river. Watches and patrols had been set and pickets placed, and then these war-worn Britons had dispersed into billets, or gone into barracks, too weary to eat, craving only for sleep. That big mound of blackened ruins near the railway station, left intact for strategic purposes by the enemy, now stood for the barracks, just as that calcined heap of masonry and twisted iron girders at the town's north angle now represented the hospital. Both had blazed, 2 huge, unquenchable, incendiary shell-kindled pyres, to light the retreat of the battalion south. Secure on those points of menace, northeast, east, and west, the exhausted battalion had slept like dead men. The townspeople, relieved in mind by the presence of so many English soldiers, slept like Flemings, very nearly the same thing. The burgomaster slept. M. le Maire followed his example. M. le Docteur and M. l'Avocat slumbered profoundly too. Only M. le Curé, being restless for some reason or other, resolved to spend the night on the church tower in the company of his breviary, an electric reading lamp, a bottle of strong coffee, and a battered but excellent night glass, the property of his late maternal uncle, an admiral of the French Navy. 4 hours they had slept, when a furious clangor from the church bells awakened the sleepers. Shrill whistles screamed, bugles were sounded, staff officers and company commanders clattered out of their quarters. The battalion jumped like one man to its feet. Voices talked over the wires of the field telephones. An artillery patrol leader had ridden into the advance of a column of heavy motor lorries approaching the bridge that crossed the river, carrying the highway that had brought the battalion from the south. Lorries heavy laden with French infantry, for an outpost's flashlight on the advance had revealed the Allies' uniform. Well, what of it? French troops were in the east upon the Usser. But still, the crazy church bells jangled and clanged and pealed, shrieking. Réveillez-vous, messieurs les Anglais. Vous êtes surpris les allemands sont ici. Réveillez-vous, aux arms, aux arms. And another broad arrow of dazzling blue-white light showed motor lorries packed with spiked helmets and green-gray tunics, behind the capes topping men in blue coats and red breeches. The gunners of the howitzer, spared for the point commanding the road south of the bridge, were picked off by German sharpshooters before they could fire. The officer with the machine gun was bayoneted, and the gun itself seized. Revolvers cracked and spat incessantly, bayonets plunged through the darkness into grunting bodies. Britons and Boches strove in a melee of whirling rifle butts and pounding fists. And by the light of starshell, shrapnel, and machine gun fire from the other side of the river began to play indiscriminately on the assailants and the assailed. Under cover of this fire, the Germans would have rushed the bridge, but for the factory stuffed with machine guns, pumping lead from its windows, and the howitzer. Oh, bully for the howitzer, thought the wounded man. His company had been entrenched as a reserve near the bridge in the mouth of a faubourg running westwards. They had doubled out to support the bridge party in the moment of alarm. He had been shot then in the right arm and had gone on using his revolver with the left hand. It was not until some well-timed shrapnel from the RFA battery northeast of the town began to burst among the green-gray uniforms, and the Kaisermen took to their motor lorries and went off, carrying their wounded and leaving many dead. That Franky had been sensible of any pain. "You've been pipped, old man," had said the commander of the bridge company, mopping a smudged and perspiring visage with a handkerchief that shrieked for the wash. "By the great brass hat, so I have, but I'd forgotten all about it," said Franky, surveying the carnage in the golden sunlight of the newly minted day. "Look at these fellows in French uniforms. It's an insult to the Allies to bury 'em like that. Couldn't we take off the blue coats and red baggies before we stow 'em underground? And the prisoners, what beauties, whining camarade, to our chaps and putting their hands up for mercy. Do they suppose?" The speaker ceased, for the brother officer who had commanded the bridge company was absorbed in looking through his binoculars at a silvery speck in the western heavens. It grew into a British RFC, scouting biplane, that came droning overhead at 4,000, circled, fired a white rocket for attention, dived nearer, circled again, and dropped a scrawled message in a leaded clip bag. "Enemy column, infantry with motor lorries and 2 guns crossing river, bridge a mile to the west of you, hurrying hell for leather north, drop them 2 bombs. Bigger column advancing from north with more motor lorries and howitzers. Look out for squalls that direction, roads to south all clear. Those crossing the bridge to west of us will be the gentlemen who came round that way to leave their cards," said the lieutenant colonel commanding as the biplane sang itself away. "Probably a column detached for the surprise from the bigger force to the north. Well, we seem to have finished top dog. Let's hope they won't tackle us again until the men have had their coffee. Phone the brigadier at Zill. And wireless the news of the scrimmage to the divisional commander at Bakes and Marwick's 30 miles south of us, and get a message through to Sir Kenneth." He named the general officer commanding the AC to which the brigade belonged. "And give details to the GHQ. At St. O, don't forget, not that we'll get much credit over this." The colonel scowled, surveying from the sandbagged window of headquarters, situate in the factory, the long lines of stretchers being trotted off by the R.A.M.C. bearers to the town hospital. He rubbed his finger under the bristles of his close-clipped mustache with a rasping sound that conveyed his irritation as he went on. "That's the worst of these rotten little advance guard actions. They are expensive, infernally expensive. The casualties are heavy and the credit nil. Possibly, sir, but at any rate we've wiped out a lot of these botch beggars, said the battery commander optimistically. Halloa, bird over, and it's a Boche plane. A two-seated Taube, shining silver in the morning sunshine, had come out of the golden mists to northward, rolling up the landscape under its steel belly with wonderful steady swiftness. At some 3,000 above the town, it hovered, making a queer buzzing noise. I've heard that song before, said the adjutant, his eyes glued to his binoculars. You remember, sir, at Fegney. The spotter our fellows christened the Buzzard, at his old smoke-signaling tactics. The colonel snatched the field telephone, spoke, and from a gaping skylight at the top of the tall, square, many-windowed factory, an extravagantly tilted Maxim began to pump lead skywards in a glittering fan-shaped stream. Queer effect, uncommonly, looks as if it were raining upside down. Gad, I believe that hit him, he added, as a small dark object fell from the Hunnish monoplane. But it was only the inevitable miniature parachute with the smoke rocket attached to it belching gouts of black vapor. The Buzzard ceased buzzing, banked, and climbed gracefully out of view. And then, with a leaping of green-white tongues of flame away in the north, beyond a long sunlit stretch of level country, fringed with poplars and streaked with canals, and patched with brown cornfields and golden-tinted woods and apple-laden orchards, and dotted with little towns and villages, the heavy German field guns and 11.2-inch Krupp howitzers began to shower shrapnel and big steel shells of high explosive upon the devoted little town. The Kaisermen had got the range from their spotter. Half of the single field battery of 18-pounder quick-firers were put out of action in the twinkling of an eye. The little town became a storm center, canopied by soot-black smoke, stabbed by the fierce blue glares of the shell bursts. The houses were toppling. The ruins were blazing. The gasometer near the station was hit and blew up with a fearful explosion. The streets were full of shrieking, stampeding, dying townspeople and children. Save us, take us with you. They screamed to the Englishmen, for the divisional commander at Bakes and Marwick's had telegraphed, retire, and the battalion was preparing to evacuate the town. A great shell wrecked the factory, killed the adjutant and many of the machine gunners, and slightly wounded the CO. The Romanesque church tower, whose bells had shrieked alarm in the little hours of the morning, rocked, staggered, and collapsed over its famous chime. Again, men had melted as you laid your hands on them, blown into crimson rags as their mouths opened shouting to you. It had been hell, Franky remembered, sheer, absolute, unvarnished hell. The battalion surgeon major had been dressing his wounded arm in the open street when the death blizzard had broken upon them. A lump of shrapnel hit Franky in the ribs on the right side, and some RAMC bearers carried him, vomiting blood, into the baker's shop. Possibly they were killed, for a shell hit and burst and wrecked the house in the instant of their leaving it, and they never came back again. Their charge, in his helplessness, had escaped death by a narrow shave. The plank flooring of the upper room, dropping from the broken joist at the fireplace end, had formed a penthouse over him, lying on the blood-soaked stretcher on the tiled flooring, shielding him from the avalanche of household furniture, glass and crockery, descending from overhead. Thus he had lain, partially unconscious, when what was left of the battalion marched out of the town. Most of the population followed on the blistered heels of the British soldiers, helping to carry the stretchers of the wounded and crippled men who under that blizzard of fiery death had been got out of the burning hospital. Not all had been got out. Franky, lying bloody and smothered with plaster, and helpless under the penthouse of planking that had saved him, had heard the screams of these, such pitiful, heart-rending screams. Then the bombardment had stopped, and the mere relief from that intolerable torture of outrageous sound was heaven. The screams from the burning hospital had ceased, but when the earth had shaken with the approach of a great host, and German cavalry in green-gray uniforms with covered helmets had ridden through the ravaged streets, and the tottering walls had trembled at the passage of colossal motor tractors dragging 11.2-inch Krupps, and carrying huge loads of German gunners, engineers, and infantry, and German voices had shouted harshly up and down the streets, and German heads were thrust from open windows. And the work of pillage, so dear to the German heart, was being carried out with German thoroughness. The screaming had begun again. Cries of women and children, shouts of men, pleas, expostulations, prayers for mercy in French or Flemish, brutal laughter, German oaths, threats, and orders. Subsequently, to the accompaniment of Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles, the popping of corks and the breaking of glasses, hawks for Kaiser and Kronprinz, fierce disputes over the division of booty, more shrieks of women and girls, to the funeral adagio of picks and mattocks upon the cobblestones of the market square. A volley then, and shots and more shots. Subsequently private of infantry, Max Schlutter, made these scrawled entries in his notebook, testifying to the sadism prevailing among the troops of the Attila of today. October th 1914, great day of loot and plunder. We shelled the cowardly English, a whole army corps with a brigade of heavy artillery, out of the village of H. The hospital, barracks, church, and many houses destroyed by our guns. The mayor, the burgomaster, and the registrar shot for harboring our enemies. The priest tied up to his church door, tortured, and then burnt for ringing the bells to warn the English of our approach. Lieutenant Rosberg had a little girl butchered like a pigling and pounded the feet of some lame English soldiers we found hiding to teach the swine how to dance. They too were shot. Decidedly, the lieutenant is a funny fellow. All the people who had not run away brought out of their houses and shot. They filled the air with their lamentations. After a grand gorge and a big swill, we now all drunk and slept on the pavements by the light of a magnificent silvery moon. Burned more houses, and continued the march next day with a hellishly bad head. How long before they find me out? Franky had wondered. But the plaster-whitened brown boots sticking stiffly out under the penthouse of broken flooring must have looked as though they clothed the rigid feet of a dead man. Presently they will come, he had promised himself. But though they had sacked the baker's shop and visited the other rooms in the dwelling, no one had entered the ravaged little parlor, split open from floor to ceiling by the upburst of the high explosive, and offering its ravaged, worthless interior to the scrutiny of every passing eye. Worn and spent with fierce exertion, hard fighting, and loss of blood, delirious with the rising fever of his wounds, he was conscious in whiffs and snatches. The conscious intervals made fiery streaks across broad belts of murky shadow, a no-man's land wherein Franky wandered, meeting things both beautiful and hideous, knowing nothing real except thirst, racking cramps, and stabbing pain. The second day passed. At sun-high, a distant fury of guns broke out. Through the terrible drum fire of Prussian artillery, he fancied he could hear the British field guns, hammering out death in return for death. Suffering agonies for lack of water, he sustained life with scraps of chocolate broken from a half-cake carried in a breast pocket. To move one hand and carry it to his mouth was possible at cost of ugly pain. Night fell, a night that was rainy and windy, full of cool drippings that wet Franky's clothes without visiting his baked lips. And still the cannonade went on ceaselessly, so that the crazy walls that sheltered him shuddered and the earth vibrated, and the eeriness was made more eerie with the sliding of tiles from broken rafters, and the creaking and banging of broken doors, slammed by ghostly, invisible hands. Pale splashes of light, reflected stabs of fire from the muzzles of those unsleeping guns in the south and west, made the darkness yet more dreary. Rats scrambled and squeaked, close to him in the obscurity, evoking horrible suggestions of being gnawed and bitten as one lay helpless there. He gritted his teeth to keep back the cry that nearly broke from him as one rodent crossed him, its hooked claws rattling against his straps and buttons, its cold hairless tail sliding snakily over his hand. He fancied that he saw its eyes shining in the darkness. He was certain that it had moved and lopped round behind him. He felt its whiskered snout cautiously approaching the throbbing artery beneath his ear. Then his nerve left him, and he croaked out feebly, though it seemed to him that he shouted. "Escat you brute, get you beggar, halloa, halloa, belges o seckers. Ice un anglais grievement blessé, is anybody there?" But there came no answer save the muffled thunder of guns in the distance, the crackle of fire in houses that were burning, the gurgling of a broken water main, and the distressed meowing of a cat. It came nearer. There was a rustling sound, and the light descent of a furry body on padded feet. Pussy had jumped in where the window had been, alighting not far from Franky. He could see a pair of green eyes lamping in the darkness, and called seductively, "Pussy, pussy, come here, old girl." The purr came near. Franky, with infinite torment, reached out a hand, felt and stroked a warm, furry body. He said, cautiously feeling for the appreciative, sensitive places at the nape of a cat's neck and under the jaws. "Good old girl, don't know what they call cats in Flemish, but pussy seems to be good enough for you. Stop and scare the rats away, give 'em fits, eh, pussy? You're agreeable? Good egg, oh, I say." For pussy had walked, loudly purring, onto the chest that heaved so painfully, and proceeded to knead the surface scientifically, preparatory to curling down. Franky set his teeth and bore the ordeal. Thus they kept company until morning, when Pussy, who proved to be a lean white tom with patches of sandy tortoiseshell on flanks and shoulders, withdrew by the fanged opening where the window had been. A moment later Franky heard his late companion lapping noisily from a street puddle and knew envy, in the anguish of his own unrelieved thirst. He wandered then for a space of hours or instants, in the days of his own lost childhood. He was in the night nursery at Wynn's, suffering from some feverish ill. He felt the prickling as of innumerable ants running up his limbs and the sweat upon his forehead, and called meaningly to nurse for drink. But it was his mother in her dinner dress, with shining jewels crowning her dark hair and wreathing her neck and starring her bosom, who came to the bedside and leaned over him, put the rumpled hair from his hot forehead, and held to his lips the cup of milk. Then a droning sound made the room vibrate, and he was back with his company in the hastily dug trench across the mouth of the west-running thoroughfare. And church bells were clanging, and the telephone buzzer was calling for the reserve to double out and reinforce the men in the trench enfilading the bridge. Then he was awake and the sun was high. Those guns in the west were silent now, though from the south and southeast came heavy thuds and long vibrations. Through the rents in the flooring above him by which the rain had dripped upon him in the night, he was looking at the blue sky. A big white bird hovered there. Not a bird, a taube. The taube, and he had not dreamed the buzzing after all. Oh, but it was queer to lie there under the keen scrutiny of that eye in the heavens. It made the prickly ants swarm up Franky's thighs and sides until the sensation grew unbearable. Hate, fierce hate of the murderous, beautiful thing droning up there in the azure sky above its curious misty circle made him see everything red, made him want to yell and shriek. For Margot was in danger, somehow, somewhere, while one lay helpless as a log. "Steady, old child," whispered Franky to himself warningly. "You're going off your chump, hold still." And he held still. The buzzard ceased to buzz and floated on, droning. He fancied that he felt its shadow darken and pass over him, moving from his head to his feet. The noise of the tractor stopped. Reflected in the area of a skewed wall mirror, he saw the machine volplane down and a light without a falter in the marketplace, before the smoking ruins of the town hall. Chapter 61 *. Lynette dreams. Upon that same night in October, nearly 5 weeks following the breaking of the woe wave, Lynette Saxhams had a strange dream. It seemed to her that she saw piled up in one colossal heap the riches of all the world we know and the world we have forgotten. The treasures of all ages piled up higher than Kilimanjaro, or Aconcagua, or the cloud-mantled peak of Mount Everest. To her feet, as she stood spellbound amongst the foothills, rolled jeweled crowns, and huge barbaric torques and diadems of rough gold, precious cups, vases, and chargers. Outpoured treasures of precious stones and wrought gems of inconceivable beauty and vileness, wondrous fabrics, marvels of sculpture, weapons, armor, and coins of age beyond the ages, rude discs of tarnished gold, stamped with the effigies of forgotten kings. Orders, decorations, the paraphernalia of pomp, the stage properties of power, the symbols of every religion, save one, were mingled in the stupendous pile, and a terrible voice cried, "Gone is the age of pride and possession. Chattels and fardels are no more. The days have spilt like pearls from a broken necklace. Time has eaten the years as the moth a garment of wool. Fordone, forgone, finished. Who now will gather riches from the dust heap of the world?" And as new avalanches of treasure rolled downwards to the reverberation of that thunderous shout, a hand of titanic proportions hurled down upon the heap a war chariot of beaten gold, with great scythed wheels and jeweled harness. And that vision changed, and the dreamer was drowning, deep down in clear green seas, under the rushing keel of a huge barbaric war galley that was all of gold, arabesqued and bossed with jewels and coral and pearl. And the sense of suffocation passed, and a wonderful cool peace flowed in upon Lynette. She seemed to be led by a beloved hand that had been dust for years, into a bare-walled place through which a thin breeze piped shrilly. Someone was there, doing some manual labor. He turned, and with a shock of unutterable rapture Lynette was looking in the face of her lost boy. Bon had grown thin and seemed taller. His temples had hollowed, his plume of tawny gold hair hung unkempt over his wide white forehead. But his blue eyes were as sweet as ever. She had never realized how like they were to Saxhams in shape and color, and in expression until now. He thrust his lower jaw out and knit his brows slightly, as though her face were fading from his vision, and he wished to fix in mind the memory of its well-loved features. "Stay, mother. Oh, mother, don't leave me," he cried and stretched out his hands to her, and she awakened, weeping for sorrow and joy. It was broad day. Her husband was not there. She rose and bathed in the cold water she loved, and dressed in the simple Quaker-like gray that set off her fairness, and went out to Mass. The day's preparation was taken from the noble prayer of Saint Ambrose, bishop and confessor. "And now before thee, O Lord, I lay the troubles of the poor, the sorrows of nations, and the groanings of those in bondage, the desolation of the fatherless, the weariness of wayfarers, the helplessness of the sick, the struggles of the dying, the failing strength of the aged, the ambitious hopes of young men, the high desires of maidens, and the widow's tears. For thou, O Lord, art full of pity for all men, nor hatest aught of that which thou hast made." He even loved von Hernung, who had taken her boy, and kept him in slavery, and robbed the joyous light from his sweet eyes, and set amongst his red-brown hair one sinister streak of white. She saw the bleached forelock dangling before her eyes when she shut them, and tried to pray for the enemy. "O God, forgive that evil man, and turn his heart towards mercy and pitifulness, and give me back thy precious gift, for the love of her who is thy mother." It was yet early when she returned to Harley Street and passed at once into the doctor's consulting room. There, where her lips had first kissed him, sleeping in his chair, she found Saxhams sitting at his table, with his sorrow of heart revealed in the stoop of his great shoulders and his graying head resting upon his hands. Not a sound did he utter, but the attitude was more than eloquent. "Oh, my son," it said, "oh me, my little son." "Owen," she said, coming to his side and touching him. Then, as he started and looked up, "Bon is alive," she cried. "I have seen him in a dream, and he has spoken to me. He was in a bare high place with corrugated iron walls whitened. It made me think of the hospital at Gelderstorp in the old days and of a hanger. His clothes were soiled and torn, and his hands were blackened. One other thing I saw, but I will not wring your heart by telling you. It is enough that I have seen our boy alive." "Oh, thank God." She stopped, and the rose of joy faded from her cheeks, and only the tears were left there. Her eyes widened with a terrible doubt. "You knew. It is in your face. You had heard something, and you did not tell me." "I had not the courage. Despise me, for I deserve it. I had news of Bon at the end of August. He is with that man who stole him." He clenched the hand that rested on the table until the knuckles showed white upon it, and his hair was wet upon his forehead, and his mouth was twisted awry. "Taken with him on errands of aerial reconnaissance, carried helplessly into battle as a teddy bear or a gollywog might be fastened on the front of a racing plane. And when I remember that I bade him risk that journey," Saxhams broke off and turned his face away. She came nearer to him and said, "But he is alive, alive, even though he be in danger. My dream was sent to tell me so. Did not the mother come to me in my sleep and lead me to him, just as when she came and sent me here to you? Now I will atone for these days of selfish grieving. Only give me work to do. Have you not enough upon your hands already? Too much, I have sometimes feared." "Only the hospice and the schools," she answered eagerly, "and the training houses for the elder women. And, thanks to you, these are excellently staffed. If I were to die, it would make little difference. Things would go on just the same." "Would they?" She stooped, lifted his hand to her lips, and kissed it. He looked at her keenly as she did so, and the overbright flush upon the thin cheeks and the hollows about the beautiful eyes, like the burning touch of her hand and of her lips, told him their tale of woe. "Not for you. Nothing would ever be the same for you or for Bon, therefore give me more work." "There is plenty of work, unhappily," he said, "because of this calamity that has fallen upon the nation. We have noticed that 100 wounded men from the front, many of them caught cases, will arrive at SS. Stanislaus and Teresa's at 3 this afternoon. I shall be there. I am not going to try to dissuade you. I will not keep back what God has given to me from those who have given so much for England. There is another quarter where you will be of use." His eyes were on the triptych frame before him. "I speak of that little Lady Norwater, Patrine's friend. I think you have not met." "Oh, but I have. We were made acquainted with each other some weeks ago at the club." Her delicate face contracted. That day when the news came about the British losses, just before that poor child Brenda Helvellyn blurted out the dreadful truth. Owen, it was tragic. She had known it from the beginning. And the sister forbade her to breathe a hint of it. That is the attitude of the fashionable Sadducean, said Saxham bitterly, who not only denies the atonement and the resurrection, but will not admit of death. But, she asked him, what of Lady Norwater? Patrine tells me she is ill. She is ill. Lord Norwater, at first reported missing after an action north of Ypres on the TH, is now said to have been killed. Lynette was silent. Her husband knew why her head was bent, and her white fingers sought a little crucifix she wore. She was praying for the dead man. Presently she said, "He was very brave, I believe. He had been recommended for the Victoria Cross for a special service of great gallantry, rendered during the Battle of the Aisne. He was a brave and simple young man, and very lovable. His wife received the official intelligence of his death yesterday. They phoned Patrine, as you know, and sent for me later. Lady Norwater is expecting her confinement at the end of November, and they were alarmed for her. Poor little soul, her baby will be a comfort to her." Saxham remembered under what circumstances he had made the acquaintance of Lady Norwater, and his look was rather grim. In his mind's ear, he heard again the sweet little voice saying in its fashionable slang jargon, "Oh no, I rather cotton to kitties. It's the bother of having M doesn't appeal. It puts everything in the cart for the autumn season." Still, the recent remembrance of her piteousness softened the doctor's never very adamantine heart towards her, the hummingbird broken on the wheel of implacable fate. Not unnatural, after all. More of a woman than one would have thought her. How she had clasped her tiny hands together and entreated him, when the worst was feared for her, to save her child. Franky's child, perhaps the boy he hoped for. Oh, to have to say hoped hurt so dreadfully. Yes, yes, I will be brave and good and quiet. I will do everything that you say. Ah, now I know why all these days I have felt Franky near me and seen his eyes looking at me out of every stranger's face. Margot did not cry out in her pain and loneliness for her friend Patrine to come to her, though she sent loving, grateful messages whenever Pat called or phoned. But she had said to Saxham only that morning, "Doctor, I met your wife at the club not long ago. She is more beautiful, but so much sadder than the portrait you showed me." Ah, yes, I remember why. When I am better, would she come and see me? Perhaps it is inconsiderate that I should ask. But the world is so huge and coarse and noisy and empty, the little lip had quivered, and there is something in her face that is so sweet, I have been fancying that it would, she hesitated, be good for me and for my baby if she would sometimes visit me. Do you think she would mind? Saxham had answered, "I will ask her." Now he gave the piteous message, and Lynette warmly agreed. "Of course I will go, whenever you say I may." "Not for some days. She is to see no one yet, and your hands are full with Madame van der Heuvel and Marion and Simon." The doctor referred to an exiled Belgian lady and her young daughters, who had been received at Harley Street as guests. "And there is the hospital, and tonight you have to address this meeting of suffragists at the Royal Hall. It is the only decision of yours, let me tell you," said Saxham, "that I ever felt tempted to dispute. My wife upon the same platform with Mrs. Carey Clash and Fanny Levin, a triple force of Metropolitan Police on duty, and detectives at all the exits and amongst the audience. It's," words failed Saxham. "It is unspeakably hateful in your eyes. Dear Owen, I know it, but I should be hateful in my own sight if I were to break my word. On the day I first met you we spoke of these views of mine. I hold them still. Marriage has not altered them. It is not in me," said Lynette, "to change. You are the soul of faithfulness in all things. Then do not be grieved that I keep to my given promise. Those who have honored me by asking me to address them are aware that my convictions are opposed to theirs at points. But while I admire their ruthless devotion and their magnificent, unswerving policy of self-sacrifice. But these felonies," he protested, "these incendiary attacks upon property. In 9 cases out of 10, and I believe the authorities know it as well as the WSSS, such outrages have not been committed by suffragists at all." "By whom then? Have we no enemies without our gates, even now, when we are at war?" "Germans," a light broke in upon Saxham. "It's not impossible. As for scattered literature being evidence, that can be bought anywhere. but granted the blackest sheep of the WSSS to be proved piebald, that will not make me less anxious for you tonight. He touched a heavy plait of the red-brown hair with a tender hand and said to her, I grudge that the pearls of my wife's eloquence should be thrown before suffragists. We disagree, dear love, she said to him, but we do not love the less for it. When the franchise is accorded to women, should I vote for one party and you for another, will that matter a whit to you? Not a whit, he said as he kissed her. You may give your vote to whom you choose, so long as the voter remains mine. Who was that? Saxhams' quick ear had heard a footstep in the hall. Madame van der Heuvel coming back from Mass. It is Patrine. Patrine off and away at this hour. I told her I would explain to you. She has explained to you, said Saxham, and that should be enough. Dear Owen, I am sure she wished you to know of it. She has gone down to see Shear, a little naval flying station on the southeast coast, to meet Alan Sherbrand on the home flight from somewhere in France. I see in today's wire that he has been gazetted lieutenant, said Saxham. One rather wonders, all things considered, that it has not happened before. For not once nor twice in the past, weeks the big smudgy contents bills hung upon railings and worn as a chest protector by newspaper vendors, since paper became too scarce an article to line street gutters with, had trumpeted the name of Sherbrand, and the big black capitaled headings had set forth his deeds of daring. Only today they had announced. Sherbrand of the RFC, strafes another Hun bird, bag brought up to 9, and 2 enemy kite balloons. Popular young aviator now Viscount Norwater, heir presumptive to British Earl. He may be sent back to the front at any moment. It is natural that they should wish to be together, don't you think? The speaker added, as Saxham made no immediate rejoinder. As they are engaged to be married, and what is more, engaged with your consent. She has told you so. No, a shadow of the old smile hovered upon the sensitive mouth. I told her, and she could not deny it. Oh, Owen, do you really believe I have been blind all this time? I should have known that women have clairvoyance in these matters, but Patrine feared that you would think her unfeeling or inconsiderate. And why? Because when God sent me a great grief, he gave my poor girl a great happiness. The best earthly happiness, save one, that he holds in his gift. I thank him that you still think so, after 13 years of marriage. I shall always think so, Owen, and it is a great thing that Patrine has chosen so well. He is true and brave and loves my dear sincerely, and her love is beautiful and disinterested. There is no taint of baseness in her. She has nothing of Mildred or of David then, flashed through the doctor's mind. Lynette went on. No one will ever be able to charge her with venality or mercenariness. The succession that they will talk of in the newspapers was not dreamed of when she and Alan fell in love. The succession? Ah, of course, the doctor said. There is a possible succession to a viscounty now that Lord Norwater's death is proved fact, but only in case Lady Norwater bears no male child. But a title would not spoil Sherbrand, and I agree with you that it has never influenced Patrine. How tired you look, Lynette said, noting the look of heavy care and the deep lines of weariness traced on the stern visage. I have several critical private cases and a long list of operations for this morning at SS, Stanislaus and Teresa's. Now go and dress, my sweet, for I have work to do. And Lynette went with a happier look than she had worn since the crushing blow fell. And Saxham shot the bolt of his consulting room door and went back to his chair at the big writing table and leaned his head upon his hands. An atlas burden of care cracked the sinews of the doctor's huge shoulders. It had not occurred to Saxham when Patrine had gulped out her pitiful story, and he had heartened her by bidding her forget, that forgetfulness would speedily be accomplished at the cost of an honest man. Now, what to do? Must Sherbrand take the stranger's leavings or David's girl be twice the loser by the stranger's lustful theft? It was a problem to thrash the brain to jelly of gray matter, thought the doctor, drilling his fingertips into his aching temples, were there no cause for anxiety elsewhere. Ah, how much more stuffed the pack that burdened the big shoulders. The boy had been taken and the mother would die of grief. You could see her withering like a white rose held near the blast of a smelting furnace, yet there was nothing to do but look on and play the game. A bitter spasm gripped the man by the throat, and slow tears, wrung from the depths of him by mortal anguish, splashed on the paper between his elbows and raised great blisters there. Truly, when the spark of hope burns dimmest, when the grain of faith is 1,000 times smaller than the mustard seed, when God seems most far away, he is nearest. We have learned this with other truths in the war. Blood and tears mingle in the collyrium with which our eyes have been bathed, that we might see. Saxham battled down his weakness and rose up and went to duty. None might guess, looking at the doctor, that those hard, bright eyes had wept an hour ago. Later on, a moment serving, he went to the telephone. "Halloa, is this New Scotland Yard? M.P.O. Halloa, I am Dr. Saxham, speaking from SS. Stanislaus and Teresa's Hospital, and W. Can I get word with Superintendent on the Executive, Donald Kerwall? Halloa? Thanks, I'll hold the line." He waited a minute, and the superintendent answered. "Halloa, Dr. Saxham, anything we can do for you, sir?" "Yes, put me on 6 good plainclothes men at this mass meeting of suffragists at the Royal Hall tonight. Can you? Halloa, I could do with 8 or 10. Halloa, well, sir, we'll do what we can. We'll be pretty strong in force there, as it happens, Marylebone and Holborn and St. James's divisions." Something like an official chuckle came over the line. Mrs. Petrel in the chair, and the Clash and Fanny Higgins. "We've learned to look for trouble when they get up to speak. Halloa, beg pardon, I didn't quite hear." Saxham had cursed the popular leaders. Yes, I was aware they'd prevailed on Mrs. Saxham to address 'em. Indeed, they're advertising her all over the shop. Halloa, certainly we'll put you on the plainclothes men you ask for, but even without police to protect her, Mrs. Saxham don't run much risk. Halloa, why? Oh, because an uncommon big percentage of the audience on these packed nights are out-and-out loose women. Soho and Leicester Square and all that lot. Others come up from Poplar and Stepney and Bethnal Green and dipped forward to hear Fanny Higgins. Halloa, do they want the vote? Well, naturally these gay women like the idea of being represented in Parliament. If respectable females are going to get good of it, naturally the prostitutes want the franchise. They hold that woman's suffrage 'ud improve their conditions. Halloa, you don't know but what the gay women have as good a right to vote as the gay men who employ 'em? No more don't I. But whatever they are, they appreciate those who spend their lives in trying to help the unfortunate. And West or East Enders, the most chronic cases among 'em wouldn't suffer a finger to be laid on your wife. All the same, I'll attend to your instructions. Doors at 7. The men shall be there. Don't worry yourself. 4 ready back of the platform and 4 more posted right and left of the proscenium. Don't mention it, very proud to. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and thanks, Superintendent. And Saxham rang off, more relieved in mind than he would have cared to own. Then the horn of a motor sounded below in the hospital courtyard, and another followed. Tires crackled on gravel. The running feet of men pattered on pavement. The hall porter whistled up the speaking tube into the medical officer's room, and Saxham went down, meeting the black-robed mother prioress and the sister superintendent on their way to the great vestibule. Chapter 62 ***. Wounded from the front. The wide-leaved front doors stood open. Doctors and surgeons, theater assistants, students, white-habited sisters, blue and white uniformed nurses and probationers were swarming in the great vestibule. Already a double stream of canvas stretchers, laden with still figures swathed in iodine gauze and cotton-wool padding, were being carried up the wide steps, from the big gray-painted Red Cross motor ambulances, by RAMC and blue-uniformed bearers of St. Teresa's Association, while omnibuses, private cars, taxis from Charing Cross and Victoria were hauled up behind, waiting to disgorge their loads. And cheer upon cheer went up from the packed sidewalks and roadway. Handkerchiefs waved from the windows of the nearest houses, and the passengers on the roofs of the omnibuses passing up and down Wellington Road, Edgware Road, and Preed Street stood up and craned their necks in the fruitless endeavor to glimpse the reason of those frantic cheers. For the first convoy of wounded from the front had reached the hospital. These unwashed, begrimed hairy brigands, these limping tramps in tattered khaki, these bandaged cripples leading blind comrades, were our guards, our gunners, our Highlanders, Kents, Middlesex men and Munsters, our Rifles and Northamptons, our Welsh and Gloucesters, our Scots Greys and Lancers, our immortals of those red-hot days of August, and their compeers, the terrible fighters of the Marne and the Aisne. They were back, full of cross-nicked, nickel-coated Mauser bullets, bits of shell and lumps of shrapnel, cheap jokes, music hall choruses, vermin, and spunk. The reek of Lysol and carbolic, the sickly whiff of dysentery and the ghastly stench of gangrene, brought back to Saxham the hospital at Gelderstorp, as he passed back and forth between the stretchers, issuing swift orders, briefly wording directions, marshalling his trained forces with the generalship that had distinguished him of old. "Doctor." "What is it, Ironside?" Saxham turned to speak to the resident medical officer. "You look off-color, man." "I feel off, sir. They're so damned full of grit and cheerful. Not only the cases from the base hospitals, but those casualties they've sent us direct from the trenches. 2 days in the train getting to Calais, and Lord, the straw and filthiness in their wounds. And we've been told our next ward be carried out on an absolutely aseptic basis, and here we are back in 1900. "Not quite," said Saxham. "Wounds like these were never made by bow or shrapnel. Human bodies shattered beyond imagination by high explosive rank among the triumphs of modern science. After the Stone Age and the Iron Age, the Golden Age and the Age of Shoddy has come the age of militant chemistry. Martianism, in a word. It's an ugly word. Doctor, that man over there," the speaker indicated a pair of hollow eyes staring hungrily over a huge iodine-smeared gauze muffler, "wants to know if we can save his lower jaw, not that there's much left of it. His pal, who interprets for him, says a wounded German officer shot him in the face with his revolver, 'cause he went to give the blankety-blank a drink out of his water bottle. One of the gunners, and not long married, according to the pal.' All right, tell him, name him for one of my beds," Saxham said brusquely, and nodded to the owner of the desperate eyes, saying, as they flared back their gratitude, "Even if it had been 1821 in the cattle truck, we're in the 20th century here. Warren Burland," he named the anesthetist, "for duty at once. Gaynor Gaines and Frost to be ready with the X-ray on flat eye, Mr. Witchett and Mr. Pridd to act as assistant surgeons. We'll take the worst cases straight away." "But my God, sir, most of these men are beyond surgery," groaned Ironside, cracking his finger joints. "Broken and mashed and rent as they are, what they need is to be recreated. If Christ were to look in here just now," the medical resident cried in his bitterness, "there'd be plenty of work in his line. New tissues to make, bony structures to rebuild, organs to replace where organs have been destroyed. He'd have done it by mixing earth with his saliva and anointing. We might as well spit on 20% of these fellows for all the good we can do. Give them liquid nourishment, brandy where necessary, and send those I've tagged up to the theater. No waiting to wash in their cases. And remember, my gunner gets the first look in." Saxham turned and ran at speed, making for the nearest elevator, found it just going up full of stretcher cases lying close packed as sardines, turned and shot up the stone staircase 3 steps at a time to the first floor, glittering with white enamel, polished oak, brass fittings, and cleanliness, under the discreet radiance of shaded electric lights. The center space was occupied by the tribune engirdling the domed sanctuary of the chapel. Short corridors tastefully adorned with red enameled buckets, blue glass bombs of chemical fire extinguisher, and snaky coils of brass-fitted hose led to long wards running east, west, north, and south. "A doctor," a fair-faced, gentle-eyed sister of mercy, in the wide-winged, starched linen cap and gimp, and white twill nursing habit with the black cross, stood near the lift, talking to a tall, raw-boned, white-haired Surgeon General of the RAMC. She greeted Saxham's appearance with a little womanly cry. "A doctor, never it rains but it pours." There was a hint of Lancashire in her dialect. "The RAMC have sent us 10 more cases, dear, but we'll have our hands full." "Then you'll be happy, Sister Superintendent. I've never known you so beamingly contented as when you were regularly run off your feet and hadn't a minute to say your rosary. Anything specially interesting, Sir Duncan?" "Aweel," the broad Scots tongue of Taggart droned the bagpipe note as of old. "Aweel, there's an abdominal or twa I'd like ye to throw your over, and a GP that ye will find in your line. Fracture O, the lumbar vertebra from shrapnel, received 10 o'clock yesterday morning. And some cases O shellitis. Why, intermittent accesses O, raging mania, and intervals O mild delusions. And ane will gar you draw on the medical officer's emergency list O abbreviated observations I supplied ye a gooied few years agon. I've not forgotten. I'm no Dutton, but ye have found it unco useful." Taggart's frosty eyelashes twinkled. "It has saved my ain face from shame mair times than I dore tell," he quoted relishingly. "MBA might be anything GOK, Guid only knows LFA, Lewick for alcohol, ADT, any damned thing. Talk, sister, I beg your pardon, the word slipped out, I have ni other excuse. But my case o shell shock Saxham, what say ye to an involuntary simulation o rigor mortis? A man sane and sound and hale, clamp it by his relentless imagination into the shape o a polwheel air course finder or a pair o dividers. Half open ye can. Ye may stand him on the ground yupo his feet, and his neb is pointing at the daisies, or ye may lie him o his back in bed, and his tees are tickling the stars. Am thinking it long till I'm bringing ye the gither, but ye are busied. I'll no keep ye the new. Racing for the second lift, just emptied of its sorrowful burden, the big shirt-sleeved doctor checked in his stride and touched the handle of a sliding door. The door shot back noiselessly in its grooving. Saxham was in a cushioned tribune high above the level of the chapel altar. The scent of flowers and the perfume of incense hung like a benison on the still air of the sacred place. In one of the carved stalls of the nave, the figure of a priest in cassock and biretta sat reading from a breviary. It was the chaplain, waiting in readiness to be called to administer holy unction and viaticum to some Catholic soul about to depart. In the choir behind the high altar, a slight girl, in the frilled cap and prim black gown of the novitiate, knelt on a rush-bottomed prie-dieu absorbed in meditation, her black rosary twisted round her clasped hands. Prayers that are most earnest are frequently incoherent. Saxham formulated no petition as he knelt there in the tribune, but the cry of his heart to the divine hearer might have been construed into words like these. If thou wert here in the visible body as when of old thou didst walk on earth with thy disciples, thou wouldst heal these broken sons of thine with thy look. Thy touch, thy word. Yet art thou here, for thou hast said it, ever present for thy faithful in spirit, flesh, and blood. Help, O helper. Heal, O healer. Lord Jesus, present in the blessed sacrament of the altar, give power and wisdom to thy servant. Aid me, working in the dark by my little flame of hard-won knowledge, to preserve life, thou giver of life. Amen. So having prayed, the doctor went up to the theater and wrought mightily, doing wonderful things in the way of patching and botching the broken bodies of men. Later, as he sat in the Harley Street dining room, playing the courteous, attentive host to sad-eyed, wistful Madame van der Heuvel and her two pretty daughters, for Lynette had dined earlier on account of the suffrage meeting, he heard a latchkey in the front door and Patrine's well-known step in the hall. He excused himself, rose and went out and spoke to his niece. She made a croaking sound in answer, as unlike the voice of Patrine as the pinched and sunken face revealed by the hall electroliers resembled the face of dead David's handsome girl. The mouth hung lax. The cheeks had fallen. The eyes stared blank and tearless from hollow caves under the broad black eyebrows. He said with a pricking of foreboding, "You have had a long day. Not long enough to tire me. I am made of india rubber, I think, and steel." He considered her a moment with grave, keen eyes that had no gleam of curiosity. "Sherbrand is well. He returned from France in safety. He was quite in the pink when he arrived and ditto when he left. Not that he had much time. A wireless came, ordering him to replace an aviator of the Royal Flying Corps killed on observation duty, or whatever it is they call it with our fellows on the new front. Rough on him, but he took it smiling. No, thanks, I'm not keen on dinner. You won't mind if I go to my room." "One moment, have you had food today?" he asked her. "I forget. Yes, of course, there was luncheon at 1 o'clock. The people at the air station did us tremendously well." Her mouth twisted. "I think it better to tell you and Lynette that Alan Sherbrand and I have said ta-ta." She tried to smile. "I'm back on your hands like a bad penny." Her eyes seemed all black between their narrowed lids. They were quite alone, no servant within hearing, and the dining room door was shut. Came the doctor's low-toned question. "Has any third person made mischief between you two?" "No, nobody has blabbed to him about anything. But he's wise enough now as regards this child, particularly Wido." The black, glittering eyes looked dry and hard as enamel. Her teeth again showed in that mirthless grin. "I don't suppose he has the ghost of an illusion left. Most women would say I was a howling fool to make a clean breast of it. I never meant to, I can swear. When first we got engaged, I used to call his goodness stodgy. I think I despised him for it in certain moods of mine. You've never realized the kind of beast I can be. But more and more, I got to respect him. And suddenly, I knew that if I married him under false colors, letting him believe me to be what I amn't, even though he never found me out, I'd never have been able to shake hands with myself again. She moved to the stairs, the sleeve of her coat brushing the doctor's great shoulder. "Don't you suppose God had it all his own way?" she said in that odd, strangled voice that wasn't like Patrine's. There were minutes when the world and the flesh and the devil were jolly well to the fore. Alan would marry me tomorrow if I used the power I could use. But I won't. It'd not be playing the decent, straight game. So I let him call me heartless and piffle like that, and then the game seemed hardly worth playing. To have thrown up my cards, only the recall came. And we said goodbye, and I saw him fly away like a great white bird over the water. And I'm so strong, so horribly strong, that I stood it and didn't die. Even if Alan's killed at the front, I shan't die. Oh, you mustn't touch me. Her hands plucked themselves violently from Saxhams that would have enfolded them. I could stand anything better than pity. Being pitied would kill me, though I'm so awfully strong. Then trust us not to pity you, only to love you. That I look upon you as a daughter is no secret to you, I think. No, dear, she stroked his sleeve, not lifting her pitifully reddened eyelids, and then he felt her start. Uncle Owen, her hand clenched upon his arm and her tear-blurred eyes sought his. I must tell you, he had news to give me today of Bon. Nothing worse, thank God, than what I know already, Saxham commented when she had told. He stood in silence a moment, mastering himself, and the electric hall light showed in his harsh square visage the ravages that grief had wrought. How you have suffered, if only I could do something to comfort you, she muttered. And Lynette, do you know there are days, a sob caught her breath, when I daren't even look at Lynette. It is so with me. His voice was deep and quiet and sorrowful. Old Webster probed deep with his Elizabethan goosequill when he wrote of the grafe that wasteth a fair woman, even as wax doth waste in flame. Pray for us both, my dear, and believe that you are a comfort to us. She said with a laugh that was half a sob. I might have made a hole in the water at Seasheer, or jumped out of the train on the way back, I dare say, but for the thought of you both. Or, if it wasn't that stopped me, my Joss was on the job. I had rather say your guardian angel. Do you think any self-respecting guardian angel could possibly bother about a regular bad egg like me? Mine did, when my wife married me and I was a peculiarly bad egg. You dear, she suddenly caught him round the neck and hugged him strenuously. Do you think I don't know, haven't always known how my father and mother treated you? Time heals wounds of that kind, said Saxham, as they turned together from the foot of the staircase, and, still keeping a protecting arm about David's daughter, he reached his hat and stick from the hall stand. Though you may doubt the statement now. I can't, I'd only have to look at Mother to remember that she is your mother. His tone was final in its closure of the subject. But in his heart, he thanked frail Mildred once again for her ancient treachery, as he went out to the waiting car, and sped through London's murky streets to the northwest suburb where stands the hospital. Patrine went upstairs, holding by the balusters and feeling chilly and old. In the prettily furnished sitting room, communicating with her chintzy bedroom, were her letters, and a deep cardboard box stood upon a table. It had been sent on to Harley Street from the club, and bore the address of a Regent Street florist, whose showy establishment boasted a German name. The fragrance of roses with a musky aftertang in their sweetness permeated the atmosphere. There were no roses amongst the flowers on the chimney shelf and cabinets. It occurred to Patrine that there must be roses in the box. Her head was throbbing and her eyes smarted. She threw off her hat and coat, pitched them down upon the chintzy sofa, switched off the electric lights, let up the blinds, pulled a chair close to the open window, and sat down, resting her folded arms on the clean, dustless sill. Sitting there, staring out into the semi-obscurity of Harley Street, with the late cabs and motors sliding past and the distant roar of Oxford Street in her ears, she asked herself, have I behaved like an honorable woman or a blithering idiot? That's what I want to know. She waited. Not one pat on the back was vouchsafed by an approving conscience. The indicator of the dial slowly traveled in the direction of the blitherer. Patrine shut her hot, dry eyes and began to conjure up the day that had gone over. Its sweetness was rendered infinitely sweeter, its bitterness 100-fold more poignant by the knowledge that it was the last, the very last. If she lived to be old, she knew she would never live to forget Seasheer. The smell of the hot thyme and sun-baked grasses of the cliffs, the rhythmic frrsh. Of the salt waves upon its shingle, the shrill piping of its gulls and pale blue of its skies would never fade, never cease, never be silent, never alter. For on Seashire cliffs her wind of joy had blown for the last time. Chapter 63 ***. Bon finds a friend. The machine that could hover like Sherbrand's bird of war had come down in the marketplace. A big gray two-seater monoplane, with the rounded cleft bird tail and wings of the German Taube type. You could see a number on its side, and 3 big black Maltese crosses, and the profile heads of pilot and passenger showing up in strong relief against the blackened ruins of the town hall. A bomb hung in its wire cage holder on the visible side of the fuselage. It struck Franky that the airman must be profoundly sure of himself, or culpably reckless to have come down before getting rid of the thing. A swivel mounting like a barless capital supported a machine gun above the radius of the tractor, and well within reach of the pilot's hand. The pilot got down. He was tall and big, with a red mustache. A man whose natural height and bulk were so augmented by the padded helmet topped with the now-raised goggles, the pneumatic jacket girt in by a broad band of webbing, supporting a brace of large revolvers and the heavy bandolier he carried, that the figure of his companion, scrambling after him, seemed that of a mere dwarf. The man who saw, per medium of the rakishly angled looking-glass, yet hanging on the wall of the wrecked parlor, conceived a horror of the troll-like creature in its big helmet, and the full-sized oilskins that hung in folds about its diminutive body, the skirts reaching nearly to the ground. When the two passed beyond the mirror's area of reflection, the doubt whether they might not have discovered his whereabouts and be stealthily creeping up from the rear to attack him made him shudder, and brought the perspiration starting in the hollows of his sunken temples and cheeks. Minutes passed. He waited with his eyes upon the mirror. Someone was approaching from the direction of the marketplace, keeping well under the broken walls of the houses fringing the narrow trottoir. Where an avalanche of tiles and brickwork had fallen, he must perforce skirt the obstacle, and thus for an instant be reflected in the glass. Meanwhile, the sound of nearing footsteps, sometimes muffled in thick dust, or clicking over cobblestones, or tripping and stumbling among bricks and rubble, grew more distinct. The red-mustached giant could not walk so lightly. It must be the troll, could be no one but the troll. The suspense of waiting had tensed into unbearable agony when the sound of a voice crying broke out in the deathly silence of the place. "Oh, oh," like a woman or a child's uncontrolled wailing. "Oh, the poor men. Oh, the poor women and the little ca children. Oh," and da capo, working up to a crescendo of agony and dying away in heartbreaking sobs. It was so strange, not that there should be weeping in these razed and ravaged streets, but that the voice that wept should be a voice of England, that it begot in the helpless man who heard doubts of his own sanity and a reckless desire to dissipate such doubts. He heard himself call out, "Who is crying there?" And a treble voice piped back, and stumbling over the moraine of debris tonguing from the avalanche of broken tiles and masonry, came, not the troll dwarf in his huge disguising helmet and outsized pneumatic jacket, but an urchin of 12 or 13, in the familiar dress of a Boy Scout, minus the smasher hat and staff. "Me for the gay old life?" meditated Franky. "Thought I was getting groggy in the upper works, and now I know it. A British Boy Scout in his little khaki shirt, with a row of gadgets on his left sleeve, and ribbon tags to his little garters, all on his little lone in the middle of this Gehenna." He spoke to the fever that galloped through his veins in the tone of a patron presiding at the test display of a cinema film company. "Pretty good, but you can do better. Roll along with a troop of blue-eyed girl guides, old touch and go." The scout's figure vanished out of the glass. There was a sound of scratching and scrambling. The broken floor jarred to the impact of a light body, and a boyish treble called, Is anybody here? Anybody English?" The voice quavered on the last word. Franky knew that this was delirium. He grinned under his 4 days, beard, and the grime and soot and plaster that masked him, and answered in a series of Bantu clicks, so leather-dry was his tongue. "Me as per descrip, to fall, young British saucifer of good fam, irrepro, ref, and tophole edu, badly dam, by Hunshell, greatly in need of the calm, of a ref, Chris, ho, muse, in the eve and intel, conver, greatly apres." He shut his stiff eyelids and opened them again, but the imaginary scout had not gone. "You're dreadfully hurt, Couldn't I do something? The treble voice piped. Its owner was now squatting on his heels in the shade of Franky's penthouse of planks. The knuckles he rested on the floor were cracked and grimy, and his deeply freckled, fair-complexioned face was lined, and anxious and thin. His blue eyes were swollen with crying, though his sensitive lips wore a wistful, crooked smile. "You are real?" he asked wistfully, and Franky answered huskily. "Rather, in fact, I'm a lot more real than you. Who are you, since we're gettin' personal?" he repeated slowly after the boy. "Bon Milder Saxham, Scout number 22. Fox Patrol, 331st London W, seems good enough." He shut his hot eyes wearily. "But if you're solid, you'd get me a drink." There was a little stir. The scout had gone. Franky knew it without opening his eyes, yielding to the deadly sinking faintness engendered by the effort of speech. A mountainous weight crushed his chest, and his legs were cold and heavy as ingots of pig iron. It occurred to him that at this rate, the wind-up could not be far off. And a great horror fell upon him like a pall, and cold sweat broke forth and streamed upon his haggard face and broken body. Death for one who so loved life and the pleasant things of a commonplace existence. A cricket match, a day with the hounds, a funny review, a game of polo, a break at billiards, a clinking run with the car, a fine cigar. Mess in camp after the hard day's march, long, cool drinks with bits of ice tinkling in the tumbler, that new, fierce pleasure tasted in his first experience of real fighting. And oh, how much sweeter than these the scent of Margot's hair, the light of Margot's eyes, the clasp of her arms about his neck, the hope of fatherhood, never now to be realized. "My little chap," he muttered, and his heart wept, but no tears came to his arid eyes. Then something cold touched his mouth, the rim of a cup with water in it. "Thank you," he said, after a gulping draught, opening his eyes with the sense of reviving coolness stealing through his parched vitals. "That's absolutely it." The boyish treble said, with a quaver in it. "If I set this can beside you, I got the water from the pipe that is running, and the broken cup near it, could you manage to dip it in? Are you able to move this hand?" "First class," whispered Franky, lifting the member a very little way and dropping it again. The other arm came in for it when the shrapper hit me in the ribs. "Halloa, chocolate," for a bit touched his lips and was gently pushed between them. "That reminds me, I've an iron ration somewhere about me. No, they took my pack off when I got crumped up." It had seemed only decent to Franky in those days of endless footslogging to carry a pack and a Lee Enfield and fare no better than his men. "Frightfully obliged, but I won't take this being another scrap of chocolate. Is thy servant a bosh that he should stodge kids' grub?" "You're English." The blue eyes were full of hungry worship. "Man alive," quavered the boyish treble, "you don't know how I've wanted to hear an English voice again. Tell me." He panted and was pale under his multitudinous freckles, and the beating of the childish heart shook the thin young frame. "The Germans haven't beaten England and sunk our navy and wiped out our army and killed the king and Lord Roberts and the chief scout and Lord Kitchener and my father and mother and everyone." "No," said the wounded man, and his faint whisper was as convincing as though the negative had been shouted with the full strength of vigorous lungs. "Is that the kind of lie they've been pitching you? Perhaps it does 'em good to believe it. Let 'em, if they like. It'll never be true." "I knew it could." The clear treble had lost its quaver. "And yet there were times when I was funky." He seemed so awfully sure at the beginning, and the enemy never stops, rubbing it in. "Who is the enemy?" "His name is von Hernung, and I must go now for your sake." The eyes flickered, and their pupils dilated to wide circles of frightened blackness. "He might wake up and come and find you, and if he found you." When the arteries have been almost depleted by hemorrhage, and the strength of the body has ebbed to vanishing point, the brain is sometimes dazzlingly clear. Thus, though the faint whisper barely reached the ear of the other, the haggard eyes looking out of the begrimed and unshaven face of the man lying in the blood-soaked stretcher were alert and observant. He said reassuringly, "He won't come just yet. Tell me more about him and all about yourself." How strangely lined and pinched and puckered was the young face with its clear red and white sprinkled over with brown freckles. Fine dust of dew beads started upon forehead and temples and cheeks. The half-opened mouth twitched nervously, though he thrust out his underjaw and knitted his reddish brows in a gallant effort of self-control. "His name is von Hernung. He is the German field flight officer who took me away from England. I wrote down the date in my scout's pocketbook so that I mightn't forget. It was July 18th. He was trying Mr. Sherbrand's hawk hoverer at Hendon. He asked me to go up with him. Great snipe, panted Franky weakly. Are you the boy who dropped the wallet with the Clanronald papers and the scratched message in the North Sea? The blue eyes understood. There was a wallet, said their owner. I don't know what was inside, of course, but he. A spasm of trembling went through the slender body. He bent his head and blinked his eyes, and the muscles of his throat and jaw worked as though he fought down an hysterical access of tears. And a broad shaft of golden light, falling on the young bare head, showed how the shining red-brown hair had been roughly clipped in ridges, leaving a forehead tuft oddly streaked with white. Amongst the crowds of homeless exiles endlessly streaming along the roads of this scourged and tortured country, or crouching amongst the wreckage of its ruined villages and battered towns, heads even younger than this boy's had displayed the tragic sign. Poor kid, Franky muttered, recognizing it as the result of overwhelming physical shock and unnatural mental strain. He knew what was inside. I don't think so. If he had known when the submarine picked us up in the North Sea, I think he would have killed me. He would like to kill me now, he says, the apple in the boy's throat jerked. Because through me he has been degraded, reduced from captain to supernumerary officer pilot, and has had his third class of the Red Eagle taken away. That was done at the big wireless station, Noordijk they called it. Noordijk, of course, in German West Friesland. Thrash along, I'm following you. Did they court-martial the flying man? Franky whispered, and Bon whispered back. The Emperor punished him. The Emperor, did you say? Yes, he came to Noordijk, I've forgotten what they call it when great people want to move about without red carpets and lots of fuss. Incognito. Incognito, he'd broken off his yachting trip in Norwegian waters and landed at Kiel only that day. I heard men whisper it. He was dressed in the field grey, like his war minister von Falkenhayn and his generals of the imperial staff and all the other officers and men. But he stripped off the war harness, that's what they called it, before he got into the Potsdam train. Go on, what did he look like? They say he has changed a lot late. I couldn't tell. I'd only seen photos that made him look younger and hid his short arm. But even if he hadn't sat while the others stood, and worn the Iron Cross, Grand Class, and the Black Eagle with diamond swords and a crown imperial, I'd have known it was the Emperor by his eyes. By his eyes, you say. The boy's heart throbbed visibly, the breath came in short puffs through his nostrils, and his lips were twisted awry as he smiled. The smile stiffened out as he nodded. By his awful eyes, when they looked at you they made you feel tired and empty and queer. But when they got angry, you were reminded of a tiger lurking to spring out of a cave of ice. Ah, so he got angry, did he? Bon nodded. When I wouldn't answer the questions he asked me, he talked English, about how the brown satchel had come unstrapped and tumbled into the sea. And he said to an officer, "Show him your whip," and he did, and it was short-stocked and covered with leather like a dog whip with 3 thongs strung with little balls of lead. Man alive, you ought to see my back, though they only hit me once. He winced and flushed and paled. I was a coward to squeal, though when they asked, "Will you tell now?" I did say, not to stop you from killing me. Good egg you, great snipe. If I'd been there with a service revolver, never mind. Go on. I forget. Oh, they pulled on my shirt and gave me some strong stuff to drink. Corn brandy, I think it was, and then he got up and came round the table and began to talk to me. He said I must not be an obstinate boy, for in another few days there would be war. Our pitiful little army'd be wiped out and our fleet sent to the bottom of the sea. The British Isles would be Deutsch Britannian, and English people who would not swear to be good Breto-German subjects of their new emperor and overlord would be instantly put to death. But if I told up about the brown satchel, I would be permitted to live, and possibly my parents also. If I said no, nothing would be left but to call back the officer with the whip. Coxon, wasn't he, and what did you tell him? I said, "You've only said you're going to conquer England, sir. You haven't done it yet." It was not merely the treble voice of a courageous child answering. It was the utterance of a race untamable and indomitable. Franky could hear the metal balls on the whip clink one against another as the loaded thongs were shaken out. He whispered with dry lips. Then I don't quite know. I was sick and sleepy, and the blood was running down my back under my shirt. If they had killed me, I wouldn't have cared much. Perhaps he saw that, for he called up von Hernung. He was not to be dismissed from the field flying service because of the war that was coming, but he was to forfeit his order of the Red Eagle and rank as a supernumerary officer pilot. Man alive, you should have seen how that big man squirmed and crawled and blubbered. The young lips curled and the jaw thrust out contemptuously. Thanks, gratitude, my blood to prove devotion. All I ask, the service of danger, the reconnaissance under enemy fire, and the Emperor. Kicked him, I hope. No, he said, supernumerary officer pilot von Hernung, you will now to your flying headquarters return. Let it be your task to win back at the cost of 1,000 lives, if you had them, the lost esteem of your emperor. Take this boy with you. Make of him a decent German. It is up to you, as the English say. And then the wireless went SSS, crackle, PZZ, and the telephone bell said PR. And the room was cleared, they said, because of a call from the Winter Palace at Petersburg. And where did they take you after you left the wireless station? Go on, I'd like to hear you tell. The boy glanced round uneasily and then mastered his apprehensions. The grimed hands went to his stocking top and pulled out a squat little book. The colored presentment of a Boy Scout adorned its soiled leather cover, and the thumbed leaves of the diary within were penciled from end to end. The Odyssey of a Saxham pup, one might have called the story, whispered into the ear of the wounded man by the boy squatting at his side. One had been taken by train to Bremen, and thence to a place called Taubefeld in West Hessen. Flight station XXX was here on a vast stretch of heath. There were rows of great hangars, and a vast army of motor floats and lorries, upon which machines, hangars, telegraph installations, workshops, mess houses, and quarters for officers and mechanics could be placed when the mobilization order came and transported by road or rail. One had fallen sick at Taubefeld, the effects of that North Sea ducking. One had waked up with a skin-cropped head wondering where one was. A woman who helped in the cookhouse had given one broth and gruel and the medicine prescribed by the doctor. One had crawled off one's straw palliasse weakly and shakily, and so one forth into a new, unfriendly world. One's parole had been taken, and one was thenceforth free to move about and see things, when one was not wanted to help oil or clean wires or sweep up the hangars. There was grub enough: bacon soup, potato salad, and sausage, queer but not uneatable. Nobody was really brutal as long as one didn't speak English, or even German with a British accent, too much at one time. Kein Unterhaltungde, no conversation there. Some officer or NC would yell at one, and the rebuke was generally accompanied by the swishing cut of a cane. Consequently, the Saxham pup had bent himself to acquire German, as spoken by Germans, and schooled himself to employ his eyes and ears while maintaining economy in the use of his tongue. He had found out his whereabouts from an envelope he had picked up, and other things from listening to the officers' conversation and the talk of the mechanics in the big hangars. War was the thing everybody talked about. There was going to be bloody war in a twinkling. The German Navy was going to smash the British Navy into matchwood, everybody was quite sure. The German army was going to walk over the miserable little British army, and then would be expiated the sins of the British government and the diabolical plottings of Sir Edward Grey. Throat cuttings, shootings, and hangings were mentioned in connection with the above, and other personages whom British Boy Scouts hold in reverence. But one had had to bear it and hold one's tongue and keep smiling. That was the method of the chief who had said to one, "Quit yourself like a man." Brave advice, possible to follow by day when alien eyes were watching. One could choke down weak tears and the ache of the lonely heart that cried for home and the dear familiar faces, when the birds of war were roaring and whirring up the night field or down out of the sky. But at night, in the grim, unfriendly dark of the sleeping cupboard, without other witness than the thin, sore-eyed white kitten that shared one's meals and slept beside one on the hard straw mattress under the foul-smelling gray blanket, things were harder. One had got through, after a fashion, by rotting and making believe. One did not set down in the scout's notebook or tell the wounded friend on the stretcher how one had kissed the back of one's own hand and whispered, "Good night, mother," and touched one's cheek with the tips of 2 fingers and whispered, "Good night and God keep and bless you, my darling boy." Amongst other things of interest picked up by day, one found out that supernumerary officer pilot von Hernung was cold-shouldered by the officers of the flight squadron which he had captained before his fall. No longer top dog, he was made to pay for his domineering and swaggering. He resented this by swaggering more. The men talked of this in the hangars as they tuned up wires or cleaned the engines. Von Hernung was unglücklich. Nobody liked him. The squadron would not stand him long. Hadn't he insulted the Herr squadron captain pilot who had succeeded and challenged him, and got his cartel back again? Colossal insolence, he had fumed. A challenge from a person of my rank confers an honor on him who receives it. Not a man among you stands upon my level. Deny it if you can. True, very true, the lieutenant observer who had brought back the challenge was reputed to have retorted. Not a man among us has ever been degraded, therefore, Herr Supernumerary Officer, you stand alone, and we of the field flight do not regard your presence among us as a distinction. You may possibly conceive that. He had said it just as though he had had a stink under his nose, according to the narrator. And he had dropped von Hernung's letter on von Hernung's table, wiped his fingers ostentatiously upon his handkerchief, given the ghost of a salute, wheeled and gone out. After that, the whilom favorite of fortune had turned sullen and solitary, and developed such desperate recklessness that men funked to fly with him. Subsequently, the bird of war hovering gear having, after due examination by government experts, been relinquished to its captor, he had had the mechanism adapted to a Taube monoplane, and thenceforward made her dearest the sharer of his flights. You are to suppose Bond snatching fearful joys in the realization of cherished ambitions. Loathing and fearing, he yet admired the big red-haired man, so superbly brave in the air that seemed his natural element. Equally the man, detesting the child, grudgingly acknowledged his courage and obedience. No queerer companionship may have been than this between the enemy and the son of Saxhams and Lynette. When the flight squadron shifted to Aix-la-Chapelle, a huge seething cauldron of military preparation, "Does England declare war against us?" people asked the flight officers. "It is probable," they answered, Gott sei Dank. Upon the 3rd of August, starting at night, Bonn had made a long flight with the enemy. At midnight, the Taube had hovered over a great, beautiful city twinkling with millions of electric lights. "That is Brussels you see down there," shouted von Hernung through the voice tube. "The city is en fête because of the agreement arrived at between the Emperor and the Belgian king. That means England has lost a friend and made another enemy. Do you understand, little English swine?" And von Hernung, who had brought a wireless outfit, had busied himself in picking up messages from a low-powered installation at the German embassy and transmitting them to somebody, high in authority, who waited at Berlin. He had grown more and more peeved as he went about his business. Bonn could not tell why, but Franky understood quite well. Belgium had not been content that the red cock should perch upon her British neighbor's roof, while her own house remained unscathed by fire. Franky smiled, knowing this to have been the burden of the song sung by the tuned Sparks. Broad day had found the big city humming with mobilization, enormous placards printed in the national colors, with "Belgium refuses" and "Roi, Loi, Liberté" posted in all the public places, and a park of heavy artillery concentrated round the Etterbeek barracks, as von Hernung had flown back to Aix-la-Chapelle on the morning of August 4th. Bonn went on. The flight squadron had been attached to a field artillery division of the 2nd Corps, under a general named von Kluck. A huge man he, with a square head and a big mouth full of broken teeth. Bonn had previously seen him at the wireless station where he had been taken on landing from the submarine. They had seen little of the aviation base from the beginning of hostilities. The powers that were had promptly taken von Hernung at his word. For him were the long-distance flights, the delicate and risky missions, the dangerous reconnaissances over the Allied batteries. Driven by that gadfly of desire to regain the lost distinctions, he seemed to have lost all sense of fear and to bear a charmed life. Thus, while von Kluck's advance was opposed at Mons by the stubborn thrust of the British forces, the buzzard earned his nickname by his tireless quest for death. It eased his grudge against mankind to hunt men, and he hunted, hovering and observing, wirelessing and spotting, utilizing one machine for many purposes. In those days when war flying was as yet in its infancy, sniped at by the sharpshooters of 4 out of 7 British divisions, often waging, with automatic pistol and Krupp machine gun, fierce battles with other paladins of the wing on the boundless lists of air. How many times the boy's heart had cried for pity when some brave bird crippled by a spout of lead or fired by an explosive bullet had gone spinning earthwards, showing the three crosses of the Union Jack, or the blue-white red circles of France's tricolor, or the red-black-yellow of the Belgian flag upon its upper and underwings as it fell. They had bombed Paris 2 days before and bombed Ypres that morning, starting from a flying base near the city of Bruges. Bonn knew the place was Ypres because it was marked in red on the roller map. The British General Headquarters were supposed to be there. All the bombs had been used except 2, and the enemy must have forgotten to get rid of these before he landed. He was generally careful, but not so when he drank much. And lately he had drunk a good deal. There was so much wine in the country. He had come down and gone into the restaurant to quest for food and champagne. If he found, he would eat hugely and drink heavily, and then sleep himself sober. He always slept after a bout before taking to the air again. But sometimes, when he had mixed drinks, he got savage instead of sleepy. And then, "Do you mean that he thrashes you?" Franky interjected here. "Rather just look." There were bright red, newly made wheels and brown and purplish old ones on the little muscular, boyish arm from which the speaker stripped the sleeve. "My back and legs are lots worse," he volunteered with the air of a showman. "I sometimes think he'd like to kill me, but he won't." The blue eyes were shrewd under the white-streaked forelock, because of what the Emperor said. "Take the boy with you and make of him a decent German. For fear of your being sent for, yes, I understand. My Christmas," Franky whispered, opening his haggard eyes, and the fire that burned in them scorched up the water. "If I only had the use of this bashed-up body, I'd jolly soon put the fear of God into the howling brute." His uncertain hand fumbled about the butt of his Webley and Scott revolver. "Shoot him, and make tracks for headquarters with you in his tob. Can't fly for monkey nuts, though, can you?" "A little." There was a lightening of pleasure in the somber depths of the blue eyes. "He lets me do plain, straight flying when he's sending wireless or photographing or observing. I've never started from the ground yet or done a landing, though I'm sure I could if I tried. He has shown me lots and lots, and I do what he tells me." The forehead knitted under the ragged, piebald forelock. "He bluffs about shooting me if I don't obey. But before I drink brandy or do other things that are blackguardly, or throw bombs on the British and the Allies, he shall kill me. I've told him, and he knows I'll keep my word." "I pipe, and can't you manage to do a flip on your own?" came back in the nearly extinguished voice from the sunken chest of the helpless figure on the blood-soaked stretcher. "1-0 these fine days when Von Thingamy isn't wide. What's to hinder your getting away now and pushing south to meet the British advance guard? We blew up the bridge when we left the town, but it's up to you to swim the river, or cross with a barrel or a plank." "Yes, and I've often planned to bunk it, but man alive, he's frightfully clever. He knows a scout sticks to his word of honor, and he always asks for my parole." That's a poser, old son," Franky considered. "If I were in your shoes, I'd take to Jivan the strictly limited parole. 2 hours or 3 or 4. There's a chance, if the time expires without renewal, of being able to perpetuate a strictly honorable bunk. So, best kid, live in hopes and watch out for chances, and one day—" The speaker's voice trailed off into indistinctness. A deadly vertigo came upon him. He sank amidst swirling waves of gray nothingness, to emerge after eons, to consciousness of the morning sunshine, and the warm rain dropping on his clammy cheek and hand. Oh, I thought you were dead." It was the wailing voice he had heard long ages back, like all the other people, the poor men and women and the little children. "Dead, not a bit of it, only shamming for a drink," Franky whispered, as the cup with its blessing of cool water revisited his baked lips. "Look here. Where did you tell me your flying devil was?" The boy said, with a scared glance through the breached front wall of the baker's parlor, out into the street where the golden sunshine played upon war's havoc and desolation. "I said he went into the restaurant in the square, where the dead people are piled up, to hunt about for wine." "I remember, what's that?" The gaunt eyes rolled towards the yawning gap where once had been the window. The white lips whispered, "Did you hear? I'll swear somebody laughed." Both held their breath. Not a sound reached them except the sliding of some debris from a pile of shattered masonry and the gurgling of the water in the broken street main. Franky mustered breath and went on. "And now shake hands and scoot, my son, for this spot isn't healthy. Say goodbye and God bless you. And if you didn't mind, you might kiss me." The uninjured hand lifted clumsily and pointed. "Here on my forehead. Steady on, hold hard, thumbs up, old man." for sobs were racking the thin young frame and the bright tears were running. He gasped out, I can't go away and leave you, to die all alone. Die. The dreadful word, at last, dropping with a dull shock through the wounded man's consciousness as a heavy stone sinks through deeps of black water. Swirling rings of mist in Franky's brain threatened to close down and blot out all things. He thrust back the gray menace of unconsciousness with a brave effort, whispering, Die, rats, what are you talking about? It's me for the gay life every time. All I've got to do is to lie here and wait until they fetch me. They're coming before tomorrow morning, give you my solemn word. You're sure? Dead sure. Look here, can you remember my name was Norwater, Captain 1st Battalion Bearskins Plane? The stumbling voice went on as the boy nodded. Well then, I'd like you to put in a word for me when you say your prayers sometimes. I might have a little chap of my own by and by to do that for his pater. What's this, best child? A black wooden crucifix with the figure of our Lord in white plaster was being held close to the dimming eyes. It's a crucifix. I think it must have fallen down from the room that was above here. Won't you keep it, to help you through the night time, just as the one on my rosary helps me? Good egg, do you pray to it and kiss it? We pray not to it, but to our Lord who died for us and lives in heaven. We kiss it, because even if it isn't pretty, it is his image, and has been blessed by a priest. Wipe my mouth first, please. You'll find hanky in my pocket. Thanks, he asked after his discolored lips had touched the feet of the crucified. Isn't there something one ought to say? A prayer or something. Not much time now before they fetch me. Tell quick what words say. You couldn't have anything better than our Father. Our Lord made that prayer himself, but there are lots of others. The little ones are easiest. Say, Jesu, have mercy upon me. The weak voice came stumbling after. Jesu, have mercy on me. Jesu, help me. Jesu, help me. O thou who didst die for sinful men upon the cross, have mercy upon me, a sinner. The glassy eyes stared upwards and past the boy, and a thin scarlet thread began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. O thou who didst die upon the cross, mercy, me a sinner. The stumbling voice trailed away into silence. The glazing eyes meeting Bond's said plainly, Now go. And as the boy, blind with tears, turned in obedience to their order, a dull flame leaped into them. They had seen the tall half-length of a big man, panoplied in the goggled helmet and pneumatic jacket of the aviator, bulking in the window gap, even before Bond knew that the enemy was there. Chapter 64 Asterisk. @sheer asterisk. The narrow white footpath had suddenly led nowhere. Patrine had found herself standing at the edge of a 4-foot bluff, looking down upon a grassy plateau that gently sloped to the brink of the cliffs. A wire fence enclosed an aggregation of stone-gray wooden buildings dominated by a flagstaff and the latticed steel tower of a wireless installation. The white ensign flapped lazily from the halyards of the flagstaff. There were 3 hangars at a little distance away. A row of seaplanes sat on the grass before them, and some figures of men in overalls or the familiar naval uniform moved in and out and about the machines busily as ants. Where the grassland stopped at the cliff edge, the roofs of other hangars showed, that were built upon the shingle. A little way out beyond the line of foam, where the long green lips of the sea mumbled at the wet pebbles, another row of seaplanes lashed to buoys, rocked like gulls drowsing after a gorge of fish. And far out to sea, where the heavy trails of smoke bannering from the funnels of rushing gray hulls betokened the war activities of the fleet in the channel, and the conning towers of big submarines sometimes pretended to be little stocky steamers sitting on the swell, 2 strange bat-like things rose and circled and swooped, and were hidden in gray-blue mists to rise again, and swoop and circle. And a little dinghy with 2 blue figures in it was pulling out from the beach in the direction of the anchored planes. Beg pardon, but aren't you Miss Saxhams? She craned her long neck, looking for the speaker, and found him in a youthful flight sub-lieutenant, who, standing below the grassy bluff, was looking up with very brown eyes at the tall figure in the narrow skirt of tan, white and rose-pink checkers, the low-cut blouse of guipure lace, and the knitted silk coat of rose-pink. Buckled pumps adorned the well-arched feet, clad with navy-blue silk stockings of liberal openwork. She sported a buff sunshade lined with rose, and a hat of rough tan straw, trimmed with quills of navy blue and rose-pink, sat coquettishly on the beech-leaf hair. She gave the boy one of her wide smiles, evading the yes by nodding, and with a cat-like leap and scramble, he was up the grassy bluff and standing before her, blushing and saluting and holding out a scribbled paper pad. For me. For you, if you're Miss Saxham. It's a wireless came this morning, from a great friend of yours, somewhere in France. Oh, thank you. She pulled off a loose buff glove and stretched a large white hand for the paper pad. The message ran: 6 a.m. now leaving Compigny for Calais. Seashire in 5 hours barring accident. All my love to you, Alan. And the lieutenant had thought her pale. She kissed the paper and smiled at him bewilderingly. Lucky beggar, Sherbrand, thought the lieutenant. What a glorious woman, he extorted from Patrine, who would not be 20 until next August, the penalty for being built on a grander scale than other daughters of Eve. But she was asking, whom have I to thank for bringing Mr. Sherbrand's message? Flight Sub-Lieutenant Dareless, and the thanks are quite on my side. He phrased the trite civility punctiliously, while the bold brown eyes beamed and twinkled. For you're it, they said, just clippingly it. How did you know me? Began Patrine. Picked you up through the binnocks from the bridge 10 minutes ago. The slim brown hand flourished, indicating a T-square-shaped space of well-watered turf marked off in whitewash lines upon the green aerodrome below. We call things by their proper names so as not to lose touch, you understand? The short stretch is the bridge, and the long strip aft at right angles, that's the quarterdeck. The big hut number 1 is our wardroom. The wing commander's cabin is divided off from it. The officers' cabins are in the small hut, number 2, and the warrant officers and men divide number 3. Of course, we keep watches and post sentries, just as if we were at sea. That territorial on guard near is relieving a man of ours, do you see? He jerked his chin towards the moving brown figure. What have we to guard? Oh, well, the hangars and our wireless. Another jerk indicating the lattice steel mast surmounting a telegraph hut wedded to a vibrating dynamo shed. We get reports from our patrols, most of them are fitted with radio apparatus, and we receive and transmit messages. Long distance? Well, rather, we're frightfully swanky about our wireless plant. It's number 1, HP not big, but jolly powerful. 6 clear, silvery double notes had sounded from a brass bell, hung beneath a little white-painted penthouse, sitting on the blue strip of shadow on the westward side of the wardroom hut. The petty officer who had rung the bell exchanged a brief word with the territorial and went back to the hangars from whence he had emerged. Patrine, with her heart in her mouth, asked the sub-lieutenant, "Was that a signal?" "Only ship time," said the brown-eyed one. 6 bells, 11 a.m., and our man ought to be looming up in sight. He might hit Seashire now at any minute. In fact, he's nearly an hour late. You don't suppose." Fear had pinched and drawn and bleached her so that she looked 40 behind her white veil with blue chenille dragonflies. Her pale mouth twitched and her black brows knotted over the haunted eyes that strained out to sea. The paper pad, crunched to a mere wad, dropped from the hand that unconsciously released it. The boy picked it up, thrilled by this peep behind the scenes of another's romance. No, there's no fear of an accident, Miss Saxham. Perhaps a bit engine trouble. You've got to travel slowish if she vibes too much. Or he might have spotted an aviatic and delayed to have a biff at him, on the principle that 10 Hun-birds make an evener bag than 9. We know what a terror he's getting to be with the Maxim. But what puts the fear of God into the flighty tob quicker than anything is our R.N.A.S. Vickers gun. Ah, did he know how horribly he tortured her? But a gray speck showed upon the delicately misty distance eastwards, growing bigger, coming nearer, putting miles of green-white, heaving water under its throbbing engine with effortless speed. Her glance leaped to Dareless, studying the oncomer between narrowed lids, and the hope that had kindled in her died out as he shook his head. "One of ours, on the home flight from Belgium, Miss Saxham. Your man will pick up much higher and to the southeast." And presently the latest type of fleet hydroplane, a 2-seater batboat carrying 2 bare-headed young gentlemen, moaned into view, chasing its own wave skipping, flying shadow at full stretch for the shore, came down in a long mallard-like glide, skidding over the water as the wild duck does, and in a ruffle of glittering spray, continued the home journey in the character of a motorboat. Then there was a sharp squib-like crack, and from one of the anchored hydroplanes, a rocket went up and burst in a smoke puff that hung in a little cloud of violet gray upon the sunny air. And from the hangars on the shingle under the bluff streamed figures in blue overalls or grimy shirt sleeves, and cheered and waved, standing ankle-deep in refluent water, topped with creamy sheets of foam. As the batboat with her joyous navigators rushed spluttering to the shallow anchorage and tied up beside the station planes, megaphones bellowed, motor horns tooted, somebody banged on the ship's bell, a cornet struck up Rule Britannia, very much out of tune. "Well done, you two beggars." "Oh, well done," trumpeted Dairless through his hollowed hands, and turned a beaming face on Patrine to explain that the hatless navigators of the batboat were lieutenants of a flight stationed at Antwerp, and had shared in the air raid on the Zeppelin sheds at Dusseldorf, early on the previous day. And then a droning song had come drifting down out of the sky to the southeastward, with a buzzing undernote in it that Patrine remembered well. Dairless had lifted his head for a rapid upward reconnaissance, and said with a flash of white teeth in his brown face, "Thumbs up, Miss Saxham, this is your particular bird." And Patrine had seen, small and high, and shining palely golden in the sunlight, the shape of the biplane that carried her lover, and her heart knocked twice in her bosom, heavily, as they knock behind the curtain before they ring up at the Comédie Francaise. A. Clery's signaling pistol had cracked and been answered from the air station. Mechanics in overalls had appeared upon the green. Then the buzzing had stopped, and the second bird of war, rising higher to escape the backwash of light airs from the cliffs, had launched into a splendid sweeping spiral, ending in a long glide, and alighted on the well-rolled station aerodrome, and Sherbrand had come home. Surely never until the thought of flight, formed in the brain cells of man and fertilized by the lust of adventure, hatched out in the bird that bears the night of today upon the air path, did lover return to his lady after a fashion so wonderful as this. The flying men have always been coming. In the book of books you will read of them. Ecclesiasticus, the preacher, foretold of the day when a bird of the air should carry the voice, and that which hath wings should tell the matter, and how these winged ones rush and roar through the prophetic pages of Ezekiel and Daniel, you have but to open them to learn. Their shapes like locusts, their armored bodies with gray-tied headpieces, like those of horses prepared unto battle. The noise made by their wings in flight, like the noise of chariots and horses running to battle. The wheels beneath their wings, the human faces appurtening to them, the inward fire that issues from them in scorching vapors, are described with fiery eloquence in the Apocalypse of the Apostle of St. John, when the fifth angel sounds the trumpet, and the king whose name is Exterminans, the destroyer, reaches the culminating point of his terrific reign upon earth. Flight makes the world no more joyful, being mainly used for purposes of destruction, but nothing can rob the flying man of his shining gloriole of romance. The boy who was building toy aeroplanes of card and elastic a few years back has rediscovered the flying dragon of the Cretaceous period, broken and tamed the winged monster into a war steed, and thundered down the forgotten roads of the pterodactyl and the ruck to reap shining honors upon the battlefields of the mutable air. And if the girl who chaffed the boy of old worships him today as St. George, Sir Lancelot, Sir Galahad, and Le Bon Sieur de Bayard rolled into one, who shall blame her? Not I, for one. In the instant of reunion, when the tall brown figure came swinging to meet her, and the strong hard hands gripped her own, Patrine loved him more than ever. Sherbrand was not a romantic greeting, but it thrilled her nevertheless. "They've asked us to lunch here, but it's ready at the cottage. Shall we accept? It's for you to decide." His tone had indicated his keen desire for the tete-a-tete in preference. Disappointment had shadowed his clear eyes when Patrine had voted for luncheon at the air station, inwardly longing to be alone with him, to be alone. And yet, despite the longing, the haunting sense of a sort of fate hanging over her, Patrine found the wardroom lunch a jolly banquet. They were so young, those sunburnt faces, laughing about the plainly furnished board. The wing commander in charge of the station proved to be something under 30. To Patrine, occupying the place of honor on his right hand, he did the honors like a veteran. One of the navigators of the batboat sat upon her other side, and Sherbrand was her vis-a-vis. Sherbrand was altered. She knew him older, harder, sterner, thinner to the verge of haggardness, with a deep vertical furrow graved between the thick eyebrows that made a bar of blonde fairness against the red of his deeply burned skin. He had gone away a splendid youth. Now he returned with 2 silver-yellow stars on the cuffs and shoulder straps of his khaki tunic, a man seasoned and tempered as a bar of steel in the furnace blast of war. The pleasant meal ended, and the jolly party broke up. Their hosts accompanied them to the gate of the station enclosure, and the warmth and heartiness of naval tradition had been in the farewells that had sped the departing guests upon their way. Au revoir, all happiness. So long, we'll look after the plane all right. Adios, buenas noches. Sayonara. Sieda. Goodbye and good luck, now all together. Hip hip, and a rousing British cheer. Chapter 65 *. Goodbye, dear love, goodbye. They had looked back to smile and wave their thanks, and an aged tennis shoe, scientifically hurled by Dareless, had knocked the cap out of Sherbrand's upraised hand, and raised a cloud of chalky dust from the surface of the sunken road. Under cover of this, they had crossed the road and climbed a slope together, and found themselves standing in heavenly loneliness, with the sea beside them and their feet upon the thymy grasses blotted by the short shadows of their tall figures, under the almost vertical sun. Look, Sherbrand had said, pointing to a whitewashed, red-tiled cottage cuddled in a hollow some quarter of a mile distant, girt with a gay, frivolous little garden full of bachelor's buttons and sunflowers, lavender bushes and nasturtiums yellow and red. He slipped his hand within her arm and pressed it, whispering, "There's our Eden, and my dream has come true." Her heart choked her. They moved on together shoulder to shoulder, her elbow resting in the bend of his strong arm, and her hand lying in his. The air they breathed was sweet with heady, nameless fragrance. The burning golden light that haloed them seemed the effluence of their love. Anguish and rapture mingled in the chalice of the perfect hour for Patrine. Nothing but rapture was in the draught for Sherbrand, though a faint fold showed between his eyebrows as he said suddenly, "Hang it, I've forgotten to ask the station fellows to give me a night's shakedown. However, there's a decent hotel in Seashire. My bag is still in the machine, by the way. Did you send someone on to the cottage with your traps?" She began to falter. It was coming, but his eagerness delayed the moment of revelation. The track they followed dipped down and they found themselves in a grassy basin. The turf cupped up on every side and they were alone, lidded by the blazing turquoise sky. At the bottom of the green nest he stopped, and next moment his embrace enveloped her. She forgot, as an answering flame burned in her blood, all the things that she had meant to say. "I'll have my hour," shot through her whirling brain. "I must have something of him to keep in remembrance. He has never loved me, nor I him, so passionately as now. Oh my God." He released her with a happy sigh, and they sat down on the shadowed side of their green nest, a deep dimple in the cheek of the sunny, smiling earth, and looked in each other's eyes. He said, as she took off her hat and threw it aside and turned her unveiled, unshadowed face back to his, "Your dear cheeks are thinner, I fancy, Pat. Have you been worrying much about me?" She nodded, thinking of her sleepless nights past after reading his few letters, or when his letters had failed to come. "Pretty badly in the days of the retreat from Mons. You piloted that French officer over the channel and whiff, you vanished. What has become of him?" "Wing Commandant Raymond? He's riding the storm and directing the whirlwind somewhere on the French front. I got my orders to join the R.F.C. unit acting with a rearguard battery of the 2nd Army Corps as soon as I dumped him. As for the work with the battery, it was always the same thing. We flew out against von Kluck's advance, spotting their gun emplacements and getting the range for our gunners. And under us a dark brown river with 5 branches rolled south. And that was the retreat." His arm was round her cheek was pressed to his, her bosom heaved against him. She turned her lips to his in a quick kiss and whispered, "And when you came down out of your sky, like pigeons homing at nightfall, that's a sentence in one of your letters. Do you recognize it? The river went on rolling still. Just the same, without a break. And what a welter. Remnants of crack infantry brigades tangled with the rags of cavalry squadrons, grimy, hairy, ragged chimney sweeps with bandaged feet and empty bellies, and blackened tongues hanging out, and blind, blank, staring eyes. Imagine all the toy soldier outfits in the kiddie shops of Regent Street emptied into the gutters, and you'll get an idea of what the thing was like. And transport and supply columns jumbled with bits of RGA. Batteries and R.F.A., 3 dying horses to a howitzer, and 1 gunner left out of 6. Bands of refugees and troops of stragglers. Lunatics led along howling and gibbering. Lorries, carts, and motor vans crammed with swollen-footed cripples, cheek by jowl with bloody specters evacuated from field hospitals that were reddening the sky with their burning in the rear. A day and nightmare to haunt one forever if the end had been different. He caught his breath. But when I remember that we straightened the muddle, brought order out of chaos, turned on the Germans and bit to the bone, I pray that the memory may stay with me always, so that I may teach your sons and mine what it means to be Englishmen. Oh, Alan, my poor boy. She caught him in her arms with sudden passion, strained him to her and then freed herself from him, and moved away, signing to him that he must not approach. What you hope for can never be. I'd have told you this before if I'd been decent, but I wanted your kisses. I was hungry for the touch of you, and the sound of your voice in my ears after all these weeks and weeks. Then why do you say it can never be, and tell me in the same breath that you long for me and love me? His light brows were drawn into a heavy line over his stern gray eyes. Aren't you and I going to be married? Is it possible that you draw back now? Because your wife should be a pure woman, and I am not, it is possible. Don't move, don't come nearer. If you do, I'll never have the courage to tell what must be told. And he had sat still, as a figure in carved khaki-colored stone with his knees apart and his knotted hands hanging between them, and his eyes, curiously hard and pale against the strong red sunburn of his face, fixed immovably upon her mouth. When she ended, there had been a great silence, and she had looked up at the azure dome lighting their green nest, wondering why the burning, perfumed breeze had suddenly turned cold. His voice recalled her. Why have you told me this? To be honest, she hugged her knees, to give you a chance for freedom before you were handicapped with me for life, poor boy. And how do you suppose it makes me feel? He breathed roughly and gritted his teeth, wringing his hands in one another so strongly that the knuckles started death-white against the reddened skin. She heard herself saying lamely, I knew you'd be horribly sick about it and hate me. I don't hate you, but I want to kill him. He took you to that damnable place and, he bit his lip and swallowed. How long was that before I met you at Hendon? 3 days, and our day of meeting, the meeting I thanked God for, was July 18th. This is October the 14th to be particular. You must know what I'm driving at. Is there any danger? She said in a level voice, looking at him steadily. I have deserved it, but I think God is going to be kinder to me than to punish me in that way. Her eyes flickered and fell from his. It was because I was so awfully afraid at first that I made up my mind to marry you, and now you know the very worst of me. Hardly the worst. He drew breath roughly, and the cloud upon his forehead lightened a little. We'd have been man and wife before I flew for France if you'd let me have my way. Why didn't you? It seemed so mean. A kind of child stealing. You were so unsuspecting and so generous and so clean. She bit her lips and the tears welled over her underlids. You shamed me into being straight with you. I loved you from the beginning, but it was as though my love had left off crawling and grown a pair of wings. Answer me straight. He turned so as to face her. Did you ever love that German? To my shame be it spoken, never for an instant. After that night at the Upas, I hated him unspeakably. Only when I thought he was dead, I began to let up a little on the hate. He looked at his hands and unknotted them and knotted them, and said suddenly, You may be interested to know that he is not dead, but very much the other thing. He is scouting and spotting for von Kluck's gunners on their south and west fronts, and sometimes bombing positions he has scried out, and doing it all superbly, damn him. He has been degraded to the rank of a supernumerary flying officer for some breach of duty that got to the Kaiser. And he has evidently made his mind up to make good in this war. They pick him for all the dangerous missions. He seems unkillable, and we've tried our hardest. And wherever he goes, until now I've kept this from you, he takes the Saxhams son. Bond. She shaped the name dumbly, with lips that were pale as poplar leaves. God forgive me, her conscience whispered. How little I have thought of Bon. Yes, I mean Bon. So odd was the contrast between the speaker's grim, set face and the bald simplicity of his language, that her white lips twitched with a crazy desire to laugh, as he added, I've been keen for a long time on coming across the man who pinched my hawk hoverer and kidnapped my friend's son, and putting the fear of God into him with an automatic revolver or a Maxim. But now that I know this, the deadly contempt in the voice is inconveyable. A clean death hardly meets his case. Good cartridges seem wasted in killing that fellow. One wants to set one's heel down, hard on him, and scrunch. He had sat silent, staring before him yet a moment longer. Then he gathered himself together and got up from the grass, glanced at his wristwatch and said, holding out his hand to assist her in rising. "Well, let's be going. It's 3:30. They'll expect us to tea at the cottage. By the way, you haven't told me. Did you send on your bag from the station when you came?" She shuddered violently and leaped up without touching the offered hand. The west was all dappled with tiny, pearly cloudlets. Their shadows were lengthening momentarily. The salt smell of the sea was on the breeze that came in languid puffs. But the wine of joy that had brimmed their green bowl had been emptied out by her own hand, and the draught now held to her flinching mouth was bitterer than hemlock and blacker than sticks. That change in his face and voice. "What do you suppose? I brought no bag. I am going home by the next train." She glanced at a little jeweled wristwatch he had given her and back at the mask-like face that said, "You mean we part here for good, is that it?" "For good or bad, my poor boy." He put her "poor boy" from him with a gesture of the hand. He asked in a flat, toneless voice, "Am I a blackguard like von Hernung? You came down here to marry me. What will be said afterwards, if—" "I'm past caring what people think or say," she flashed at him angrily. "I've told you that I will not marry you, that I'm not fit to be your wife. Oh, if you suppose it didn't hurt." A rush of tears drowned out his altered visage. She turned away, fighting for composure, summoning all her woman's pride to help her at her need. That swaying grace, that alluring physical perfection, had never appealed to Sherbrand's senses so irresistibly. "Patrine." She heard his eager footsteps following her. She was snatched into his masterful embrace, assailed by his stormy kisses, wooed by his passionate words of love beyond her power to resist. The flood in the veins of both was rising, the force of the warm rushing torrent was bearing them away. She cared not whither, so that she might keep those arms about her still. "Patrines, my woman of women, do you think I'd let you go from me? Not I. I'll have you for my wife whether you will or no. We'll forget all that, we'll be happy in spite of it. Won't we?" "No," she gasped out. "We will, I tell you." He laughed out with ringing triumph and bent his head, seeking her evasive mouth with his own. Hard-pressed she had panted. "Don't ask me to marry you. I'd never, never do it. Unless you were poor and sick and a nobody and wanted a woman to nurse and work for you. Then, the wag of a finger or the wind of a word would bring me to you. But I swear it before God, I won't marry you as you are." "You will." "I've sworn I won't, but," she had whispered it in a kiss of fire, "I will give you what that other man took." And Sherbrand had uttered a hoarse sound like a sob, and unwound her arms from about his neck, and said, holding her hands close in his and looking sternly in her swimming eyes, "I'm no saint, God knows, but I'm a better man than to take what you offer. Halloa, that's Davis, what's up now?" A distant whistle had made him prick his ears. He whistled back and ran lightly up to the brink of the grassy punch bowl in time to meet the little black-havised Welshman, hero of the Paris episode, in connection with the girl with the goo-goo eyes. Davis had handed him a paper pad. Sherbrand had read it, scrawled a reply on the blank side to be dispatched by the station's wireless, and hurried back to Patrine. "We couldn't have been married tomorrow anyway. The man who undertook to replace me while I went on leave has been killed doing reconnaissance on our new front in northwest France. I'm recalled." "Recalled?" He nodded. The British force had been deftly transferred from its position on the Aisne to a base at St. Omer, you will remember, thus blocking the Calais gate. The new offensive was taking shape. Sherbrand had continued. "So, if you're to catch the 350 from Fernchurch to Charing Cross, we'll have to run." And as the screech of a distant engine had sounded from the direction of Fernchurch station, he had caught up the veiled hat and thrust it upon Patrine, grabbed her thin raincoat and vanity bag and sunshade, and hurried her back to the flinty railway station by the way she had come. And with the banging of the carriage door, her woman's heart had broken. She had felt it bleeding drip, 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 as Sherbrand's tall bare head and grave sad eyes had receded out of sight. And the train had been delayed at the next station, waiting for the passage of a troop train crammed with eager-faced young men of Kitchener's army, concrete answers to the famous call to arms and the first 5 questions, nearly half an hour. So that rounding the curve beyond the last signal cabin for the clanking journey through the short tunnel, Patrine had seen, some miles to seaward of the glittering white prow of the North Foreland, a biplane with its wings reddened by the sunset, flying southeast. "Oh, goodbye, Alan," she had whispered, knowing that she would never see her bird of war again. He had been caught and dragged back into the fiery whirl of the cyclone without the hope that nerves and supports and brings adventurers back. Sorrowful and stern, balked of his heart's desire, grimly bent on meeting von Hernung and wreaking retribution for a horrible wrong upon the red head of the Kaiser's flying man. Chapter 66. More Kultur. The boy's slight figure seemed to shrink upon itself as the stony eyes looked at him, and the teeth showed under the red mustache, not tightly curled now, but stiffened and pointing to the eyes. Von Hernung set a foot upon the broken wall and leaped into the baker's parlor, staggering slightly as he alighted amongst the rubbish on the broken floor. He had been drinking, but not to excess, for the restaurant cellars having been thoroughly gutted by his countrymen, the wreckage of the bar behind which Madame had sat, busy with her embroidery, had yielded barely a half-tumbler of cognac and a single bottle of champagne. Having drunk enough to spur memory, and not to lull his snarling grievances to slumber, he had come forth to blunt the tooth of his bitter hatred on the boy. For, since that queer tickling, pleasurable sensation experienced in his first tantalization of Bond's hunger, every new weal marked upon the wincing body, every fresh bruise inflicted on the shuddering soul of her dearest, imparted to von Hernung a ferocious pleasure in comparison with which mere vicious indulgence palled. "So, there you are, little English pig dog," he said in German, as the blue eyes met his own and fell away before them and the color sank out of the young face. "Get you back to the marketplatz there and wait for me. I have some business with your friend." He stretched out a long arm, picked up the boy by the slack of his garments, and with a turn of the wrist dropped him into the street. His ears were pricked for the cry that should follow the slight scrambling fall of the light body on the rubbish. It failed to come, and he frowned. Presently, meanwhile here was game of a larger kind. He looked down from his superb height upon the blood-stained figure in the stretcher. Its eyes were closed, and the haggard face beneath the grime and bristles had the yellowish white of old wax. He spoke to it harshly in his English, and the brownish lids split apart and the gaunt, sick eyes glimmered up at him. But no reply came from the livid lips. He rapped his foot sharply on the floor, repeating, "I suppose you know you are my prisoner, sir?" And a strange spasm of mingled amusement and irony twitched the muscles of the haggard mask. The faded negatives of eyes regarded him with the ghost of a smile in them. The dissolving voice said in tones no louder than a sigh, "Possibly, but not for long." Voice stopped short. As von Hernung took a step nearer to the stretcher, his toe stubbed against and caught in the strap of a leather case lying on the littered floor. He picked up the case and smiled as he drew out a costly pair of Zeiss binoculars. His own, though hailing from the Jena workshop, only magnified to 12x. These registered 25x. On the metal rim of the larger lens was engraved the style and title of the owner, capped, Art T. Hun, Viscount Norwater, Royal Bearskins Plain. A find in the dual sense. He restored the binoculars to their case, unbuckled the strap and slipped it under his heavy bandolier of cartridges, hanging the case beside his own, loosened the upper stud clips that fastened his goggled helmet, and pushed it back so as to reveal his whole face. The gaunt eyes were open, looking at him attentively. He asked them, "May it not be that we have met before?" "In Paris, yes, on the night of the Grand Prix. At the Hotel Spitz, ja, Jewess. A dinner given by Sir Thomas Braham for Lady Watt and a few friends. You were one of the friends, I another. How is the old woman, do you know?" Kreutzennerwitter, what inconceivable insolence. The eyes looked through him as though he had not been there. His hard blue eyes, already injected with blood, grew savage, and a purplish tinge suffused his florid skin. He reflected an instant, pulled a capacious silver spirit flask from the deep side pocket of his pneumatic, half-filled the drinking cup that capped it, and knelt down beside the stretcher, saying quite pleasantly in his gutturals, "See, here is some capital cognac. Let me give you a sip, eh? Then you will feel better." He poured a dram between the teeth, and waded through a spasm of coughing, wiped the blood and mucus from the gasping lips with a rag of the torn clothing, then pulled a stool from amongst the rubbish, sat down near the feet of the wounded man, facing him, and took a long pull of the belauded brandy from the neck of the big flask. "That does more good than canteen coffee," he said, and sucked his red mustache appreciatively. He set down the flask on the floor between his feet, found his case, and carefully chose a cigar. "A cigar? No. You will then perhaps not object to my smoking? We of the field flight have to comfort ourselves with snuff when in the air." To burn tobacco and blaze up like a star shell and come down like a charred rocket stick, that is not at all agreeable or practice. Sapperlot, you are not a very amusing companion. Nevertheless, my fellow, I drink to your jolly good health. He knocked off the ash of his cigar, cleared his throat, and spat, just clearing Franky's shoulder. The flicker of anger in the sunken eyes brought a glitter of malice into his own. He sent out a long, swaggering stream of smoke and knocked the ash from his cigar with the little finger of his ringed left hand, continuing. You see, I have cut the long thumbnail that amused you when we met in Paris. The day has come, though you would not join me in drinking to its dawning, and the German eagle has dipped his claws in English blood. We Prussians have beaten out the iron scepter of world power with giant blows upon the war anvil, and the sun that never set upon the swanky British Empire has already risen to find the roast beef of old England in danger, and the triple entente a bankrupt syndicate. He shrugged and twisted his red mustache, tilted his big body sidewise, and spat at a carefully calculated angle, missing the other shoulder of the victim as he pursued. But you do not know, Donnerwitter, how should you? Lying here like a stuck pig. Yesterday, in the neighborhood of Ypres, took place the ultimate, conclusive battle in which the German mammoth pounded the British lion into pulp. Your little British expeditionary force may be said to exist no longer. Your brigade of guards, who boast that, like the samurai, they do not surrender while yet unwounded, is practically extinct. Maddened by despair, the officers shot the few men who remained and then blew one another's brains out. Your commander-in-chief is our prisoner, Sir Rothesay Craig has been killed, also General Calonby and General Jones-Torian. The French Generalissimo has surrendered with the 5th French Army. The 6th French Army has been chopped into sausage meat, so all is over, total kaput. If what you say is gospel, said the weak voice, and the faded eyes had the ghost of a smile in them, why do I keep on hearing our guns? For the hurly-burly of battle in the south had broken out afresh as though in contradiction. The crazy floor vibrated, the tottering walls shook with the distant fury of sound. Thud, 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 and the muffled boom, crash of immense explosions, and through all the steady slogging of Royal Garrison artillery howitzers and the tireless, dogged hammering of field artillery 18-pounders. Macht nicht,